Chapter 628. She had just returned to her room to take a shower when Pan Chi came over. It's already 12 o'clock. Why haven't you slept yet? I miss you. Pan Chi winked at her. Tao Yuan deliberately made a mushy expression. I say, if you don't find a boyfriend soon, I will really suspect that you are. What? Are you afraid of loving me? Humph, it would be great if I were. Wouldn't it be great if we could live together with Xiaojiu? You think too much. Did you hear anything strange when you went back this time? Tao Yuan was very tired, but she was entangled by Pan Chi. It seemed that she couldn't sleep for a while, so she packed up her luggage. You want to ask me if I saw someone, right? Yes, I saw him. Her tone was very calm, as if she had met an ordinary old friend. She didn't want to talk about the details. I had a hunch that you would definitely see him. You said the same thing the last time I went back, but you didn't see him? You were just guessing. No, my hunch was more accurate this time. And then? What then? No, then that's it. He has a girlfriend and he just got engaged. Seeing that Pan Chi wasn't surprised at all, Tao Yuan asked, Did you already know? I didn't specifically ask about him. I just saw a few old friends' messages in the group, but I didn't know how to tell you, and I was afraid that you would be unhappy. Why would I be unhappy? I can't wait for him to get married and have children, so he won't steal my son from me. Seeing that she was so free and easy, Pan Chi was relieved. She had kept this secret for too long, and her heart was so tired. It was good that she knew. That Lu Li is a bastard, **Tisich, an animal who thinks with his lower body and can't leave a woman for a day. Tao Yuan smiled. Why did you scold him for no reason? It wasn't a day but a whole 6 years. It would be abnormal if he didn't have a girlfriend, okay? Not to mention having someone to accompany and care for him. Do you think it's normal for a man to not have sex for 6 years, or to solve it all by himself? That's why it's so perverted. What? Didn't you not have sex for 6 years? I don't see you as a pervert. I'm different. I have Xiaojiu. I have her to comfort me, but he, Tao Yuan, was dejected. You know what? I often dream of his desperate expression that day in the human room. I hurt him badly, so no matter which woman he dated, I have no right to care. Instead, I hope that someone can heal his wounds for me. I don't want him to suffer, and I don't want his pain to be caused by me. That's true. He did look quite miserable that day. Even someone as heartless as her felt a little heartache. Afraid that she would sink deeper into self-blame, she quickly changed the topic. So, have you had enough gossip? Who said I'm here to gossip? I'm not that bored. I originally wanted to ask about your aunt's health condition, but you were the one who took the initiative to mention Lu Li. It has nothing to do with me. Come on, do you think I don't know what you're thinking? Hurry up and go to bed. Okay, then you should go to bed early too. Tomorrow morning, you have to accompany Xiaojiu to participate in the Los Angeles Children's Piano Competition. Don't forget. Don't worry. I remember my son's affairs better than anything else. She was too tired the day before. Tao Yuan had set the alarm for 7 o'clock, but she actually fell asleep again. When she woke up, it was already past 8 o'clock. Pan Chi and Tao Xiaojiu had already prepared breakfast and were waiting for her. Tao Yuan's heart warmed. I was thinking that I would make breakfast. How come you guys have already prepared it? Isn't it your precious son's idea? He secretly told me last night that you were too tired from the flight and would definitely sleep late. He asked me to get up early to make breakfast with him. What a big warm man. Mommy, breakfast. Tao Xiaojiu put the sandwiches and juice on the coffee table. I made this with my godmother. There were 2 types of sandwiches. Simply put, there were good-looking ones and bad-looking ones. Tao Yuan picked up the good-looking one and asked Pan Chi. You made this? No, I made the ones on the other side. Sure enough, your cooking skills are worse than a 5-year-old kid's. You don't even blush? What? I was abstract, okay? Besides, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. You think everything your precious little lover does is good to you. Sigh, there's no place for an outsider like me here. I'd better pack up and leave. Stop fooling around. Hurry up and eat. At 9:30, more than 20 contestants were already in position. They were making the final preparations and each of them looked full of confidence. Tao Yuan was squatting down to tie a bow tie for Tao Xiaojiu while telling him not to be nervous. Friendship first, competition second. Mommy, I'm not nervous at all. You're the one who's nervous, right? Ah? Really? I think so. It seemed like she had always been like this. Although Tao Xiaojiu was only 5 years old, she had already participated in many competitions. She had the demeanor of a master and was very calm. Did she inherit this from Lu Li? Pan Chi ran over. The first place of this competition will definitely be Xiaojiu. How do you know? Of course, I've seen all the contestants. Our Xiaojiu is the most handsome. When the judges see this handsome face, they'll definitely give her the highest score. Tao Yuan couldn't help but laugh. This is a formal piano competition, not a competition based on looks, okay? Tisk, old-fashioned. In this era where looks are everything, what's not? Looks are justice, right, Xiaojiu baby? Godmother is right. Hee hee. Are you ready? William walked over and asked. Yes. He glanced at Tao Yuan, his eyes a little uncomfortable. Tao Yuan also noticed that ever since Ouyang Shua accompanied him to the hospital, William was not as attentive to her as before. In the past, he would call her at least 3 times a week, saying that he would report on Xiaojiu's progress in learning the piano, but he would also often ask about her well-being. Now he would make a routine report once a week, only talking about Xiaojiu's situation. This was also good. She didn't want him to have any expectations. I just saw your boyfriend outside. Tao Yuan was startled. Luli was here? After a few seconds, she realized that the boyfriend William was referring to should be Ouyang Shura. He misunderstood their relationship. Within a second, she was scared out of her wits and her back was wet. However, was Ouyang Shua here? How did he know that Xiaojiu was participating in the competition? And he didn't say that he was coming. Boyfriend? Pan Chi gave her a look. When did you have a boyfriend? That's just a friend of mine. But even so, William couldn't be happy. If Tao Yuan didn't even like an outstanding man like Ouyang Shua, it was impossible for her to like him. Anyway, he had no hope. Now he couldn't help wondering if she and Pan Chi were a couple. You look after Xiaojiu first. I'm going to the bathroom. Tao Yuan searched the whole concert hall but couldn't find Ouyang Shura. Could it be that William was wrong? She didn't know that the man was standing behind the door of the next hall, silently watching her back. The reason why she wanted to maintain a distance from him was because she did not want little Nine to have any expectations, so he could only hide in the shadows and pay attention to her. Thinking about it, it was quite sad, but his heart had always been thinking about the mother and son, unable to control himself. After she left, he walked out from behind the door, walked into the concert hall and sat in the last row. The competition officially began. It was the children's competition first. Although each child was so small, the musical talent they showed was very amazing. Tao Yuan was shocked every time. Tao Xiaojiu was the last to appear. He wore a small tuxedo and bowed to everyone. The audience next to him had been excitedly praising how handsome he was and saying that he was a mixed race. Tao Yuan was secretly pleased. Every time she took Tao Xiaojiu out, it would cause a sensation. After the children's and juvenile groups finished their performances, the results were announced. Tao Xiaojiu was the champion of the children's group without any suspense. When he was photographed with the judges kept praising him for his talent, amazing explosive power and promising future. As for Tao Yuan, she didn't want her son to be a pianist. It was just one of Tao Xiaojiu's hobbies. He was very talented in all aspects, whether it was chess, taekwondo, computers, or music. He was a genius in all aspects. Of course, these were not the most important things. Her biggest wish was for him to be safe, healthy, and happy. Ouyang Shua stood in the distance and silently looked at Tao Yuan's happy smile. The corner of his mouth was also tinged with a faint smile. He couldn't help but think how good it would be if he was Xiaojiu's father. He would definitely treat him like his own son, even if he and Tao Yuan didn't have a child of their own in the future. Unfortunately, she didn't even give him a chance. Even if she and Lu Li were divorced, as long as Xiaojiu was there, they couldn't completely cut off their relationship. At the company, Tao Yuan came back after making a cup of coffee. Several female colleagues in the big office were crowded in front of the computer, chattering non-stop. Oh my God, I really couldn't tell. No wonder. What's wrong? Tao Yuan saw that all of them were so surprised, so she leaned over and asked. Director, Manager Rand of Crown Company is Xie Yuan? He is? Tao Yuan heard a buzzing sound in her ears. How do you know? Now every media outlet is going crazy about this. Tao Yuan hurriedly squeezed in front of the screen. This matter had occupied the headlines of all the well-known American media outlets. Looking at China, it was also full of talk. The Xie family was a well-known family in China with great influence. After all, China was not as open-minded as abroad, so this news was bound to cause a great uproar. A reporter took a photo of Xie Qingyuan and Jason kissing in the dark. The caption was very vulgar, saying that Xie Qingyuan was very promiscuous in the gay circle, that he changed boyfriends faster than he changed clothes, and that he had cheated the feelings of several socialites. Several female staff in the office were also furious. No wonder he didn't accept my confession. He turned out to be. That's right. It's so disgusting to have a crush on such a person. He should have admitted it earlier. Isn't he playing with other people's feelings? I have a lot of people around me and they never hide it. He hid it so deeply. He must be trying to cheat marriage. Shameless. Isn't it? I really can't see it at all. Why is he pretending to be a straight man? Even the United States was in an uproar. Tao Yuan didn't dare to think about the situation in China. Just then her phone rang. She hurried back to her office. As soon as she picked up, Xie Qingyuan asked angrily, "Did you tell the media about this news? I trusted you so much but you betrayed me. You really disappointed me." Chapter 629. Other than you, I didn't tell anyone else. Who else could it be? I really don't know, maybe. Tao Yuan, I was wrong about you. He hung up the phone and when she called again he refused to pick up. The more Tao Yuan thought about it, the more she felt that something was wrong. This was definitely not a coincidence, could it be? That guess made her face pale. She ran to the public phone booth downstairs and dialed that number. Do. After a long time a man's low voice came through. "I'm Lu Li, it's me." There was silence on the other side and the cold breath seemed to come from the phone, stinging her ears. Danger was like a thread wrapping around her neck, making it hard for her to breathe. "Xie Qingyuan, did you send those photos to the media and let them expose him and write so many articles to slander him?" If there was no one behind him, with the power of the Xie family, the media would definitely not have the guts to do so. "Was me. Why did you do that?" "What? Why do you think? When Xie Qingyuan teamed up with you to fool me, didn't you think that this would happen? It's not like that, listen to me. Xie Qingyuan and I are just business partners. I happened to be there that day so he asked me to pretend to be his girlfriend. I didn't know that he and Xie Qingge were siblings. If I had known earlier. Even if you knew later, didn't you still lie to me? Can you explain this clearly?" "Anyway, I really didn't think that he didn't know about our past, and he didn't deliberately fool you or anything. There is only one person who knows and that is me. It's all my fault. If you want to take revenge, come at me, don't. What's the hurry?" He snorted coldly. "Do you think you can escape? After I get rid of Xie Qingyuan you will be next." Tao Yuan's heart tightened. He said he wanted to take revenge on her, so the consequences must be serious. Then Xie Qingyuan. He is obviously gay but he has been pretending. What's wrong with me revealing his true colors to everyone? Besides, he can't tell his family, right? Then I'll say it for him. You're ruining his reputation. So what? Everyone chose their own path and they had to be responsible for their own choices. Did I force him to like men? He can only blame his bad luck for provoking someone he shouldn't have. Tao Yuan knew that it was useless to say anything more. Things that shouldn't have happened had already happened, and there was no turning back. Lu Li's heart was more ruthless than anyone else's. He would never be lenient to those who had hurt him, especially her. In order to destroy her, he would destroy the people around her first. She really didn't expect so many things to happen when she returned to the country this time. She had finally lived a peaceful life for 6 years. Was she going to fall into war again? If she was alone, it wouldn't be a big deal. At worst, she could just fight with him. But now that she had Xiaojiu, she really couldn't afford to fight or lose. What should she do? It was 9 o'clock in the evening in China. Lu Li was sitting on the sofa, looking at the brightly lit city beneath his feet and puffing out a cloud of smoke. How could she be so worried about an insignificant person? She was really a saint. But if that was the case, why could she be so cruel to kill her own child? Could it be that she was only cruel to him? It was just the beginning and she was already so anxious. He hoped that she could withstand the next blow. If it was so easy to fall, he would be very disappointed. "I'm back." Xie Qingge walked into the bedroom looking worried. A sneer flashed across Lu Li's eyes. "How is it? I went to a lot of media outlets and wanted them to stop reporting about my brother, but they said that even if they stopped now, it would be useless. Everyone knew about it and they wanted to hype it up even more. It's not that simple. There must be someone behind it, but I can't figure out who our family has offended to be so ruthless. My family is also in chaos now. My mother fainted after a big fight with my brother. My father also said that my brother is the shame of the family and has been asking to sever ties with him." Xie Qingge pinched her eyebrows tiredly. "My parents have always been proud of my brother. I didn't expect. Why didn't he tell me about this earlier? Even if he didn't tell my parents, he could have at least told me. No one believed me. I only found out about it when I saw the news. It's really unexpected. I was happy that he had a girlfriend and thought that they would get married. Who knew? How is he now? Xiechinga didn't hear that his tone was full of sarcasm and schadenfreude. Not good. He locked himself in the room the whole day and didn't even eat today. He's under the most pressure now that something like this has happened. I'm really worried. Worried about what? Are you worried that he will commit suicide? If he wants to commit suicide over such a small matter, I can only say that he's too weak. How is this a small matter? It's almost a fatal blow. Everyone will laugh at him in the future. My father won't even be able to lift his head in front of his friends in the industry, let alone my mother. So annoying just thinking about it. What can I do? He likes men, so he has to bear this. As for your family being dragged down, you can only blame yourself for giving birth to this son. It was only then that Xiechinga could hear the sarcasm in his words. She felt a little uncomfortable and couldn't help but complain for the first time. Why do I feel that you seem to be very happy? You're my fiancé, so you can be considered as half a member of my family. I don't ask you to share my troubles, but at least you shouldn't say such things at this time. Lu Li poked the cigarette butt and stood up. His tall figure seemed especially merciless. That's your family's problem. It's Xie Qingyuan's fault. It has nothing to do with me. After saying that, he left coldly. Xie Qing's heart was hurt once again. When Tao Yuan woke up in the morning, her eyelids had been twitching. She had a feeling of uneasiness in her heart, as though something bad was going to happen. But she thought that it might be because of the weather. The weather was gloomy, and people's emotions would also be affected. She didn't know what the revenge Lu Li mentioned was or when it would come. She felt uneasy just thinking about it. Ring, 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 the phone rang. As soon as Tao Yuan answered, she heard Pan Chi's anxious voice. Xiaojiu is missing. She immediately rushed to the police station. Pan Chi was making a statement. Tao Yuan grabbed her and asked anxiously, "What's going on?" I took Xiaojiu shopping in the mall as usual. Halfway through, I wanted to go to the washroom, so I asked Xiaojiu to wait outside. You know, he's very obedient and won't go with strangers. So I was more at ease. But as soon as I came out, he disappeared. I couldn't find him everywhere, so I had to call the police. Buzz? Tao Yuan's ears were ringing. Her vision turned white and she staggered a step back. The police hurriedly held her up. Are you okay? Her face was pale. Children are often kidnapped in the shopping malls around here. This is the third time this month. Didn't you see the news? We've increased the police force to search everywhere. You can go back and wait for the news. Tao Yuan asked the question that she didn't dare to ask. Can we find him? I can only say that we will try our best. But now those human traffickers are very cunning. They will smuggle children abroad, which increases the difficulty of finding him. Last year there were more than 400 children kidnapped in this area, and only 100 of them could be found. No, Xiaojiu must not have been kidnapped. He must have just lost his way. I'm going to find him. From 10 in the morning to 11 at night they couldn't find him. There was no news from the police station either. Tao Yuan sat on the sofa. She was in a daze as if she had lost her soul. There was no focus in her eyes. Pan Chi made a cup of tea. You're so cold. Drink something hot first. I've just contacted the police station. They are still searching everywhere. They will definitely find him. Yuan, don't be like this, okay? Say something to me. It's my fault. Scold me, hit me. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. Pan Chi cried and apologized, but she knew that no matter how much she apologized, it was useless. It's not your fault. I didn't take good care of him. Xiaojiu. He must be looking for me now. Xiaojiu. I can't sit here and wait. I'm going to find Ouyang Shua. He must have a way. As soon as she stood up, she felt dizzy and fell back on the sofa. She had been looking for him for a whole day without stopping. She didn't have any strength at all. But she still stood up with the support of the sofa. Xiaojiu was waiting for her. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. The urgent ringing of the phone woke Ouyang Shua up in the middle of the night. Tao Yuan stood outside the door. She looked like a madwoman with disheveled hair. He had never seen her so panicked. Xiaojiu is missing. Please help me find him. Tao Yuan grabbed his arm and asked anxiously. The tears that she had been holding back the whole day broke the dam and fell down desperately. He's missing? Come in first. Calm down and say it clearly. She finished the whole thing in tears. Ouyang Shua held her shoulders and said calmly. Tao Yuan, look at me. Her eyes were filled with tears. No matter who took Xiaojiu, I will find him for you. I swear to you. Don't worry too much, okay? He picked up his phone and walked to the balcony. He made more than a dozen calls and used all the people he could to search frantically. The TV station was broadcasting the news of children being abducted and sold. It said that some children who were abducted and sold in the United States would be smuggled to other countries. Some would be abused on the way. Tao Yuan covered her mouth and cried even harder. Ouyang Shua, turn off the TV. Don't look at these and scare yourself. Xiaojiu is a smart child. He will be fine. I won't allow anything to happen to him. Tao Yuan, you know my ability. It's very easy for me to find a child. I promise there will be news of him within tomorrow. Trust me. But she still kept crying and blaming herself. I didn't protect him well. If I didn't have to work overtime today to accompany him, it's all my fault. Xiaojiu is my life. If anything happens to him, I won't be able to live. It won't happen. There won't be any accidents. Ouyang Shua held her in his arms and comforted her. Trust me. She cried for a long time. Her tears finally dried up and she was exhausted. Ouyang Shua answered a phone call. Okay, I got it. Is there any news? Chapter 630. I've investigated. This matter has nothing to do with Lu Li. It's probably done by the American gang that often abducts children. There are clues. Don't worry too much. But how could Tao Yuan not worry? She would rather it was Lu Li who did it. At least Xiaojiu was safe in his hands. Just the name of an underworld organization sounded scary. God knew what kind of crazy things they could do for money. You haven't eaten all day. You look so haggard. I'll get you something. Ouyang Shua heated up a frozen lunchbox. Tao Yuan shook her head. Her throat was sore. How can I eat? Do you want to starve yourself to death? I promised you that I would find Xiaojiu. You don't want her to be scared by you when she comes back, do you? Come on, eat a little. You can only find her when you have enough strength, right? He put the spoon into her hand. She dipped the rice twice. I really can't eat. Then you rest for a while? I'll sleep when I hear from Xiaojiu. Look at you now. You're about to faint. It's useless for you to wait like this. I'm here. Trust me. Ouyang Shua comforted Tao Yuan for a while before she lay down on the sofa. He covered her with the quilt. She closed her eyes and opened them worriedly. Wake me up if there's any news. I know. His smile made her feel more at ease. Of course, she believed in Ouyang Shua's ability. She was just afraid that something might happen there. She was so tired that she fell asleep. She had several horrible nightmares which woke her up several times. When she woke up, she began to cry again. She cried again and fell asleep again. She was still crying in her dream. Ouyang Shua wiped the tears on her eyelashes. She slowly opened her bloodshot eyes. The first thing she said was, Is there any news from Xiaojiu? Ouyang Shua nodded. I've tracked the organization and will find them soon. Really? When have I ever lied to you? Thank you. Her throat felt sour. Are you hungry? I've prepared breakfast. She shook her head. I don't want to eat. If you don't eat, I won't help you find Xiaojiu. He set the breakfast in front of her. Come eat a little. Tao Yuan took 2 small bites of the sandwich, drank a mouthful of milk and said that she was full. Seeing that Zhang Shen was also a little tired, he asked, Did you stay up all night? Sorry, it's all because of me. What are you talking about? Your business is my business, not to mention Xiaojiu. You know how much I like her. I just feel bad for you. You're raising a child by yourself. If something happens, you won't have a man. I don't mean anything else. I just want to say that after this incident, you should understand the importance of having a man by your side. Otherwise, you'll run around like a headless fly and make yourself anxious like a madman. Tao Yuan nodded. She felt the same way. Previously, she thought that she could make up for Xiaojiu's lack of fatherly love. Even if it was a little hard and tiring, she could take care of him alone. Yes, she did take good care of Xiaojiu, but there were always some unexpected disasters in life. Only after it happened did she realize how weak and helpless a woman could be. Only a man could really help. If she didn't know Ouyang Shua, she really didn't know what to do. Thank you. The doorbell rang again. Did they find Xiaojiu? Tao Yuan rushed to open the door, but it wasn't Xiaojiu, but Kristen. She was sitting in a wheelchair and the bodyguard was pushing her. Kristen frowned. Tao Yuan stood there, not knowing how to explain. Mom, why are you here? Ouyang Shua walked over. Let me introduce you. This is Tao Yuan, my friend. This is my mother, Kristen. Hello, Miss Tao. Christine smiled faintly. Hello, Auntie. Tao Yuan was very uncomfortable. She was found in his apartment early in the morning. Kristen would definitely misunderstand her relationship with Ouyang Shua, But she didn't have much time to worry about it now. Xiaojiu was the most important. Why is your friend here so early? Well, she asked me for a favor. Oh, so you forgot to make an appointment with me for morning tea? I have something to do today. Maybe another day. Fersen didn't object. She looked at Tao Yuan meaningfully, with a hint of mockery and warning in her eyes, but she looked at Ouyang Shua with a gentle expression. Well, then you can accompany your friend first. If it was under other circumstances, Tao Yuan would have found an excuse to leave, but she still had to wait for Xiaojiu's news, so it was absolutely impossible for her to leave. As for Kristen, if she misunderstood, let her misunderstand and explain later. Your mother won't be unhappy, will she? No, she is very magnanimous. How could she be unhappy because of such a small thing? However, Ouyang Shua was also a little worried that Kristen would investigate Tao Yuan's identity. He had been hiding it well for the past 6 years because he wanted to protect her. But what was to come would come eventually. No matter how strongly his mother opposed it, he would not give up on Tao Yuan. Once he made up his mind, he would never give up easily. Their future would not be decided by anyone else, not even his mother. The final decision was in the hands of Tao Yuan. He even selfishly hoped that after this incident, their relationship could be further improved. Even if it was for Xiaojiu, he hoped that she would give him a chance. Ring, ring, ring. The phone rang again and Ouyang Shua's eyes lit up. Xiaojiu has been found. The child trafficking organization was quickly cracked within 24 hours. Of course, Ouyang Shua was behind the scenes. More than 300 abducted children found their parents in the rescue center. The scene was very touching. Xiaojiu, mommy. I finally found you. Tao Yuan hugged Xiaojiu tightly, and tears kept falling down. Let mommy see if you are hurt. She carefully examined Xiaojiu from head to toe. Fortunately, there was only a slight scratch on his arm, but it still made her distressed. She kept blaming herself for not taking good care of him. Mommy, don't cry. I'm a little man. I'm fine. Xiaojiu wiped her tears and comforted her. When I was kidnapped by that bad guy, other children were crying, but I was not afraid at all because I knew mommy would come to save me. See, I was right? Xiaojiu had a maturity that was different from ordinary people. She was still smiling in such a terrible situation, which made Tao Yuan even more distressed. Uncle Ouyang, it was you who helped me, right? Thank you for saving me. Ouyang Shua also heaved a sigh of relief and touched his cute little head. You're welcome. When the three of them returned home, Tao Yuan took care of Xiaojiu and went to sleep. She still stayed at the bedside, unwilling to leave. Ouyang Shua also accompanied them. Looking at Tao Yuan under the light, his heart was particularly warm. He wished that he could accompany the mother and son every night, and he wished even more that he could become little Nine's father. It was 1 o'clock in the blink of an eye. He was worried that she was too tired, so he reminded her in a low voice. Xiaojiu won't disappear. Rest early, okay? The two of them walked out of the room. The aisle was a little narrow, and it was a little crowded for the two of them to stand there, facing each other. The air was a little stuffy, making their hearts beat faster. Thank you. You've said this 100 times today. You saved Xiaojiu. Even if I say thank you 10,000 times, it's not enough to express my gratitude. Really, thank you. Just saying thank you is not sincere enough. Last time you said you wanted to treat me to a meal, but you still stood me up. Shouldn't you make it up to me? Tao Yuan nodded vigorously. Okay, next Monday night. Ouyang Shua really felt sorry for her and couldn't help but hug her. Tao Yuan's body trembled slightly, but she didn't push him away. She was really very tired. She needed a hug, she needed someone to rely on. It had been a whole 6 years and only she knew how hard it had been. Moreover, she couldn't bear to push Ouyang Shua away again. He had really sacrificed too much for her. Thank you for not pushing me away. The two of them hugged for a long time in the corridor. For each other, this hug didn't have any hint of ambiguity. It was more of warmth, a feeling of peace and a mutual support and dependence. Pan Chi got up and saw this scene in the bathroom. She was stunned. Tao Yuan quickly broke free from his arms and fixed her hair. Did I wake up at the wrong time? Pan Chi asked awkwardly. Why don't I go back and you continue to hug? I can still bear it for half an hour. Stop it. I'll go first. You rest. As soon as Ouyang Shua left, Pan Chi began to gossip. What happened just now? You two are together? You think too much. How am I thinking too much? It's my eyes that told me, okay? I saw you two hugging each other with my own eyes. Didn't you say before that you wouldn't accept him? Why, he saved Xiaojiu, so you are so touched that you want to marry him. Do you want to marry him or pay with your body? Tao Yuan couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with her and went back to her room, but Pan Chi followed her in. You haven't answered me yet. Say it. I really can't be bothered to answer that kind of boring question. What? You two hugged each other. That's just a hug between friends. Well, how can I not come to understand you? You are not the kind of person who will let others hug you casually, and it seems that you two hugged for a long time. Just admit it. What's there to be embarrassed about? I can't wait for you two to be together. Good night. Tao Yuan closed the door. She was too weak and soft-hearted just now, so she was moved to hug Ouyang Shura. Now that she calmed down and thought about it, she felt a little regretful. Could it be that he misunderstood? She admitted that he moved her very much and he was also very good to Xiaojiu. If he and Luli were not brothers, maybe she would really consider him. After all, after this incident, she clearly realized how important it was to have a man at home, not for herself but for the child. Otherwise, it would be really difficult for her to deal with an accident alone. But unfortunately they were brothers. If a woman divorced her brother and then married her younger brother, what would others say? Of course, the opinions of others were not the most important. What she was most worried about was Xiaojiu's opinion. She didn't want him to have any relationship with Lu Li in the future. If she and Ouyang Shua were together, then the father and son would definitely meet. At that time, the elder brother and the younger brother would fight for the child. What a complicated relationship. What a headache. She pinched her eyebrows and decided not to think so much. Chapter 631. Tao Yuan slept soundly that night because she was tired. She got up early the next morning, made breakfast and waited for Xiaojiu to get up. She looked at him when she was washing her face, when she was eating breakfast and when he was practicing the piano. She looked at him as if he would disappear as soon as she closed her eyes. Xiaojiu couldn't help but say, "Mommy, you don't have to look at me all the time. I'm here. I won't disappear." Silly girl. Ding dong, Pan Chi had just left for work, so Tao Yuan thought it was her who came back to get something. But when she opened the door, it was Frissen. Although she came with bad intentions, she didn't show it on her face. She was still noble and beautiful. "Miss Tao." "Hello. Is it convenient for me to come in?" Tao Yuan looked back at Tao Xiaojiu and nodded. The bodyguard was at the door. "This is my son Xiaojiu." Tao Xiaojiu saw Frissen sitting in a wheelchair, but she was smart enough not to ask anything. She bowed to her seriously. "Hello, Grandma." Frissen nodded. The little guy was very handsome and cute. Even she couldn't help but like him. Unfortunately, he was not her grandson, so it was useless to like him. "Grandma, have some tea." Tao Xiaojiu handed it to her with both hands. "Thank you." "Xiaojiu, go back to your room and do your homework. I'll have a chat with Grandma." "Okay. Your son is a good boy." Frissen nodded. "Yes, he's really good." A happy smile appeared on Tao Yuan's face. "You promised to keep a distance from Shua. Do you remember?" "Yes. But less than half a month after that, you spent the night at his house." "I can explain that. It was because Xiaojiu was kidnapped by human traffickers. I had no choice but to ask Shua for help. We are not that kind of relationship." "That's strange. Your son got into trouble and you didn't ask his biological father for help, but asked my son for help. What's the reason?" "Luli and I are divorced. I've been taking care of Xiaojiu all these years." "Oh, so he doesn't know about Xiaojiu's existence? Don't you think this is too selfish and unfair to him and Xiaojiu? He has the right to know the truth." Tao Yuan lowered her head and did not refute. "In short, Xiaojiu belongs to me alone. But you don't have the ability to take care of him. To lose your own son shows how careless you are as a mother. I admit that I failed in my duty this time, but I don't think I can't take care of Xiaojiu alone. He's smart, cute and healthy now. But have you been alone all these years? Shua took care of him until he was 3 years old, and for the past few years, a friend of yours has been helping him. No matter how good Xiaojiu is, she's not just your blood and sweat. You're holding Shua back and you're also holding your friend back. As far as I know, she is still unmarried. She is also 30 years old, right? Even if they're willing to put it bluntly, they're a burden. No matter how much you've done as a mother, it's understandable. But they're not related to Xiaojiu by blood. Why do they have to do so many things? What do they get? Maybe they're willing, but their sacrifice is also a fact. Don't you feel sorry for them?" It's not that Tao Yuan doesn't think about these things if Frissen doesn't mention them. Those feelings of guilt do exist. She's selfish and she's too centered around Xiaojiu. She doesn't know how to explain, and after a long time she squeezes out a very weak sentence. "That's my business." "Yes, that's your business indeed, and I shouldn't interfere. But this matter has something to do with my son, so I have to say it. As a single mother, I have to remind you that no matter how cute your son is in front of you, the lack of fatherly love will definitely cause some psychological problems. Needless to say, you must have felt that Shua is still different from ordinary people in the past. That is caused by the family. You don't want your son to become like this, do you? Since you love your son so much, then you should treat him as your master. Let him go back and recognize his own father while it's not too late. Otherwise, just like Shua now, he hates his own Lu Yanting, which is very scary. I won't let Xiaojiu hate Lu Li, and I've never thought of instilling any concept of revenge in him. I just hope that they won't have any contact. Do you think that's possible? Even if you don't let him hate him, the child will think for himself. The more he loves you, the more he will hate Lu Li for not taking care of you and your son. The hatred will grow day by day, and it's very normal for him to take revenge 20 years later. You keep saying that you love him, but what you're doing is selfishly taking him for yourself. No matter what excuse you use to do it for his own good, you're actually depriving him of fatherly love. The older he gets, the deeper the grudge will grow. I don't think that's what you want to see. Tao Yuan said with some panic. How to treat Xiaojiu well is my business. I'm his mother. I don't need a bystander like you to point fingers at my life and my friends' lives, and I don't need you to teach me what to do. Kristen saw that she was wavering, and her tone became even more sarcastic. If it wasn't for my son, I wouldn't have cared about your business. Since you didn't listen to my kind words, then I can only ask you to leave Los Angeles. Tao Yuan was taken aback by Frisen's sudden question, but she replied immediately after she regained her composure. Impossible. It's my freedom to live where I want, and no one has the right to chase me away. On the contrary, it's really too abrupt of you to make this request. Los Angeles is my home, and I will never leave here for anyone. Your home is here, and since you can leave your home and come to America, why can't you go somewhere else? Do you have to stay here to pester Shua? I'm not staying here for him, but this is my home. Xiaojiu and I are used to living here. Why should we move away for your rude request? Miss Tao, you say that I'm rude, but you're the one who's not keeping your promise. You promised to keep your distance from Shua, and I gave you a chance, but you went back on your word. Tao Yuan tried to bear with it, but Kristen was still aggressive, and her tone became a little unpleasant. I didn't pester your son. We had a dinner date that day, but I didn't show up. If it wasn't for Xiaojiu, I wouldn't have asked him for help at all. But the fact is that you asked him for help. Shua isn't Xiaojiu's father, nor is he your husband. He shouldn't do so many things for you. If you continue to stay in Los Angeles, you'll ask him for other favors in the future. Do you dare say that part of the reason you're staying here isn't because you feel more at ease with him around? Do you dare say that you don't rely on him at all? You do, and you're using his feelings to make him do things for you. No matter how nice your words are and how innocent you are, the fact is that you're using him. Even if you're right, do you think leaving Los Angeles will help? It's not like you don't know Shua's personality. If he wants to, he'll definitely come to me. Can you buy a chain to tie him up? He's already in his 30s and he doesn't need you to teach him what to do and what not to do. Also, people have reverse psychology and they don't like to be forced to do things. If you keep forcing him, he'll go against you even more. Are you threatening me? I'm telling the truth. Kristen was the kind of person who would become stronger when confronted with someone stronger. She was already showing signs of falling out. Then what do you want me to do? If we were in each other's shoes, you'd definitely do the same thing. I don't want to talk nonsense with you. Anyway, if you don't move out, I'll let Luli know that he has a son. You? Tao Yuan panicked. That's too despicable of you. For my son, I'll do anything despicable. Besides, you're hiding it from Luli, and that's not something to be proud of. What do you want me to say to make you believe that I won't accept Shura? Yes, he's very good to me and I'm very touched, but as long as he's Luli's brother, I'll never accept him in this life. I'll swear whatever you want. But if you stay here, he won't be able to accept anyone else. Will leaving make a difference? Physical distance isn't the most important thing, but the heart. Do I have to die for his happiness? Unless he comes around and lets me go, no matter where I hide, it's useless. You can give up now. Part of the reason why I broke up with Luli was that I didn't get along with his mother. I know that a relationship without family blessings won't be happy, so I won't marry Shua even if you hate me, because I don't want to put him in a difficult position. Kristen waved her hand. I don't want to listen to your nonsense anymore. Anyway, I've made it very clear. If you love your son so much, then leave. This is your last chance. Late at night, after coaxing Tao Xiaojiu to sleep, Tao Yuan sat on the bed in a daze, hugging her legs. When she'd first arrived in Los Angeles, she'd been very uncomfortable and often cried alone at night. But after 6 years she'd already regarded this place as her home. Now that she'd finally settled down, she definitely wouldn't leave. She'd made it very clear that no matter how much Kristen threatened her, she wouldn't be driven away. "Why aren't you sleeping?" Pan-Chi walked in. "You're awake too, aren't you?" "I drank too much coffee in the afternoon so I couldn't sleep." Pan-Chi curled up on her bed, her hair loose, making her face look very small, but she was still so beautiful. But the beauty of a woman in her 20s was different from that of a woman in her 30s. Time matured a woman's face and charm, but it also left small wrinkles, which could be seen no matter how much they took care of themselves. Recalling what Kristen had said in the afternoon, Tao Yuan couldn't help but feel even more guilty towards Pan-Chi. She always thought that she could take care of Xiaojiu on her own, but in fact she had never been alone. The person she felt most sorry for was Pan-Chi. She was usually very happy to laugh and play, but sometimes when she thought about it, at least she had Xiaojiu while Pan-Chi had no one by her side. 6 years ago she'd risked everything to follow her to the United States and rarely returned home. She treated her even better than her own sister, which she couldn't repay. Pan-Chi glanced at her phone. It was a WeChat message and she curled her lips. Which suitor is it this time? Chapter 632. He also likes you. There are too many people who like me. Who does he think he is? The last time you fell in love was 3 years ago. Shouldn't you consider marriage? Pan-Chi rolled her eyes. Why are you like my mom? You seem to be afraid that I can't get married. Please, I'm so beautiful. Why would I be afraid that no one wants me? I feel pity for those men. Ah, that's true. Is there no one around you who can move you? There is one, the vice president of your company, Jack. But he's already 40 and divorced. Isn't he too old? Please, I'm 32. It's normal to find a man in his 40s, okay? Do you think I'm still in my 20s? Besides, what's wrong with divorced men? Only men who have been hurt in their marriages know more about relationships. Do you understand? Pan-Chi said one thing after another. Unfortunately, the last time I saw him was too short. I don't know much about him. I don't know how he is. How about you ask him out to dinner and help me collect some information? You know, if I ask him out directly, he'll definitely perform better. That won't be real enough. She had helped her so much. Tao Yuan thought she could do such a small thing. Okay, then I'll ask him out to dinner tomorrow. In China. Xie Qingge returned to the villa where she and Lu Li lived. As soon as she entered the room, she smelled tobacco. She didn't hate the smell, but smoking was harmful to the body. Besides, Lu Li smoked too much. She was worried that his lungs would have problems sooner or later. However, those worries were hidden in her heart. She never dared to say it out loud. She loved him too carefully and humbly. Sometimes she felt that she was more like his servant than his girlfriend. Restraining her disappointment, Xie Qingge pushed the door open and went in. Lu Li had already packed his luggage. Are you going on a business trip? Yes. Where? Los Angeles. You just came back last week. You're going again today? When are you leaving? In an hour. His answer to her was as cold and emotionless as a robot's. So soon. Do you want me to go with you? You stay at home with your parents. This was the most considerate thing he had ever said, but Xie Qingge still felt it was a little strange. Actually, she didn't accompany him every time he went on a business trip, but she always wanted to follow him. Recently, she had been feeling more and more uneasy. Do you really not need me to go with you? Yes. She couldn't help but wonder if he hated her and didn't want to bring her along. Then, she secretly laughed at herself for being too sensitive, scaring herself with the slightest movement. But she really felt that he was more absent-minded than before, and she couldn't figure out what he was thinking. She walked over and hugged him from behind, her face pressed against his back. Well, then I'll stay at home. I'll listen to you. Lu Li didn't push her away, but his body was stiff. He didn't care at all. Ali, I really love you. Now that we're engaged, why do I feel like I'm going to lose you? I feel like I'm going to lose you. Am I thinking too much? She was hoping for a comforting sentence, but Lu Li put out his cigarette and said indifferently, Don't worry. Don't think too much. There was no tenderness in his tone. Xie Qingge's heart was even more bitter, so bitter. But she didn't even dare to lose her temper. Instead, she blamed herself. Yes, I'm thinking too much. Maybe it's because too many things have happened at home recently that I've become sensitive. This is not good. I'll change first and send you to the airport later. No need. With that, he pushed her arm away. The plane landed at Los Angeles International Airport. Lu Li just got off the plane and took a car back to the hotel. In the car, he kept holding his phone but didn't make a call. That woman was in this city. But so what? He wasn't here for her. He was here for work. It had nothing to do with her. But did it really have nothing to do with her? Luli asked himself. Was he really not here for her? He had just finished his work in Los Angeles last week. This week he said it was a routine inspection. But was it necessary? Or maybe it was just an excuse. He couldn't even convince himself, which made him a little annoyed. In the end, he put away his phone and pinched his eyebrows. He wouldn't let that woman control his mood anymore. When they arrived at the hotel, the driver got off and opened the door respectfully. Luli paused as soon as he got off the car. Wasn't the woman sitting by the window in the restaurant opposite Taoyuan? Los Angeles was such a big city, but he bumped into her as soon as he got off the car. Was this fate or ill-fated? She wasn't alone. She was chatting happily with a middle-aged man in his 40s. Luli's nerves were pricked again. He felt sour. They were from the same company. Taoyuan had met Jack a few times before. Her impression of him was that he didn't have the airs of a vice president. He was friendly, approachable, and took good care of his subordinates. As a man, he was also very charming. She didn't know much else. But after the meal, she realized that Pan Chi's affection for Jack wasn't without reason. He was a gentleman, knew a lot, and was good at taking care of people. He had the charm of a mature man. Pan Chi was an idiot in that kind of life. She deserved a husband like this to take care of her. The two of them chatted happily and even danced together. Then Jack left because he had something to do. Taoyuan couldn't wait to call Pan Chi to report the situation. Yes, he's very nice. He doesn't put on airs. He's very considerate and good at taking care of people. I also asked around. He divorced his ex-wife because they were too busy with work and didn't have time to see each other. That's why their relationship faded. There's no other reason. They have an 8-year-old daughter. She's with his ex-wife and she's in New York now. It's really not bad. Anyway, I'm very satisfied. Her arm was bumped and her bag fell. His other hand picked it up for her first. Thank you. Ah. Taoyuan exclaimed in shock when she raised her head. Luli? Had she seen a ghost? Why was he here? She hurriedly hung up. She was so scared that her face was pale, but in Luli's eyes, it looked like she was guilty. What? Did she feel embarrassed after being caught on a blind date? A divorced man in his 40s even had a child, but she still rushed to throw herself at him. How thirsty was she? Didn't she talk to a man gently on the phone last time? Who was that man? Why did she come out for a blind date when she had a man? She was so thirsty and a man couldn't satisfy her? The two of them just stood there. One's face was pale and he couldn't hide his panic. The other's face was tense and gloomy. His tall figure shrouded her and he didn't say a word, which made her shudder. Taoyuan secretly swallowed her saliva and said, "Thank you." She wanted to take her bag back, but Luli kept holding it tightly. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't pull it out. She was a little anxious. Can you please let go? What was she doing? Pretending not to know him? Let go. This is my bag, please. He suddenly let go when she was the most forceful. She staggered a few steps back and sat on the ground. It hurt. He must have done it on purpose. Taoyuan glared at him angrily. She got up and was about to leave, but he blocked her way. You're blocking my way, sir? Sir? He snorted. It was really ironic. Are you pretending not to know me? This was Los Angeles, where her new life had begun. There was no Luli here and there was no ex-husband, so she didn't know him. But Taoyuan only dared to say it in her heart and didn't dare to say it in front of him. This man was crazy. She didn't want to anger him. First you're gay and now you're an old man. You're really hungry. So what if I am? That's my business. Sure enough, he heard what she said just now. He didn't specify how to mock her. Taoyuan also felt very unlucky to run into him at this time. That's your business, but you shouldn't have played me. You already knew that Xie Qingyuan was gay, but you still colluded with him to act. He's my client. I didn't know about your relationship when I agreed to help him act. Otherwise, I would definitely hide as far away as possible. Besides, that's between me and him. I didn't deliberately play with you. Don't drag yourself into everything, okay? You're really not that important. I don't believe in coincidences. If that's the case, then why are you here? If it's not a coincidence, then are you following me? I'll say the same thing to you. You're not that important either. Don't worry, I'm not so narcissistic. I just want you to get out of my way. That old man is your new prey? His words were really unpleasant. Every word was sarcastic, including his tone. Taoyuan felt uncomfortable hearing that. What new prey? Don't make me sound like a beast, okay? But your behavior is similar to that of a beast. As long as it's a man, you like to provoke him and stick to him. Is that so? Tao Yuan rolled her eyes and said sarcastically. I didn't stick to you either. You didn't? Then didn't you stick to me and pester me for the past 14 years? That was 6 years ago. Why are you bringing it up? Life is so long. There must be 1 or 2 mistakes. Mistake? She dared to classify their past as a mistake? Luli was angry. But why did he mind so much? The past was the past for her. Wasn't it the same for him? Why did he have to take it to heart? Why did he care about what she thought of their relationship? Please let me leave, okay? Do you think I'll let you go so easily? I've said it very clearly. I want to settle the score with you about Xie Qingyuan. I've already explained it very clearly. That was a blunder. It had nothing to do with you. Why do you have to think that you're so important? You're not the main character in everything. I don't care about the reason. I only care about the truth. The truth is that you lied to me. And I hate it when people lie to me. Tao Yuan really felt tired talking to him. She couldn't explain a very, very simple matter even if she talked until her saliva was dry. He had a very big shortcoming, and that was that he was terrifyingly stubborn. Once he wanted to pursue a matter, he would pester it to the end, not giving the other party any leeway. Chapter 633. She had not been able to sleep well these few days because she was afraid that he would suddenly come to Los Angeles. As expected, he really came. Her mind was filled with ways to get rid of him and hide Xiaojiu. She definitely could not let him know of Xiaojiu's existence. Are you prepared to be someone's stepmother? That old man. What do you want from him? True love? Ah, what a joke. What's so funny? He's mature, rich, charming, considerate, gentle, and elegant. He's a good choice. I'm also married for the 2nd time. Why would I care if someone else was married before? It's normal to be someone's stepmother. Mr. Lu Xiao Lu Luli. I'll say it clearly again. We're already divorced and we've been divorced for 6 years. You can't possibly think that I'll stop looking for someone at such a young age, right? Is that possible? Don't tell me that divorced women don't have the right to pursue happiness? Don't tell me that divorce and then looking for someone is called being hungry? What kind of logic is that? You're already engaged and I believe that you'll get married soon. Why don't you spend more time managing your happy newlywed life instead of chasing me all the way to Los Angeles? I didn't provoke you, okay? You didn't provoke me? You and Xie Qingyuan acted in front of me and that's not provoking me? Also, don't think that I came to Los Angeles to look for you. Whether it's true or not, you know it in your heart. There's no need to say anything more. Luli almost choked to death by her words. That's right, he came to Los Angeles for this woman, right? He was probably really crazy. 6 years ago he slapped himself hard in the face and it wasn't enough. Now he actually did it again and refused to repent. Since we've already started our own lives, then is there a problem for me to find another man? There's no problem, but there's a problem with how many girls you've been with. Which eye of yours saw how many girls I've been with? Luli wanted to say that he clearly heard her talking to another man on the phone very gently. Wasn't that the case? But then she would definitely mock him for stalking her and call him a pervert. He didn't want to fall into that kind of predicament. Our divorce doesn't mean we part on good terms. Maybe what I did 6 years ago made you feel uncomfortable. I can apologize to you, but it's a fact that we're divorced, and it's all because of the unhappy past. Isn't it the best relief to not see each other again? It doesn't matter if it's a coincidence or you're doing this on purpose. You're only creating more trouble by holding on to me like this. We're all adults, so let's be more carefree. He clenched his fists but did not say anything. The two of them stood there staring at each other. Tao Yuan thought that it was not the way to go on like this. She had to get out of here as soon as possible, so she turned around and walked back, but Luli followed her subconsciously. I'm going to the bathroom. Do you want to follow me? He paused. Tao Yuan fled into the bathroom and hurriedly called Xiaojiu's cell phone. On the other side. After answering the phone, Pan Qi rushed into Xiaojiu's room in a hurry. Godmother, what's wrong? Are there cockroaches again? Pan Qi was afraid that she would scare Xiaojiu, so she quickly calmed herself down. Pack up, let's go to New York. New York? What? To play. But I have to go to school tomorrow. I'll help you ask for leave. Xiaojiu did not move and looked at her suspiciously. Well, it's like this. Your mommy is going there on a business trip and wants to take you there. I'll call the kindergarten. Why are you still standing there? Don't you trust me? Xiaojiu shook her head. Then should we wait for mommy? Let's go first. She'll be here soon. Although Xiaojia was still a little puzzled, he was a good and considerate child, so he did not ask more. Well, okay then. The two of them got on the plane that night. There was always a way out. There was actually a window at the back of the bathroom. Tao Yuan was good at martial arts and climbed out in a few steps. She dragged her high heels and ran as if she was escaping from danger. She kept looking back, afraid that Luli would catch up with her. Just as she was running, she suddenly hit a human wall. She took a few steps back and sat on the ground again. She was almost broken into pieces. It hurts, she frowned and her vision went black. But the black figure in front of her terrified her even more. Luli. He was actually in front of her. He must have known that she would run away and deliberately blocked her here. Too cunning. She was the monkey son. Even if she had the 72 transformations and had the ability to reach the heavens, she could not escape from the palm of the Buddha. Their combat power was not on the same level at all, okay? When she was hit just now, Tao Yuan's phone was also thrown to the ground. The screen was still on the call log page. At a glance, it was filled with the name, Andy Baby. Andy. This was clearly a man's name. What was worse was that there was a baby at the end. Andy Baby? He actually called another man baby? Who the hell was that Andy guy? Was he a foreigner? Her taste was quite heavy. Lu Li's stomach was so sour that it kept bubbling. He was about to drown himself. But the angrier he was, the more he did not allow himself to show it. His face was clouded, and no emotions could be seen, even if he wanted to kill someone in his heart. But what did this have to do with him? She was just a vicious ex-wife. He didn't care which man he called baby or who he loved. He didn't care. He just could not stand her fooling around with him, so he wanted to get back at her. He had no other motives. Luli took a step forward. Tao Yuan hurriedly hid her phone in her bag and wanted to hide, but he pulled her up. He used to do this kind of thing often. Even though it had been 6 years, Tao Yuan's body still instinctively resisted him, and she immediately struggled. Let go of me, we are divorced. Can't you show some respect? Who told you to run? Who ran? I like to climb through the window, can't I? Let go. She used her fingers to break him. In the past few years she had trained to be as tough as copper and iron. She could control her emotions very well, but even a saint would be angered by him, right? Let go. She was dragged to his car and forced inside. Before she could escape, he had already locked the car. She slapped the window hard. Let me down. Let me down. You are kidnapping. Are you a human trafficker? Lu Li calmly closed the car door, his face still very dark. If I am a human trafficker, then you are a swindler. What did I lie to you? Even if Xie Qingyuan and I were a fake couple, what harm did I do to you? Did I cheat you of your money or your body? Did you lose anything? Lu Li wanted to say that she had cheated his heart. Did it not count? As for the loss, her fake relationship with Xie Qingyuan had made him unable to sleep for those days and nights. Every day he would be irritated by everything he saw. He couldn't do anything well and his stomach was always sour. Did this count as a loss? Anyway, it was a huge mistake for her to have a relationship with a man, and she had already offended him. Those words Lu Li hid in his heart, and the more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Tao Yuan could feel the man's anger brewing from the increasing speed of the car. It was better for her not to offend him. Otherwise, if something happened, she would be wronged. He was a lunatic and it was fine if he died. But she still had a precious son and she couldn't die. Thinking about this, she calmed down. It's my fault. I shouldn't have said that. Can we talk about it? Since we have started a new life, we have to learn to give up and forgive, right? Otherwise, what's the difference between divorce or not? Miss Ye is a good person and you two are a good match. As for me, I'm not the kind of woman you think I am. I just want to pursue my own happiness. That gentleman just now is the vice president of our company, not my blind date. It's Pan Chi who likes him, so she asked me to help her get to know him first and see what his character is like. Lu Li pressed the horn hard, making an ear-piercing sound, but what was even more ear-piercing was his sarcasm. Your lying skills are getting worse and worse. Look, you don't believe me at all, so I don't want to explain to you. You always have a lot of things to say to mock me. If you want people to believe you, you have to at least make up a decent lie, don't you? Do you have to check all the men your friends find? To what extent? Do you have to let you test them first to see if they are good in bed? Or are you so close to that Pan Chi that you can share a man? Sisters serving a husband and taking turns to sleep? There was no way to communicate. There was really no way to communicate. Tao Yuan couldn't help shaking her head. He might as well give her a quick stab. If I believe you, you have lied to me for the second time just now. If the previous time with Xie Qingyuan was unintentional, Then this time, you must have done it on purpose, right? When I asked you, you didn't tell me the truth. I just don't like your attitude. It's as if it's a heinous thing for me to find a man. The point just now was not Jack, but you seem to mind that I have a new boyfriend. Luli rolled his eyes to the sky. What relationship do I have with you? Why should I mind? Do you think I still love you? Tao Yuan, I won't make the same mistake twice. I know, but if it's not because of love, then it must be because of hate, right? In this sense, you are still making the second mistake. You are wrong because you hate me. When you don't let me go, you also don't let yourself go. I think you are actually more tired than me. How many times have I said that we are divorced? Isn't it better to end it like this? Whether I find a new boyfriend or not, what age I find, what I do, whether I have money or not, it has nothing to do with you. It really doesn't make sense for you to suddenly come out and accuse me of being a loose woman. Do you know? I don't feel angry, I feel ridiculous. To put it bluntly, even if I really have a foot in several boats, what does it have to do with you, Luli, your ex-husband? Yes. What does it have to do with me? Luli asked himself repeatedly. He had been clearly seeing that he was forcing himself to the road of death, forcing himself to have no way out. He could only endlessly cycle this kind of dead end, exhausting himself. He also had a deep fear in his heart, afraid that he would fall into the pain of the past. But it seemed that the more people were afraid of something, the more strongly their body would be attracted to it. He already had a faint sense of crisis that he was about to fall into. No one knew better than him how much pain and shadow the last entanglement brought him. Panic attacks began to break out, and Luli knew that it was time to end everything immediately. Chapter 634. Get out. He was the one who wanted to drag her into the car, okay? Now he asked her to get out of the car again. Crazy. Don't you want to leave? Get out. That's exactly what I want. She quickly unbuckled her seat belt, slammed the door and fled without looking back. Luli slammed his fist onto the steering wheel. At the airport. There was still an hour before the flight to New York would board. Pan Chi was anxious and looked around vigilantly, afraid that a group of bodyguards would suddenly rush in and take Tao Xiaojiu away. She knew Luli well. Unless he didn't investigate, he would immediately find out that she had a son. In fact, it was useless for them to escape to New York, but people always thought that maybe it would be better to escape from this place. Godmother, what's wrong with you today? You seem to be in a hurry. Oh, really? Yes, I feel like I'm fleeing. Hee, you're thinking too much. I'm just in a hurry to go to New York to play. It's okay. I want to pee. Okay, then I'll take you there. No, I'm a little man. I can't go into the women's restroom again. When they arrived at the men's restroom, Pan Chi was worried and warned him not to run away with others. I know, I'll be very careful. Wait for me for a while. Xiaojiu walked into the restroom and suddenly found a wallet on the ground. She picked it up to see if there was any useful information in it. There was no cash, just some cards and an ID card. The photo on the ID card was so handsome. Xiaojiu's eyes lit up. The most handsome person he knew was Ouyang Shua, so he compared the two of them. Although he wanted to be partial to Uncle Ouyang, he found that the two were about the same. It could only be said that they were different in terms of handsomeness, and he liked this man's appearance more. He was so cool, just like the male lead in the movie 007. Tao Xiaojiu suddenly had a strange thought. If only this handsome uncle was his father. He put the ID card back into the card bag and looked around with his small eyes wide open. Great, it's right there. After washing his hands, Luli turned around and suddenly saw a tiny figure standing in front of him. He was not even as tall as a thigh, but he had a very spirited appearance. His eyes were black and shiny, and he was a very handsome and cute little boy. His heart was suddenly pounded, and a strange feeling grew within him. He had never liked children, and it could even be said that he was annoyed by them. However, the little guy in front of him gave him a feeling of fondness. Uncle. What's up? Luli's tense face relaxed a little and he squatted down. Uncle, you dropped your wallet. Tao Xiaojiu handed it to him. Luli was stunned. He had never lost anything before. Maybe he was really hurt by that woman. How did you know it was me? There's your ID card inside. I've seen your photo. I'm sorry, Uncle. I didn't mean to peek into your privacy, but I wanted to find you. Thank you. Luli rubbed his head. He couldn't help but think that if their child hadn't been aborted, he would have been about the same age as the little boy in front of him, right? He would have been as cute as him. To be honest, he looked quite similar to the photo of him when he was a child. Just as he was thinking about this, Tao Xiaojiu suddenly said, Uncle, we look a little alike. Uncle, we look a little alike. Are you my daddy? You don't have a daddy? Tao Xiaojiu frowned, hesitated for a moment and mumbled. "No, I have a daddy." He just didn't know where he was and who he was. Although he had always told him that it didn't matter, that he had the best mommy and godmother in the world, and now he had Uncle Ouyang. He was very happy, but he still wanted to know what it felt like to have a daddy. Every time he saw the other children in kindergarten together with their family of 3, he felt very envious. Luli guessed that he should be a child from a divorced family, and he felt a little distressed. "What's your name?" "Tao Junting." "My name is Tao Junting and my nickname is Tao Xiaojiu," he said proudly. "Xiaojiu? What a cute name." His surname was actually Tao, the same surname as that woman. Was he her child? Luli secretly laughed at himself for thinking too much. He saw the blood under her body with his own eyes. Their child had died on the operating table 6 years ago, brutally murdered by her. How could this Tao Xiaojiu be their child? Thinking of the child who was strangled by his mother before he was born, Luli's heart began to ache again, and his face became gloomy. "Uncle, are you thinking of something sad?" Luli was slightly surprised. His emotions were hidden very deeply, and even the people around him couldn't detect it, but he, a child, actually felt it. A child's eyes were the purest and could see through everything. Luli just smiled bitterly. "Uncle, my mommy said that life is so long and there will be many setbacks, but as long as you grit your teeth, there is nothing you can't get through. As the saying goes, a happy day is also a sad day, so why not live a happy day?" This reason was a bit old-fashioned, but it was very convincing when it came from the mouth of a child. Luli's mood suddenly became cheerful. Apart from the big reason, just looking at such a bright smiling face, all his worries were gone. For the first time, Luli thought how good it would be if he had such a cute son. "Uncle, you're smiling. You're so handsome when you smile, as handsome as me." Tao Xiaojiu cutely made a V sign next to her face. "Thank you, Xiaojiu." "Goodbye, uncle." "Goodbye." Tao Xiaojiu waved goodbye to him and Luli looked back at him several times. When he left, Tao Xiaojiu silently said a string of numbers, which was his cell phone number. He just saw his business card, and because his memory was very good, he wrote down the number at a glance and firmly imprinted it in his mind. He went out after going to the bathroom. "Godmother. You scared me to death. What took you so long? I thought you were kidnapped again." "How could that be?" "It's okay. I just helped a handsome uncle pick up his wallet." "Handsome uncle?" Why didn't she see the handsome uncle? Did she miss him when she turned around to make a phone call? "Yes, very handsome as Uncle Ouyang. I like him so much." "Please, you can't judge a book by its cover. You can't run away with him just because he's handsome, understand? There are many bad guys in this world and some of them are very handsome." "Okay." Tao Xiaojiu nodded seriously. "I won't leave you and mommy." "Good girl." Pan Chi was afraid that Xiaojiu was thirsty, so she took him to buy a bottle of water. As soon as she came back, she saw a familiar figure passing by. "What the hell? Luli?" Pan Chi quickly pulled Xiaojiu behind a pillar to hide. She saw him enter the boarding gate and disappear. She patted her chest in shock. She was scared to death. She had almost been discovered just now. If he saw her with Xiaojiu and Xiaojiu looked like him, he would be suspicious. "Godmother, who are you hiding from? You're so mysterious today." "No, I saw a strange person just now. I'm afraid he's a human trafficker." But Xiaojiu knew from her expression that it wasn't. Although he was small, his eyes were very sharp. Nothing could fool him. Pan Chi hurriedly called Tao Yuan. "Guess who I saw just now?" "Luli, airport?" "Yes, he boarded the plane." "Did you see him clearly?" "Of course, I would recognize him even if he was burned to ashes." "Why did he leave so quickly?" "I don't know. He left me halfway. My phone was out of battery just now, so I charged it when I got home." "Are we still going to New York?" "Not now. Come back quickly." "Okay." Pan Chi hung up and went back to find Xiaojiu. "Let's not go to New York. Let's go home." "Ah? What?" "Well, your mommy suddenly doesn't need to go on a business trip, so we won't go either." "Well, okay." Xiaojiu nodded obediently, holding Pan Chi's hand. "Let's go home." Back home, when Tao Xiaojiu was taking a shower, Pan Chi hurriedly pulled Tao Yuan into the room. "What's going on? Why did Luli suddenly come?" "I don't know." Tao Yuan told her what happened in the restaurant. Pan Chi was so angry that she glared at her. "That guy is crazy, right? What does it have to do with him whether you go on a blind date or not? Who is he to you? Why does he care about your business? Why did he insult you with those words? You've been divorced for 6 years. He can't expect you to be a widow for the rest of your life, right? Why is he so vengeful? It would be better if it was purely for revenge. What do you mean? Do you think he still has feelings for you? Tao Yuan opened her mouth and said hesitantly. I don't know, but if it's just for revenge, is it worth coming all the way from China to Los Angeles? That's true. He must love and hate you now, right? I just don't know if he loves you more or hates you more. But no matter what, he must have made up his mind to pester you. Even if he escaped this time, he might not be able to escape next time. He will find out about Xiaojiu sooner or later. I don't think he can hide it for long. That's what I'm most worried about. I have to think of a way quickly. I can't let him take Xiaojiu away. In the small room, a small wall lamp exuded a warm light. Tao Xiaojiu looked like a little angel on the bed. Mommy, I met a very handsome uncle at the airport today. He's really handsome as Uncle Ouyang. Really? Well, actually I think that uncle is a little more handsome than Uncle Ouyang, just a little. I picked up his wallet and returned it to him. Xiaojiu is such a good girl. I hope I can be as handsome and cool as that uncle. Is he Agent 007? Tao Yuan smiled. Maybe. I want to be an agent in the future and catch those bad guys. Tao Yuan touched his face. Sleep early. Good night. Mommy, I'll grow up soon. I'll take care of you and Godmother. So it's okay even if you don't have Daddy because you still have me. Tao Yuan was so touched that her eyes turned red. She was born into a single-parent family and had never mentioned her father. Not only did Xiaojiu not blame her, but she also often comforted her. She was really sensible. Chapter 635. Xie Qingge called Lu Li several times but he didn't pick up. She didn't know if he was busy or if he deliberately didn't pick up her call. Disappointed, she returned home, but found that the bedroom light was on and Lu Li had just come out of the shower. Ali, why are you back? She was overjoyed and wanted to give him a kiss, but Lu Li avoided it. Counting the time of the round-trip flight, he should have only stayed in Los Angeles for 2 hours. But doesn't a business trip usually last at least 3 days? Xie Qingge felt that something was wrong, but she didn't dare to get to the bottom of it. Is the work over there finished? Lu Li picked up a towel to dry his hair, and his other hand touched the pack of cigarettes. He took one out and put it in his mouth, silently swallowing it. It could be seen that he had something on his mind. Are you tired? Do you want me to massage you? When Xie Qingge's hand was about to fall on his shoulder, Lu Li avoided it. No need, you go take a shower. It seemed that since Tao Yuan appeared, he was somewhat resistant to physical contact with Xie Qingge. They haven't made love for 2 weeks. Xie Qingge was a bit frustrated, feeling that his attitude towards her was even colder than before, and she couldn't help but wonder if she was too fragile. But she didn't want to give up. She walked in front of him and looked at him with a kind of tenderness that men couldn't resist. What should I do? Have I been poisoned by you? You've only been gone for a day and I miss you so much. Do you think I'm too clingy? But I just want to be with you every day. She rested her head on the back of his hand, like a well-behaved pet. Ali, I love you, I can't live without you. But Lu Li felt a little annoyed and pulled his finger out. Go take a shower. How about I wear your favorite bunny dress for you tonight? She tried hard to arouse him. She didn't know if he wasn't in the mood or if he wasn't in the mood for her. She hadn't done it in 2 weeks. Although he didn't love her in the past, he was a very aggressive man when it came to sex. Sometimes he would do it several times a night. Now that he hadn't done it for a few weeks, it was definitely not a good sign. When a man hates a woman, it usually starts from the body. I let you stay by my side because you know what you're doing. You know what I like and don't like. Don't make me hate you. His attitude said it all. He was tired of her. Xie Qingge's heart suddenly throbbed with pain. Had she already made him so impatient? Yes, she had always been like a pet or a toy to him. He would play with her when he was interested, but he had never treated her with sincerity. Are you tired of playing for 3 years? Did he find her annoying even if she said a few more words? What she hated the most was that she was still so lowly. No matter how dissatisfied and unwilling she was, she didn't dare to get angry at him. Instead, she humbly apologized to him. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said so much. I'm going to take a shower now. As soon as she turned around, she couldn't stop her tears from falling. Lu Li smoked in silence for a long time. He almost escaped from Los Angeles because he was afraid that he would be entangled with Tao Yuan again. He was afraid that he couldn't let go of the past, and he was even more afraid that he still had feelings for her. But now that he was back in China, he felt even more uncomfortable. He always felt empty and frustrated. Anyway, he didn't like what he saw and his mind was filled with Tao Yuan. But he would never pester her like he used to. But He had 10,000 ways to make her come to him herself. He lied to himself that as long as he was not the one pestering her, and she was the one pestering him, it wouldn't mean that he couldn't get over her. Once he had this thought, Lu Li immediately had an idea. He put out the cigarette and made a phone call. Tao Yuan was woken up by the phone in the middle of the night. Shen Xinhui was crying on the other side, saying that something had happened to Tao Yuanxing. She immediately booked a plane ticket and rushed back the next morning. Shen Xinhui sat in the living room and cried. "Mom, what's going on?" Shen Xinhui cried for a long time before she explained the situation. There was a serious safety problem with a building project that Tao Yuanxing had taken over, but he still bribed the higher-ups to approve it. Now someone had evidence to expose him. If this matter was blown up, 10 years in prison would be a light punishment. When he told me that there was a problem with the project, I advised him not to continue, but he wouldn't listen. Why do you think he did this? Isn't he trying to get himself killed on purpose? Tao Yuan had heard of that project. It was a big project that was linked to the government. Tao Yuanxing was a person who loved grandiose achievements, so he would definitely do it at all costs. Even if there were problems, he would do it to the end. In the end, wasn't it just for money? Greed was enough to destroy a person. If this had happened to someone else, Tao Yuan would have felt that they had only themselves to blame. But she couldn't be so rational when it came to her family. She had to find a way to help. Tao Yuanxing was now in hiding, and Shen Xinhui didn't know where he was. Tao Yuan could only find the person who had the evidence first. Qi Xiong, the Tao family's longtime enemy. In the past, the Tao family had the help of the Lu family to rob many big projects from the Qi family. Now that the Tao family had lost power and was caught, Qi Xiong would definitely bite them to death and wouldn't hand over the evidence. But even if the hope was slim, Tao Yuan still couldn't watch Tao Yuanxing get into trouble. She went to Qi several times in succession but was refused. She couldn't contact Qi Xiong in other ways. She heard that he was going to a bar this evening, so she dressed up as a nightclub girl and approached him to ask about the situation. Qi Xiong's private room always invited 4 girls. Madame Sang kept telling them that it was a big client and that they must not offend him, otherwise they would be in big trouble. There were 2 men in the private room, Qi Xiong and a middle-aged fat man she didn't know. The room was full of the smell of cigarettes and alcohol. Tao Yuan sat next to Qi Xiong, and he took her into his arms with one hand. Tao Yuan had goosebumps all over her body. Qi Xiong was 40 years old and there were a few scars on his face. He didn't look like a businessman but more like a gangster. It was a little scary. The fat man had 2 girls on his left and right, and 2 girls served him attentively. "I heard that the old bastard Tao Yuanxing is in hiding. Do you know where he is hiding?" The fat man asked. "I heard that he is in another city. My people are searching for him." Hiding? Can he hide? As long as I release the evidence, he won't be able to escape even if he has wings. Back then he used the Lu family to bully others and trample on me. Now I can vent my anger. Then why don't you hand over the evidence? Wait a little longer. Qi Xiong took a hard drag on his cigar. Let's see what Lu Li's attitude is. Didn't he divorce that old bastard's daughter a long time ago? That's what he said, but who knows what he is thinking. If he still wants to save that old bastard, he will definitely spend money to buy the evidence in my hands. At that time, I will have to extort a lot of money from him. I think you'd better not hold on to that hope. The Lu family is already engaged to the Xie family. Will they care about the Tao family? How is that possible? I heard that Lu Li also hates that old bastard. Maybe he is waiting to see him die now. Tao Yuan's face turned pale. Wait for another 2 days. If he doesn't buy it, I will hand it in next Monday. Coupled with my relationship with the higher-ups, it will be a light punishment for him to go to jail for 20 years. When Tao Yuan returned home, Shen Xinhui hurried to ask about the situation. Tell me quickly. You are making me anxious. I'm afraid this matter won't be so easy to solve. Even if we pay him money, he may not be able to buy the evidence. Moreover, Qi Xiong is very cunning and may use dirty tricks. God, what should we do? Shen Xinhui began to cry again. We can't let your father go to jail, can we? He has been eating and drinking all these years and he is in a bad mood. His body has long been hollowed out. If you let him go to jail, he really can't bear it. Don't cry. I will think of a way. In a moment of desperation, a face suddenly flashed in Tao Yuan's mind. Tao Yanran. If she begged Lu Li, he might help. Mom, do you know where Tao Yanran lives? Shen Xinhui said that Tao Yanran lived in the Yulong Bay Villa area in the city. The house was bought by Lu Li and he often gave her money. It was also the first time that Tao Yuan heard that Tao Yanran had a daughter who was about the same age as Xiaojiu. As soon as she crossed the road, she saw a group of people gathered together and pointed at them. She came over and saw that it was a mother who was beating her daughter. The people around her were all criticizing her, but the mother still kept slapping her daughter's face. Her daughter leaned against the floor-to-ceiling window and did not hide. She was like a robot, letting the mother hit and scold her. Her long bangs covered her eyes, and it only peeked out when she was being slapped. She didn't have any of the naivety that someone her age should have. Instead, her eyes were dull like a pair of eyes that an old man should have. There were 5 finger marks on her face. Her mother kept calling her a bitch. The people around her were all criticizing her, but she fought back. This is my daughter. She is mine even if you beat her to death. It's none of your business. Get lost. That's too cruel. Stop hitting her. Get lost. Tao Yuan was also a mother. She got angry and rushed up to grab her hand. Stop hitting her. She is your daughter. The person was wearing a pair of big sunglasses and was stunned for a moment. It's you? Tao Yuan almost did not recognize her. Tao Yanran? Tao Yanran took her daughter home and Tao Yuan followed behind. The little girl was very thin and kept her head down when she walked. She looked very inferior, like a robot without any emotions. As soon as she got home, she immediately locked herself in a small room. Tao Yuan felt very sad when she saw this. Tao Yin ran through her bag, sat down on the sofa, took off her sunglasses and lit a cigarette skillfully. There were many cigarette butts in the ashtray. Obviously she was a heavy smoker. This Tao Yanran made Tao Yuan feel a little strange. She had a good foundation and was still beautiful, but she felt a lot older and she exuded a sense of viciousness. She was no longer noble and beautiful like before, but like a poisonous rose, which made people not want to get close to her. Tao Yuan did not have much feelings for Tao Yanran. Their past grudges had faded into the past, and Tao Yuan did not have many feelings for Tao Yanran. There was no hatred, but there were no feelings between sisters. It felt like looking at a stranger. What's your daughter's name? Lu Anyuan. Tao Yuan was stunned. Her surname was Lu, but she was definitely not Lu Li's daughter. They did not feel alike at all. This name was given by Lu Li. Tao Yuan felt a little sarcastic. Lu Li's original intention should be to hope that this child could have a peaceful and warm life. It was a pity that she had a mother like Tao Yanran. It was really a sin. She is not Lu Li's daughter. She is a bastard that I was pregnant with. Chapter 636. So you beat and scolded her on the street? Why not? I gave birth to her. I can beat and scold her whenever I want. What does it have to do with you? Children should be loved when they are born, not beaten and scolded. Domestic violence will leave a shadow in her heart. No matter how angry Xiaojiu made her, she couldn't bear to say a harsh word to her, let alone beat and scold her. If someone dared to slap Xiaojiu, she might rush up with a knife and fight with that person. Tao Yanran sneered. Don't use that St. Mary theory. It's easy for you to say that. Her shadow? Oh, what about my shadow? Whenever I see her now, I will remember what happened that night. But the child is innocent. She is innocent? She is like a cancer growing in my body. When I gave birth to her, I was in pain for a day and a night and almost died of dystocia. She is here to torture me just like those men. Tao Yanran took a drag of the cigarette irritably, and her fingers were trembling. Since you hate her, why did you give birth to her and let her suffer? I think it's because you can't bear to. Hell, I can't bear to. I gave birth to her just to make Lu Li feel guilty, to remind him of the harm he did to me so that he will be responsible for me for the rest of his life. Tao Yuan really couldn't understand how a person's heart could be so dark that she would rather spend the rest of her life to torture another person. But don't you think the price is too high? Yes, you can make him feel guilty, but that's all. You and Inwan are really suffering. So what? Anyway, my life has been ruined by you. In the strong hatred, Tao Yuan knew that it was useless to say more, so she just shook her head. I came to you because something happened to my father. Your father? He is also your father. You must be mistaken. I only have a mother, no father. When Tao Yuanxing abandoned us for your bitch mother, I already had no father. I thought he was dead. Your mother stole my mother's man and you stole my man. Both of you are F** king B** cheese. No matter what, you are still related by blood. Now that the evidence is in the hands of his nemesis Qi Xiong, only Lu Li can help you. Why don't you go find him yourself? We are divorced. I don't want to have anything to do with him. Tao Yuan, you're still as hypocritical as before. Do you think you're so virtuous? Are you the only one in the world with self-respect? I should have begged him. You wish. You don't have to beg him. As long as you say the word he. Tao Yinran felt that she was really cheap. Didn't she know that Lu Li only had her in his heart all these years? She was just a pitiful person who used his guilt to survive, and he came to her for help? What a joke. I think this is just an excuse. You just want to see how miserable my life is, don't you? I didn't. Before this, I didn't know you had a daughter and I didn't know you abused her. Tao Yinran was a little annoyed. Don't say that I abused her. I became like this because of you. You stole my man and made me like this. Now you still have the face to criticize me like a saint. You're really shameless. If you think it's my fault, you can continue to hate me, but Dad? When Tao Yinran heard Tao Yuan say Dad, she really wanted to slap her. The scumbag who abandoned his wife and daughter for a mistress was not her father. She really didn't know what right she had to beg her. He has nothing to do with me. It has nothing to do with me whether he is shot or imprisoned. If he can be sentenced to death, I have to thank that Qi Xiong for avenging me. No matter what, you are related by blood. You are not so cruel. Finishing a cigarette, Tao Yinran put it out in the ashtray and looked at Tao Yuan with an extremely cold look. Even when I was born, I wanted her dead, not to mention that pitiful blood relationship. Tao Yuan was completely disappointed. She knew this would be the result, but she came to her because she had no other way. She got up and walked to the door, but she couldn't help but stop. There should be other injuries on Nguyen's body now. You should take her to the hospital for a checkup in case of any problems. Tao Yinran couldn't go this way, and Tao Yuan didn't want to beg Lu Li, so she could only go to Qi Xiong. At 12 o'clock in the evening, she was still waiting for Qi Xiong at the entrance of the nightclub. He came out after drinking with a group of people. After saying goodbye, he smoked and walked to his car. Mr. Qi. Who are you? I am Tao Yuan, the daughter of Tao Yuanxing. Oh, so it's you? I've always wanted to see who Lu Li's ex-wife was. She's quite pretty. Qi Xiong looked up and down at Tao Yuan with that kind of lascivious look. She felt disgusted as if she had swallowed a fly. She pulled herself together. I know you have the evidence of my father. Name your price. It is the first time that a woman dares to talk terms with me. You are quite bold. Qi Xiong pulled his tie. How much can you give me? How much do you want? 300 million? Okay. I haven't finished yet. 300 million is just a fraction. 3 billion. I will think about it. Tao Yuan frowned, not sure if he was playing with her. Lu Enterprises doesn't have that much money. You can get it if you sell Lu Enterprises. All in all, it was worth the price. But compared with 3 billion, I would rather see your father go to jail. Why do you have to do this? I know my father has offended you before, but doing business is nothing more than seeking money. There are only conflicts of interest, no real enemies. Money is the first priority, isn't it? That is true, but I have money now, and your father made me very unhappy before. When I had Lu Enterprises support, he threw money at my face in front of so many people. At that time, I swore that if I got hold of him, I would not let it go. If my father has offended you, I apologize. I know this is not enough. Is 3 billion enough to show your sincerity? Are you sure? Your father values money more than anything else. If you sell Lu Enterprises, aren't you afraid that he will kill you? Money is just a worldly possession. The most important thing is that people are safe. He's already so old, what is there to fight for? As for me, I only hope that my family is safe and sound. That's enough. People are gone, what is the point of keeping money? Don't you think so? You are so different from your father. If he was half as good as you, he would not have ended up like this. You are right, no one will say no to money. Anyway, without Lu Enterprises, he is also a useless person. I don't need to deal with a useless person. Then 3 billion. Before Qi Xiong could finish, his phone rang. Yes, it's me. What? Okay, I got it. I will give it to him tomorrow. Qi Xiong hung up and sneered. Girl, are you playing with me? What do you mean? It was your husband who called just now. He wants to buy the evidence in my hands. Tao Yuan frowned. How much is he offering? I will double it. Do you think I am stupid? How dare I not give it to him? Do I still want to work? Qi Xiong was about to get into the car. Please sell the evidence to me, I will pay any price. Your husband wants to buy it, why are you still begging me? If you beg him, maybe he'll give it to you if you sleep with him for a night because of their past relationship. Qi Xiong smiled, pushed her hand away and got into the car. Tao Yuan was helpless. Now that the evidence was in Lu Li's hands, didn't that mean that she had to beg him? Who knew what kind of outrageous request he would make? He hated her to the core and would not stop until he had utterly destroyed her pride. It would be fine if that was all, but he probably wanted more than that. She was in a helpless situation. In the black Lincoln limousine not far away, the man in the back seat looked coldly at her hopeless back and sneered. Wasn't she very stubborn and proud? He wanted to see whether her self-esteem or her father's life was more important. Either way, Tao Yuan decided to go to Lu Li. She could not go to the Lu family directly, so she could only go to the hotel. The secretary was still the same one. She was very surprised to see her and did not know how to address her. After a long time she finally called her. Miss Tao. Is the CO inside? Yes. Do you have an appointment? No. Then I'll inform him for you. CO Miss Tao is here. The secretary glanced at her and said hesitantly. It's your ex-wife Miss Tao Yuan. You're busy now, right? She replied. The CEO is busy now. Is there a visitor inside? No. Maybe he's busy with other things. Oh, it doesn't matter. I'll wait here for a while. Tao Yuan waited for 4 hours. From 2 o'clock in the afternoon to 6 o'clock, there was no movement. A servant called to say that Xin Xinhui was not feeling well, so she hurried back. She came several times, but the secretary said that Lu Li was busy and had no time. She knew it was an excuse. He just wanted to torture her. Another afternoon, Tao Yuan arrived at Lu Enterprises. The secretary replied. The CEO went to a meeting and is not in the company. Tao Yuan glanced at the CEO's office and did not know if the secretary was lying. How long will he be there? I don't know. At least 3 days. Do you know where he lives? The secretary shook her head. Oh, thank you. Not long after Tao Yuan left the company, she met Lin Yuqing at the intersection. In the past 6 years he had changed the least. He was still as high-spirited as before, as if he had no worries. At most he looked a little more mature. Overall he looked the same. Boss Lin. Boss Lin, she called his name a few times. He saw her, but he pretended not to hear her and walked away quickly. Boss Lin. Lin Yuqing. Tao Yuan stood in front of him. Are you here to see Lu Li? Is he in the company? Why do you want to see him? Lin Yuqing's tone was full of resistance, or it could be said that he was very disgusted, as if he did not want to talk to her. I asked him for help. Beg? Lin Yuqing sneered, extremely sarcastic. Isn't it a bit too harsh to use this word? That year in the hospital he almost knelt down to beg you, but you still aborted the child. Why is it the other way around now? Chapter 637. It's not what you think. I don't care what it is. I only know that in the first few years after you left, he suffered every day. He worked like a robot from morning to night, didn't eat a whole day and drank in the middle of the night. He was sent to the hospital with gastric bleeding and almost died. All of this is because of you. You almost killed him and you still have the face to come back. You're really shameless. I don't want to find him, but the evidence he has is enough to put my father in jail, so I can only beg him. Otherwise I will never see him. Lin Yuqing was stunned. Was this arranged by Lu Li? He still hadn't given up on this woman? What was so good about her? Was she worth it? Are you going to see him now? Is he still in the company? I'm just passing by. He has been refusing to see me. I really don't have that much time to waste. If you see him, please tell him to let my father go. He can do whatever he wants to me as long as he doesn't hurt my family. Now you're afraid? Didn't you think that there would be retribution when you were heartless to him? Let me tell you, there will be retribution for the sins you committed back then. Even God can't help you. Lin Yuqing threw this sentence and left without looking back. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He didn't ask his secretary to inform him and directly barged into Lu Li's office. The geological survey asked directly to his face. Do you think that woman didn't hurt you enough? Lu Li was reading a document and didn't even raise his head. I don't know what you're talking about. I just met her downstairs. You arranged what happened to her father, right? Your purpose was to make her come to see you? And then? Then what do you want? Threaten her to get back together with you? Who said that? Lu Li looked at him indifferently. I can't get back together with her. Then what's the purpose of doing all these things? I want her to beg me. Beg you? Okay, then you want her to beg you. Then what? Get back together? I just want her to taste the pain of hurting me back then. Do you think you can take revenge on this kind of thing? Can the harm she caused you and you hurt her family equally? Could it be that by taking revenge on her, the pain from back then would disappear? Luli, the real way to let go is not to hate and take revenge but to be completely indifferent. Forget what she did and live your own life. I thought you had figured this out in the past 6 years, but I didn't expect you to still be so stubborn. If you continue to do this, it will be the same as stepping into the same abyss. In the end, you will be the one suffering. Do you understand? Stop all this and don't ever see her again, okay? Compared to Lin Yuqing, who was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, Lu Li's reaction was frighteningly calm but very gloomy. His firm and thin lips moved as he spat out 3 words. Impossible. Lu Li's reply was so straightforward, leaving no room for negotiation. Lin Yuqing was rendered speechless by him. He felt that the eunuch was anxious to death. We're brothers, right? Lu Li nodded. Since we're brothers, I can't just watch you make the same mistake. I can't watch you fall into it even though I know you'll suffer. What makes you think I'll be the one suffering and not her? Isn't that obvious? I saw her downstairs today and she asked me where you were. I was very angry and felt that she was very cheap. She abandoned you back then, and now she still has the cheek to come back to find you. But I didn't expect you to be the cheap one. You're the one who hasn't let go. Lu Li gripped his pen tightly. He was very disgusted by such words. It was like rubbing salt on a scar. Haven't you been fine for the past 3 years? You also have Xie Qingge, why are you still pestering her? You think I'm living a good life? Lu Li was a little angered by him. Perhaps he looked normal, but he was like an old dead tree. The inside had already dried up and died, completely rotten. Only he knew how bitter his life was. He lived like a walking corpse every day. Other than self-abuse, who else could he vent his pain on? Even if it's not good now, it's better than continuing to pester Tao Yuan, isn't it? Have you forgotten how much pain she made you suffer? I think she's completely free and she came back because she was forced by you. If she can let go, why aren't you willing to let go of yourself? Could it be that you're not as free as a woman? Enough, don't say any more. I know very well what I'm doing. No, you don't know at all. You think you're torturing her, but you're actually torturing yourself. Do you understand? Lin Yuqing was very emotional. I know you don't like to hear these words, but as a brother, as someone who saw how deeply you were hurt by that woman, I beg you, let her go and let yourself go, please? Lu Li's heart was full of clamor, but on the surface he was as cold as ever, as if he didn't have a trace of emotion. She was the one who hurt me in the past, but I won't be the one who gets hurt forever. This time, it's her who has a taste of my pain. Tao Yuan heard that Lu Li was having morning tea in a hotel, so she immediately rushed over to look for him. When she arrived, she saw him sitting alone by the window drinking tea. She was about to walk over when Xie Qingge appeared first. He got up and pulled out the chair for her, then kissed her on the cheek. So intimate, the two of them were like the most ordinary couple, making people envious. Xie Qingge was flattered. Thank you. Why did you ask me to have morning tea today? In her memory, he had taken the initiative to ask her no more than 3 times. My mom will be here in a while. Oh, Auntie is coming too. Xie Qingge was a little disappointed. She thought it was a world of the two of them. I've been to Lu Enterprises a few times, but you've been busy, maybe you're avoiding me. He sneered at her narcissism. Avoiding you? Why should I hide from you? Do you think you're so important? No matter what, I just can't get in touch with you, so I have to come here to find you. Is my dad's thing in your hands? What thing? He pretended to remember. Oh, you mean the evidence that can put him in jail for at least 10 years? Tao Yuan pursed her lips. Can you give it to me, please? That's my thing, why should I give it to you? I can pay for it. Money? How much can you pay? Do you think you'll be richer than me? Do you think I'll be short of 10 billion yuan? 10 billion yuan? Was he kidding? Tao Yuan's eyes widened. Even if she sold Tao Enterprises, she wouldn't be worth 10 billion yuan. It's useless for you to have that thing. It's up to me whether it's useful or not. Besides, who said it's useless? Maybe I'll hand it in when I'm unhappy. It's fun to watch the fun, don't you think? It's related to my dad's life and death. It's not a good show. You don't have to be so heartless. That's his life and death, it has nothing to do with me. In my opinion, it's just watching the show. There's no difference. Moreover, he brought this upon himself. It was his own greed that led him to this state. Don't tell me that you want to blame his mistakes on me? People have to pay the price for doing things. He has lived a good life for decades and has lived enough. Now it's time for him to pay the price. It's fair, isn't it? He can't possibly think that no one will know about those dirty things for the rest of his life and he can sit back and relax, right? I'm doing this to get rid of evil for society. Otherwise, I don't know how many people he'll harm. These words made Tao Yuan speechless. It took her a long time to speak. After all, he's so old. If he's going to jail, it's better to kill him. I promise you, as long as you let him go this time, he'll definitely change. If you want Tao Enterprises, I can give it to you. Chapter 638. But that's my dad's hard work. Before Tao Yuan finished her words, she saw Xie Qingge coming from afar and pulled Lu Li aside. He looked back and asked calmly, "Why are you hiding? Aren't you the most upright one? Are we stealing?" Women are very narrow-minded. She will definitely mind the existence of her ex-wife. You two are so close now. You don't want her to misunderstand, do you? You two are so close now. Lu Li thought about this sentence carefully. Was there jealousy in it? Was she jealous? The big stone in his heart seemed to be loosened a little. Xie Qingge was getting closer and closer. Tao Yuan had no place to hide, so she had to hide in the washroom. "Ali, why are you still here? Aren't you going to the washroom? Answer the phone." Xie Qingge didn't ask more and also went into the ladies' washroom. The cubicles were all full. Tao Yuan had no place to hide, so she could only pretend to be calm and wash her hands. "Why, Lisabeth? What a coincidence. Hello." Seeing her uneasy face, Xie Qingge thought it was because of Xie Qingyuan. She was a little embarrassed. "I'm really sorry about my brother. You saw it on the news, right? He didn't take you to my engagement party. I asked why and he said you broke up. I felt it was very sudden at that time. I didn't expect it was because of him. If he lied to you, I'm sorry. I apologize on his behalf." Xie Qingge was so kind that Tao Yuan didn't know how to face her. "No, it's okay. It's all over. Nice to meet you. How about we add each other on WeChat? What's your Chinese name?" She took out her phone. My friend is still waiting for me outside. I'll go out first. Bye." Tao Yuan left quickly. Xie Qingge felt a little strange. But on second thought, she might still care about Xie Qingyuan, so she didn't want to have anything to do with the Xie family. Tao Yuan escaped from the washroom and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Li was gone. His phone vibrated and a text message came in. She glanced at it. 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, company. Lu Li actually texted her. She was worried that he would not see her. Now that he was willing to see her, she felt very uneasy, not knowing how he would make things difficult for her. Tomorrow would be another fierce battle. Tao Yuan really went out with the intention of visiting the grave. She didn't leave the room until 10 o'clock. It was 11 o'clock when they arrived at Lu Enterprises. The secretary invited her into the office as soon as she saw her. "President, Miss Tao is here." Lu Li was handling some documents. He didn't even look up when his secretary left. Tao Yuan stood there and waited for a while. Seeing that he wasn't done yet, she went to sit on the sofa. Time passed and she looked at her watch every few minutes. In the blink of an eye, it was already midnight. The longer she sat there, the more uneasy she felt. She wanted to call out to him several times, but she swallowed it back. She was already at her wit's end. It was a contest of strength between her and Lu Li. No, it couldn't be said to be a contest. She didn't even have the qualifications to be his opponent. She was just a piece of meat on his chopping board. He could do whatever he wanted to her. Since things had come to this, why did she have to maintain her ridiculous self-esteem? Tao Yuan smiled self-deprecatingly and looked at him. "All of this was arranged by you, right? You deliberately let Qi Xiong get the evidence. Your purpose was to lure me back, wasn't it?" "That's right. Is there any point in doing this?" "Why not? You said that I've been pestering you before, but now you're pestering me." He said that there was something wrong with her brain, so Tao Yuan wanted to say that he was the one with something wrong with his brain. Who's looking for who doesn't mean who's pestering who. You've done so many things to lure me to look for you. In the end, it's you who's pestering me. The one who refuses to let go is you. Do you understand? I only know that you want to see me. Lu Li also knew that he was deceiving himself, but he couldn't control it. He couldn't let go of his self-esteem to pester her again. But when he couldn't see her, he was extremely upset. "Then I'm in front of you now. What do you want? Kill me? Kill you? Do you think I'll let you die so easily? Death is too easy. The real pain is worse than death. Now there's no need to talk so much nonsense. It's fairest to solve it with the way of business." As soon as he got up, Tao Yuan instinctively took a step back. She just pretended to be calm and straightened her back. She didn't want him to see her fear, but the fear that really drilled from the bottom of her heart couldn't be hidden. "Since it's business, isn't it money? I'll give you all the money of Tao Enterprises and you let my father go." "Money? How much do you have? 10 billion? 20 billion? Don't be greedy. You know that Lu Enterprises is not worth that much money. Then what right do you have to talk to me about money to solve the problem? You're overestimating yourself. He put his hands in his trouser pockets and walked towards her, like an elegant and dangerous cheetah, ready to attack at any time. Then you shouldn't ask for such a price. This is blackmail. I have what you want in my hands. I can ask for whatever price I want. Whether it's a deal or a blackmail, the initiative is in my hands. Whatever I say, it's what it is. I don't have that much money. Then you can only exchange it with something else. His deep gaze scrutinized her from head to toe, and there was a hint of malice hidden in his eyes. Tao Yuan felt that she was naked and she felt very insecure. Her entire body was trembling. There seemed to be something sticky stuck in her throat, making her nauseous. But he sneered. What are you nervous about? Could it be that you think I want to make a deal with you for power and sex? You really overestimate yourself. In my eyes, you're just a pile of rotten meat. What makes you think I want to sleep with a woman who can sleep with anyone? His words were too insulting. Fortunately, Tao Yuan had already cultivated a body of copper skin and iron bones, so she could suppress her anger. Yes, I can sleep with anyone. Then shouldn't you stay away from me and hope that I can get as far away as possible? Why did you go through all the trouble to lure me here? Because your pain will make me feel happy. Is this answer satisfactory to you? You build your happiness on other people's pain. Should I say how empty and lonely you are? If that's the case, then your happiness is not real happiness. But your pain is real pain, isn't it? For me, that's enough. He touched the cigarette box, slowly took out a cigarette, put it in his mouth and tilted his head to hold it. The two completely different temperaments of seriousness and yuppie mixed together, unexpectedly had a kind of amazing charm, a kind of dangerous charm. In my opinion, you only have one thing left to exchange. She felt a deep sense of danger and asked warily, What? Your pride. She laughed at herself. I didn't know that my pride was so valuable. It's not your pride that's valuable, it's my pride that's valuable. When you insisted on divorcing me, didn't you also trample on my pride? When I begged you not to leave me, begged you not to abort the child, what did you do? At that time, watching me suffer for you, you were very happy, weren't you? How you trampled on my pride back then, now I'll repay you. In the end, he still held a grudge and wanted to take revenge on her. I can't understand your thinking at all. You think that even if I trampled on your pride, even if I let you trample on it back, it'll be even? You can pretend that what happened back then never happened? That's not how it's calculated. How it's calculated is my business. His eyes darkened and completely revealed his cruel side. I want you to kneel down and beg me to let Tao Yuanxing go like a dog and repent for your past crimes? Tao Yuan knew that he would do what he said and trembled with anger. Chapter 639. If you kneel down, you can beg me to let Tao Yuanxing live. This deal is worth it. You should be grateful to me. Do you really think that your knee is worth 10 billion? You tried so hard to lure me back just to make me kneel down to you? Yes. He blew a smoke ring at her. When he slightly narrowed his eyes conveyed a sharp hatred. I won't kneel, she said firmly. So your great father-daughter relationship is nothing but a sham? If you kneel down in exchange for Tao Yuanxing's life, in my opinion, this is a very good deal. He also lightly blew out smoke from his nose. He was like a cruel capitalist or the devil, heartless. What you want is to humiliate me. Even if I kneel, you might not give me the evidence, right? How will you know if you don't try? Tao Yuan felt that it was ridiculous. Why didn't he just beat her up or stab her with a knife to vent his anger? Was this interesting? Looks like you don't have any sincerity to make a deal with me. Sorry for bothering you. Goodbye. Tao Yuan turned and walked away. Stop. Lu Li threw a document on the ground. Take a look at this first and then decide if you want to kneel or not. Tao Yuan picked it up and flipped through a few pages. It was all about the construction flaws of the building. Each one was very detailed. It was more serious than she thought. Her hands were trembling. If Tao Yuanxing was not her father, she felt that an unscrupulous real estate developer should be shot to death for doing this kind of project. Her face was deathly pale. I took a look yesterday. TSK. Don't you think he deserves to die? Not to mention 20 years, even if he spends his whole life in prison, he deserves it. Oh, if I tell the higher-ups. He smiled coldly, a smile that made people's hair stand on end. It's not impossible to give him the death penalty. Of course, if you have a backbone, you can choose not to kneel. I think you must be thinking in your heart right now that he does deserve to die, right? They say that genes are hereditary. The bad habits in your bones are all inherited from Tao Yuanxing, right? What else? Greed? Cruel? The more Lu Li spoke, the more indifferent he looked, like an executioner. Looking at her standing there with a deathly pale face, he felt an indescribable joy. As long as he could torture her, he would not hesitate to use any means and pay any price. He wanted her to taste the despair he had experienced. Tao Yuan clearly saw herself being forced into a desperate situation. She stood there, isolated and helpless. To be honest, she and Tao Yuanxing did not have much feelings for each other, but things like blood relations were just that f*ck. She could not bear to watch him die. He closed his eyes. As long as I kneel, will you let him go? Tao Yuan clenched her fists and forced out all her strength to say these humiliating words. However, Lu Li only frowned when he heard it. You can try. Fine, if you think that humiliating me like this can make you happy and make you feel better, then I can kneel, but I hope that you can keep your promise. She was about to kneel as she spoke. Lu Li thought that he could be cruel this time. He thought that he could stand by and watch, just like how she watched him suffer by the operating table. However, I changed my mind. Just as her knees were about to hit the ground, he said. Tao Yuan looked at him angrily and immediately stood up, clenching her fists. What else do you want? Looking at your embarrassed look just now, I feel that I have achieved my goal. I thought about it and this deal is not worth it, so I changed my mind. His tone was incomparably casual, as if he was playing with an interesting toy and could do whatever he wanted with it. How about another condition? How about it? Lu Li, she forced out his name between her teeth. What? Do you hate me? You want to kill me but you can't do anything? He lit another cigarette, and a frivolous look appeared on his serious face. Congratulations, you have tasted 1/10 of what I felt in the past. Of course this is not enough. I don't have that much time to deal with your fickleness. What do you want? Say it all at once. You will be my mistress. Hearing this shameless request, Tao Yuan felt that it was ridiculous. Mistress? Did I hear it wrong? Did you lose your memory? Just 5 minutes ago, you said yourself that you don't want a piece of rotten meat like me, and that being with a fickle woman like me is an insult to you. I don't want it, but since you didn't even want to take the rightful position of Mrs. Lu, then I think you probably have Tao Yuanxing's blood flowing in your veins, so you are especially cheap. In that case, wouldn't you like being my mistress more than being Mrs. Lu? Wouldn't you be more excited? Do you need me to remind you that you are engaged? So what? Lu Li touched the corner of his mouth indifferently. Xie Qingge is my woman, my fiancée, my future wife, and you are just a mistress who can't see the light of day. What right do you have to compare yourself with her? Even if you want to find a mistress, you should find a young and beautiful one, isn't that right? I have never heard of letting your ex-wife be your mistress. Don't you think people will laugh at you behind your back and think that you are cheap? Do you think I care about what others think? In this game there is only you and me. As long as I can make you suffer, I can do anything. Tao Yuan shook her head. Because she felt that it was too ridiculous, she couldn't say a word. Then what do you want me to do? Take off my clothes, wait for you on the bed and serve you? Is that considered trampling on my pride? You have to do everything a mistress should do. In other words, what I want is absolute, undignified obedience. Do whatever I want you to do. Even if I ask you to serve other men, you have to do it. You pervert. This is just one of the duties of a mistress. Is it too much? If you can't even take this, then I can only tell you that there is even more to come. It is very exciting and it can satisfy your cheap genes. I guarantee that you will like it. If you don't believe me, give it a try. He took a few large steps forward and grabbed the back of Tao Yuan's head. He pulled her towards him and was about to kiss her. Let go of me, she frantically struggled and turned her face away to escape his kiss. Let go of me. Lu Li, let go. She still had that faint floral fragrance on her body, exactly the same as a few years ago. At that time, it was this damn fragrance that attracted him and made him go crazy. Lu Li hated it to the core. But when he smelled this fragrance, it was as if his brain was possessed and completely out of control. Every cell was excited as if they had smelled drugs, clamoring to inhale more. Her skin was still so delicate, so soft, and everything was a familiar feeling. Lu Li could no longer tell if he wanted to vent his anger or if he was infatuated with her smell. He only knew that he crazily desired her lips. The more she hated him, the more he wanted to force her. There was no woman in the world that he could not have, and he would not be trampled on by the same woman twice. The rage in his chest burned wildly. I don't want, let go of me. Tao Yuan was like a grasshopper on a rope, trapped, but her survival instinct still made her struggle. She was very afraid and panicked. If he succeeded with this kiss, then she would never be able to escape him in the future. Let go of me, don't. Luli, you're getting married, you can't do this to me? Don't want? Can't? What right do you have to say these words? He ridiculed. His 5 fingers tightened, making her unable to move. At such a close distance she stared at him. Even when her face was red, this woman was still shockingly beautiful. Luli's heart was filled with intense hatred. His nerves were throbbing violently, making his facial features look ferocious, but there was a strange kind of handsomeness to him. Don't tell me I have to accept your violence? Why should I? I'm not that cheap. Her attitude was also very firm. Just because your life is in my hands. As for being cheap, he chuckled. You're already very cheap and now you know it? You're shameless. I'm shameless. Shameless and cheap are very compatible, aren't they? A cheap woman like you is only fit to be with a shameless man like me. We're a match made in heaven. Who's a match made in heaven with you? I'm not a match for a naturally born shady person like you. No matter what, you're in my hands. You have no choice. That chattering mouth closed and the words that came out were very annoying, but the honey exuded a sweet smell that made her voice a bit blurry. Only that sweet smell lingered in his nose. Luli's throat moved. Tao Yuan looked like she was facing a great enemy. She was too clear about the signs before his desire exploded. She had just screamed no when her lips were instantly blocked. He kissed her forcefully, rolling her lips fiercely. Tao Yuan was so embarrassed that she wanted to die. This was not a kiss, but a trampling on her pride. It was a rough plunder. She clenched her teeth, but Luli still had a way to force her lips open and penetrate, leaving her with nowhere to hide. A strong wave of nausea welled up in her heart, accompanied by a familiar sense of panic. The feeling of the past came together. It was as though she was watching herself fall into the same whirlpool and keep falling. You can't do this. A voice screamed in her ear. However, the man's kiss deepened. His other hand wrapped around her waist and pulled her into his chest, kissing her passionately. The rough actions at first seemed to ease, but it slowly gave birth to a kind of gentleness, a kind of lust. His hand stroked and rubbed her slender waist, as though no matter how hard he tried, it wasn't enough to vent the strong desire in his body. Tao Yuan bit down hard on his tongue. He didn't dodge and bite her instead. The thick smell of blood filled her mouth. She felt disgusted, but he was even more excited. He was infatuated with this bloodthirsty taste. The smell of blood was soon mixed with another salty taste. The taste of tears. She was crying. Even her cries were swallowed by his kiss. It was silent and he couldn't feel how strong her despair was. Just as the two of them were about to suffocate, the kiss finally ended. Luli looked like someone who didn't know how to kiss. He was panting heavily and his lips were bitten. There was a trace of blood on them, making him look even more like a hungry beast. A gust of wind came and he grabbed her wrist. His face was still filled with lust, but his eyes were flashing with ridicule. Who are you hitting? Do I have the words "you can hit me" written on my face? Chapter 640. Power belongs to the strong and the weak can only be trampled on. Don't copy what I said because you're not qualified, understand? You're sick. You're sick to the point where you would forcefully kiss the most disgusting person. A normal person wouldn't do such a thing. I'm just testing if you have the qualifications to be my mistress. It's a pity, your taste is nothing to write home about. He sneered in disdain. Yes, I'm nothing to write home about. Then stop pestering me. Don't belittle yourself. The taste of kissing is nothing to write home about, but there are other uses for your little mouth. He pinched her lips. You're disgusting. Her face turned red. What's so disgusting about it? You speak as if you've never tasted it before. You used to say it was delicious while eating. I'm not slandering you, am I? Don't mention the past anymore. We're completely over. The end means a new beginning. Between you and me, a new beginning, from being my mistress. You know it's impossible. I won't let you trample on me like this. It's not up to you to decide. I've already said that people are most afraid of having weaknesses, and you, Tao Yuan, have weaknesses all over your body. I can easily find a reason to manipulate you. Haven't you realized this? Don't struggle in vain. Do you know that your resistance is very, very laughable to me? I'm laughable? You're the laughable one now. The opposite of love is not hate, but indifference. You keep retaliating against me like a child who keeps playing pranks because he can't get candy. It's laughable. Don't tell me you still love me? Lu Li was stimulated by her words. He put more strength into his fingers. She was forced to look up. Her lips were slightly open, trembling and turning pale. Her fear had risen to the peak, but she still pretended to be calm and looked at him with disdain. Lu Li hated this kind of look the most, but it seemed that the body would be attracted to something the most and desire it more. Just like an addiction, the body was filled with a strong desire. He actually wanted to look at this face that was filled with deep hatred for him. His nose opened and closed, full of excitement. He suddenly looked forward to the entanglement between them. When he thought of her being unable to escape and being in so much pain that she wished she was dead, crying under him and cursing him for being shameless, he felt that every cell in his body was boiling with excitement. She was right. Maybe he really was a pervert because of her. But he liked this kind of perversion. Very much. Love you? Do you think I would love a cold-blooded old woman? Tao Yuan felt that it was really ironic. Yes, she was an old woman, but it was because she had spent so much effort and youth on him that she was old. Yes, I'm old. Xie Qingge is young, beautiful, gentle and considerate, and her family background matches yours. You can just look for her. Why waste your time on an old woman like me? What was the point of keeping an old mistress? Don't let people laugh at you behind your back. You can't vent your lust, but you can vent your anger. There are some things that a man can't bear to do to his wife, but a mistress doesn't need to feel heartache. What did he mean? Did he want to use violence and sexual abuse on her? Tao Yuan really felt that his mind was getting more and more twisted. When he kissed her forcefully just now, she couldn't help but cry. Tears were still glistening at the corner of her eyes. She quickly wiped them away and pretended to be strong, but her heart was already broken. No matter what method you use to threaten me, I will not be your mistress. Give up. After saying that, she just wanted to escape. Otherwise, if she continued to stay here, she didn't know what other things he would do to humiliate her. You have no other choice. He said behind her. You will definitely come back. I will wait for you. When she fled, Tao Yuan kept telling herself that she would never go back to beg him, even if she died. But, would she really not? She was trapped in an inescapable trap. Did she really have a chance to escape? When Tao Yuan returned home, Xin Xinhui rushed up to her and asked anxiously. Who did you go to today? How was it? She was exhausted and irritable. I want to take a break. What's wrong? Are you in trouble again? Don't be silent. I'm even more worried if you are like this. Yuan, tell me quickly. Did you find anyone to help? Your father can't wait much longer. The evidence? Don't ask any more, okay? I'm so annoyed. Tao Yuan couldn't help but shout. Xin Xinhui was stunned. She looked very helpless and her eyes suddenly turned red. Seeing her like this, Tao Yuan felt even worse. Mom, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to be angry at you. I'm just very tired and stressed. I know. I shouldn't have kept asking. It's all my fault. I can't help. It's not your problem. I'm thinking of a way here. Don't worry too much, okay? How can I not worry? This family has always relied on your father. I don't know what he is doing outside. I didn't realize how serious the problem was until something happened to him. Xin Xinhui burst into tears. I'm just a housewife. I only know how to cook at home. When something happens, I can't help at all. I'm so useless. Don't cry. Don't you still have me? I'll definitely think of a way. Tao Yuan comforted her, but she was also very confused. She was now standing at a fork in the road. She could either be Lu Li's mistress or watch Tao Yuanxing go to jail. She had no other choice. Both were dead ends. Being Lu Li's mistress not only meant that her self-esteem would be ruined, but it also meant that she would be locked by his side. But Xiaojia was still in America. She couldn't stay here for long. She had to leave as soon as possible. What should she do? Ring, 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 the phone rang. Madam, it's for you. Xin Xinhui quickly wiped her tears. It's me. What? Okay. I'll be right there. What's wrong? Your dad has a heart attack and is hospitalized. The two rushed to the hospital overnight. Tao Yuanxing had just finished his surgery and was out of danger. But his condition wasn't optimistic. When Tao Yuan came back after paying the bill, Xin Xinhui was crying at Tao Yuanxing's bedside. Her heart was also wrenched in pain. She believed that they must have had true love back then. Otherwise, her father, who prioritized profits above all else, wouldn't have divorced and chosen a woman who couldn't help his career. And her mother must have loved her father very much. No matter what he did, she had always been by his side all these years. After decades of ups and downs, even if the love back then was erased, this familial love was irreplaceable. Tao Yuanxing's face was very haggard. His fat body seemed to have been squeezed dry and hollowed out, leaving only a withered shell. In the past, Tao Yuan hated him. After that, their relationship hadn't been good. In fact, they didn't have much feelings for each other. But blood was really magical. When he was lying there after the accident, she could feel the connection between them. He was in pain and her heart was also in pain. Standing at the door of the ward was like standing at the door of hell. There were mountains of knives and seas of fire on both sides. Xie Qingge built a glass greenhouse in the villa. It was filled with rare flowers from all over the world. She usually took care of them personally. They were in full bloom and beautiful. As long as Luli was at home, he would enjoy dinner here. The thing he liked about Xie Qingge was that she knew how to enjoy life. Everything was arranged delicately and beautifully. On the other hand, Tao Yuan was too career-minded and stubborn. As such, Luli would occasionally compare the two of them. It was clear that Xie Qingge was more suitable to be a wife and a good wife. Luli sipped red wine and enjoyed the beautiful scenery. He was in a good mood. Xie Qingge inadvertently found a light smile at the corner of his mouth. You seem to be in a good mood today? Can you tell? Yes. He had always hidden his emotions well. She had almost never seen him smile in the 3 years they had been dating. When there was a light smile at the corner of his mouth, it was obvious that he must be in a good mood. But he had been moody recently. She could not understand him anymore. Tao Yuanxing was hospitalized and even God was helping him. Where could Tao Yuan escape to this time? She probably didn't know that from the moment she returned, she had already become his possession. Seeing that he was in a good mood, Xie Qingge pursed her lips and said hesitantly, "Today Auntie asked when we are getting married again. She seems to want us to have a child as soon as possible. My mother is the same. My brother's attitude is very firm. He will not marry a woman. My mother is worried that she will never have a grandson in the future, so all her hopes are on me. If we have a child early, it will also be a kind of comfort for my mother. What do you think?" Her eyes were full of hope. Luli put down the wine glass and his smile disappeared. "I don't like children. I actually don't like children very much either, but my own child should feel different, right? Many men don't say that they don't like children, but they dote on them after they are born. I believe that you are the same. Must you ruin my mood?" His tone was heavy. Xie Qingge opened her mouth and answered hesitantly. "I just think that we have reached that stage." She gathered her courage and said, "Actually, I have never understood you. I did not dare to ask too much for fear that you would be unhappy. But I am also very tired. Especially recently, I find that I do not understand you more and more. I feel very insecure. If you are tired, you can leave." She knew that she had always been a dispensable existence to him, but when he said these words directly, Xie Qingge was still in so much pain that she could not breathe. He was her life. For him, she was willing to compromise and love him humbly. But he could say such cruel words directly. They had 3 years of feelings between them. Did it mean nothing to him? Did he not miss it at all? "I didn't mean that, You are a good woman," Luli said. "But I am not a good man. I have made you suffer for the past 3 years. I know that. If I make you feel tired, you can find a better man." Actually, deep down, he wasn't a very vicious man. He was also touched by Xie Qingge's kindness to him. It was just that his hatred made him ignore many things. With himself as the center, he could only be cruel to her. "I don't want a better man. I only want you." Xie Qingge quickly held his hand. Chapter 641. I'm not angry at you. You should be angry at me. I've let you down so much. It's normal for you to want to leave. There's no need to stay by my side and suffer. But I love you. For you, I'm willing to do anything. This humble love reminded Luli of himself in the past. He had begged Tao Yuan to give him a chance. Even if she had done too many things, he could forgive her. But what was the result? Wasn't Xie Qingge the same as him in the past? He knew very well that even if he married her, he would never fall in love with her. You're very good. There's no need to humiliate yourself like this. There's no happiness in such an unequal love. I know this better than anyone. If you don't love me, then you don't love me. It won't change anything. Why make yourself so miserable? You just don't love me now. But as time passes, you'll fall in love with me in the future. If we have a child, then. I said I don't want a child. Luli pulled his hand back coldly. He often dreamed that their child was covered in blood and begged him, asking why he didn't want him. Children had become a nightmare for him. He would never want a child in his life. I can wait. Don't wait. Even if we get married, I won't want a child. You should choose a man who can make you happy. Did being with him mean that she couldn't have children in the future? This was a great harm to Xiechinga. A life without children was incomplete for a woman. But, Luli, she told herself not to be so desperate. This was just a temporary thought. There would be a change in the future. She wiped her eyes and smiled through her tears. Look, I said so many silly things again. I'm sorry. It's not easy for you to be in such a good mood. I shouldn't have bothered you with these things. Let's talk about these things in the future, okay? Luli didn't answer. He needed a woman by his side. If Xiechinga wanted to leave, he wouldn't ask her to stay. But if she wanted to stay, it was fine. Shen Xinhui stayed to take care of Tao Yuanxing while Tao Yuan returned alone. Before she left, she repeatedly promised that she would find a way to save Tao Yuanxing. Alone at home, the more she thought about it, the more upset she became. Tao Yuan went to a bookstore that she used to go to when she was in a bad mood. It was near her former school and was medium-sized. The owners were a couple who had returned from abroad. There weren't many people in the bookstore. It was very quiet and people's moods were also much calmer. For Tao Yuan, it was a temporary escape. She came to the foreign novel section and took a fancy to a book. Just as she reached out, her other hand fell on the same book. Fang Yiqing? She was pleasantly surprised. There was a coffee area in the bookstore. Tao Yuan and Fang Yiqing sat by the window facing each other. They sighed with emotion. 6 years, more than 2,000 days and nights. It felt like a lifetime had passed. She stirred the coffee gently, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. I haven't seen you for a long time. You've changed a lot. 6 years ago, Fang Yiqing was still a somewhat arrogant young boy. Now he had the posture of a successful man, mature and steady. Time had carved his face more three-dimensional, and it was hard to hide his sharpness. His face hadn't changed much, but his whole temperament had changed completely. You haven't changed much. Not at all. I'm in my 30s. I've aged a lot. You're still as beautiful as before, but in a different kind of beauty. Whether it was 6 years ago or 6 years later, in the eyes of Fang Yiqing, Tao Yuan would always be the most beautiful woman in the world. After 6 years, he thought that he would feel a little strange. However, the moment he saw her again, the love of the past surged up, and it was no different from the past. Loving her was never limited by time and place. It was as natural as breathing and drinking water. People would never forget to breathe. I heard that you got married 5 years ago. How are you? You should have children, right? I'm divorced. I left in March this year. His tone was very calm, without a trace of regret. It could even be said that he didn't feel anything about the divorce at all. Only then did Tao Yuan realize that his ring finger was empty. She was stunned. I'm sorry, she shouldn't have asked this question that she thought was safe. She just thought that after so long he got married again, and the previous relationship had become a thing of the past. Why are you saying sorry? When I got married, I knew that this marriage wouldn't last long. But people get married with a lifetime of love in their hearts. I'm not. I told you at the beginning that for me, it was just a business marriage. It had nothing to do with love. I got the benefits that I wanted and she had already given up on me. Then, a divorce was already part of our agreement. Tao Yuan didn't want him to become so cruel. If everyone in the world was like Luli, how scary would that be? Then, do you have a suitable woman around you? Only when you marry for love can the relationship last. Yes. He didn't say who, but his burning gaze had already explained everything. Tao Yuan's fingers trembled and the coffee almost spilled out. He didn't disturb her life for the past 6 years. He thought that she had long given up, but he didn't expect her to be so persistent. Persistence was a very scary thing. It would trap oneself in the past and never be able to obtain happiness. For example, Luli, bearing a man's persistence, was already very tiring. She couldn't bear another persistence. The atmosphere became a little depressing. Tao Yuan was a little flustered and looked elsewhere. It's changed a lot, but this bookstore hasn't changed much. Well, now there are tall buildings being built everywhere and it's very congested. It's not what you remember, but the bookstore is still the same. I often come here to walk around as if time has stopped in the past. You see, although many things are changing, some things and some people will never change. He said meaningfully. Even though she had been avoiding his gaze, his eyes never left her for even a second. To him, no matter how much time had passed, his feelings for her would always stay at the beginning. Ever since he met Tao Yuan, she had ruined his whole life. From then on, there was no room for other women in his eyes. Tao Yuan bit her lip and didn't know what to say. I'm very happy to meet you again. To avoid giving her too much pressure, the passion in Fang Yicheng's eyes faded slightly. He believed that there must be a reason why God arranged for them to meet here, which proved that their fate had not ended. Me too, it's always a happy thing to meet an old friend. Tao Yuan said, old friend. Fang Yicheng also understood that she was deliberately keeping a distance from him. Where did you go those years? America. Or is it a strong woman? She laughed at herself. What strong woman? I was just trying to make a living. I have a hard life. Women shouldn't have to work so hard, especially you. You should be protected and cherished. I don't know which man is so lucky. Tao Yuan shrugged. Yeah, I'm also wondering which bastard hasn't shown up yet. Fang Yicheng twitched the corner of his mouth. He wished he was that bastard. I have something to do today, so I'll leave first. Can you have dinner with me at St. Laurent restaurant tomorrow night? Tao Yuan nodded. It was not easy to be an old friend for many years. She didn't want to turn him away. The night was waning and the lights were flowing. Tao Yuan looked at the bright lights outside the window and was slightly lost in thought. This place was more prosperous than she remembered, but she still missed the past. People were always nostalgic. Sometimes they stubbornly hoped that time would not change anything and that it would be good to stay in the original feeling. Sorry I'm late. Fang Yicheng held a bouquet of red roses in his hand. No, I arrived early. This is for you. Thank you. The red roses were in full bloom and Tao Yuan was a little uncomfortable. She took the flowers and put them aside. What do you want to eat? No hurry, drink some red wine first. Well, okay. When the two met, it was nothing more than talking about the past. There were bitterness, sweetness, and helplessness. They talked a lot. Fang Yicheng got up. Can I ask you for a dance? She put her hand in his palm and the two of them waltzed to the music. Her fragrance seeped into Fang Yicheng's nose and deep into his soul. He longed for them to be one and never be separated. At the end of the song, Tao Yuan wanted to return to her seat, but Fang Yicheng suddenly knelt down on one knee. She realized something and immediately took a step back in panic. Fang Yicheng, Tao Yuan, marry me? In the pink velvet box was a delicate diamond ring. You're crazy, you get up. All the guests focused their eyes on them. What a romantic proposal, what a handsome man, what affectionate eyes. Marry me. You know it's impossible. She whispered. Don't make it difficult for me, okay? You're divorced. Why do you refuse me? In fact, I wanted to propose to you when you divorced 6 years ago, but I knew that I was not capable enough to give you happiness. What you needed was a mature and responsible man. At that time, I still had to rely on my family. I was not qualified to propose to you. But now it's different. I have the ability to bear the responsibility of the whole Fang enterprise. My father and my sister can no longer control me. I can decide my own life and I can bear your life. I've also been divorced once. You don't have to be embarrassed that you're married for the second time. We're the same. You're all the motivation for my efforts. Give me a chance. Let me be your husband. Let me take care of you, okay? Fang Yicheng's sincere eyes were irresistible. The people around were also moved and began to make a scene. Marry him, marry him, marry him. Lu Li looked at his mobile phone, but there was still no call from her. How long did she want to escape? Did she think she could hide from him by being a tortoise? It seemed that she was as stupid as before. How could she escape from his inescapable net? In this contest, Lu Li was sure to win, but she disappeared for several days in a row, which made him a little impatient. But he didn't want to take the initiative to call her, so as not to appear very anxious. Why have you been looking at your mobile phone these days? Are you waiting for an important call? Xiechinga asked. A woman's sixth sense told her that a man would wait like this, usually for a woman's call. What woman? Did he fall in love with someone else? It was quite ironic to say that he fell in love with someone else. He had never fallen in love with her at all. At most, he fell in love with a woman who was not her. Women were very sensitive in this regard, but sometimes they deceived themselves and didn't want to believe it. At the beginning, when she was with him, she still had the expectation that love would grow after a long time. Later, this hope was destroyed by 3 years. She settled for the next best thing as long as he was by her side. Even if he often played outside, even if he kept a mistress, as long as he was willing to marry her, she could turn a blind eye. Chapter 642. No. Lu Li puts away his phone. Xiechinga smiles reluctantly. There is a commotion in the dining room. She turns her head and looks over. Someone is proposing, so romantic. She is so envious. Hey, isn't that Elizabeth? Lu Li immediately looks over. It is really that damn woman. Fang Yiqing kneels in front of her with a ring in his hand. He thought that she has been suffering and suffering because of Tao Yuanxing these days. He did not expect that she still has the leisure to provoke Fang Yiqing. Is he too kind to her and gives her too much space? Lu Li suppresses the sour feeling. He will never be jealous of her again. Fang Yiqing is not worthy of her. Fang Yiqing is like a dog wagging his tail and begging for pity. He is so pitiful. He probably can't see her true nature. One man can't satisfy her at all. What she likes is the feeling of dealing with several men at the same time. She was just that greedy and despicable. She says how worried she is about Tao Yuanxing, as if she is the most filial daughter in the world. But what is the result? Isn't it her specialty to say one thing in front of others and another behind their backs? Lu Li can't bear such a disgusting scene and stands up. Ali, where are you going? Don't you want to eat? Xie Qingge asks, but he ignores her. He picks up his bag and follows her. Tao Yuan didn't expect that Fang Yiqing would suddenly propose so crazily. She is so anxious that she finally refuses his proposal and drives him home. She frowns and walks into the house with a dizzy head. She is shocked to find a figure sitting on the sofa in the hall. There is a strong smell of tobacco in the air. Lu Li? Why is he here? Tao Yuan is immediately on alert as if she is facing a formidable enemy. The maid looked at her with trepidation. Miss Young Master. No, Young Master Lu has been waiting for you for a long time. Tao Yuan asked the servant to leave and asked angrily with a frown. What are you doing here? Lu Li glanced at her ring finger. It was empty. Did she not agree to Fang Yiqing's proposal, or did she keep the ring in her bag? Or did she want to continue whetting Fang Yiqing's appetite? She was an expert in this area. Who knew how she planned to play with her pet? Lu Li narrowed his eyes and slowly blew out a smoke ring. His meaningful look made Tao Yuan very uneasy. This is called trespassing. I can call the police. She took out her phone. Lu Li snorted. Who was she threatening? Police? Did she think he would be afraid? What? How can you be so arrogant when someone proposes to you? Tao Yuan's heart tightened. How did he know? You sent someone to spy on me? If he had the intention to investigate her, Xiaojiu's matter would soon be exposed. You are so charming. An old lover from 6 years ago is still so loyal to you. Did he divorce because of you? Not only did you destroy your own family, but you also want to destroy other people's families? You are really capable. You spy on me. Tao Yuan still did not let go of this point. She was afraid that he would investigate her. I don't do such a boring thing. She secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Then how did you know? He was too lazy to explain it to her. He just smiled coldly. I am charming. Is it a hindrance to you? Don't tell me you are jealous. Jealous? Lu Li's smile became even more sarcastic. What am I jealous of? Jealous of Fang Yiqing's blindness? I just think he is stupid. He actually can't see your true colors and is loyal to you like a dog. Don't say that about him. Yes, he is more loyal than a dog. Are you satisfied with that? If he knew that the goddess in his heart is actually someone else's mistress, what do you think he would think? I will not be your mistress even if I die. You should give up. His slender fingers flicked the ash off his cigarette as he mocked her nonchalantly. So you have decided to let Tao Yuanxing spend the rest of his life in prison? Now, he's already scared to the point of having a heart attack even before he's caught. Do you think he'll be scared to death if that day really comes? I'm looking forward to that scene. He lived a glorious life relying on that black-hearted money. When he is old, he will end up miserable. This is called karma, don't you think so? If you don't want to, you can do that. Anyway, you are a woman who says one thing in front of others and another behind their backs. You are more filial than anything else, but when your father is in a critical moment of life and death, you are talking about love with your old lover. You almost fooled me. Did you become an actor in the United States? Your acting is so good. I really admire you. So you saw someone propose to me and you felt unbalanced, so you purposely came to mock me in the middle of the night? Lu Li, do you care about me that much, or do you have nothing better to do? Are you here to make your presence known? He stood up. I just don't like people staining my things. Even if it is just my pet, I will feel dirty. I was abroad for 6 years and I am a woman who can't stand loneliness. Do you think I don't have a single man? If you want to say dirty words, I have already been dirty. Then why do you want a dirty woman to be your mistress? Isn't it better for you to find someone else? I decide what kind of man I want to find. I don't need you to teach me. He bent down and put out the cigarette. His back was straight, and his body exuded a cold and arrogant aura. As for you, offending me is definitely a good thing for you. My patience has been worn out by you. I will give you one more day. If there is still no result after one day, then you can prepare to send Tao Yuanxing off. His cruel look made Tao Yuan's heart turn cold. This man was more terrifying than the devil, so cruel that it made one's hair stand on end. She couldn't help but shake her head. What are you laughing at? He asked. Let me think about it. You tried so hard to use my dad to lure me back from Los Angeles and then become your mistress. Is that right? You used such despicable methods to keep a woman by your side. You really don't deserve to be called a man. I feel that you are very pitiful, very sad. I'm pitiful? I can play with your family's lives in my hands, and you, who is more pitiful? You think you are manipulating my fate, but I am actually manipulating your fate. I have already walked out of the shadow of the past and started my new life, but you, the saddest thing about you is that you are still living in the past, unable to walk out. These words stabbed Lu Li's sensitive spot. He had to say that this woman really knew how to provoke him. I just want to ask you, is it tiring for you to live in the past like this? In the past you were my wife. Now, you are my lover. It is completely different. But I am still me, am I not? Whether it is wife or lover, the one you want is me. You can't forget your old feelings for me, or else you wouldn't be so persistent. Old feelings? What old feelings do you think we have? You shamelessly married me back then? You found someone to follow my mother? Or, you killed our child with your own hands? Instead of saying old feelings, it is more appropriate to say old hatred. When he narrowed his eyes, his expression was especially cruel. You did not disturb my life in the past 6 years. Why can't you continue to do that now? You should not have taken the initiative to appear and provoke me. You are an eyesore, understand? Don't say so much. Whether you want to use psychological methods or pretend to be pitiful to get me to let your family go, it is impossible. You still have one day. Think about it carefully. After saying this, he strode away. Los Angeles. Ding dong, mommy is back? Tao Xiaojio went to open the door happily. Hey Uncle Ouyang, it is you. I thought it was my mommy. Xiaojio obediently gave him slippers to change into. Uncle, please come in. Thank you. Where is your mommy? Mommy went to New York on a business trip. Tao Xiaojio poured a glass of water. Uncle, drink some water. Thank you. Ouyang Shua rubbed his little head. How could there be such an obedient child? Tao Yuan had taught him too well. How nice it would be if he were his son. Lu Li was not a good person, but his genes were excellent. Otherwise Tao Xiaojio would not be so smart and cute. Hopefully he did not inherit the bad habits in Lu Li's bones. Uncle, you have not come for a few days. I went on a business trip and brought you a small gift. Ouyang Shua handed the gift box to him. Wow, Iron Man, so handsome. Thank you, Uncle. You said your mommy went to New York? Yes, she went on a business trip. She has been there for 5 days. Tao Xiaojio answered while playing Iron Man. Oh. Uncle, do you miss my mommy very much? How do you know? You said you went on a business trip and you are still wearing a suit and tie. You must have come straight after you got off the plane, right? So smart. Uncle, you must love my mommy very much, right? Was it too mushy to say these words in front of a child? But seeing that Tao Xiaojio had an amazing IQ, which was even smarter than an adult, Ouyang Shua nodded generously. Yes, I love her very much. But Uncle, you are not my daddy. Don't you mind? My mommy has had a hard time taking care of me these years, but it will be a long time before I grow up. I have always hoped that there is a man who can take care of her. It does not matter even if he does not like me as long as he loves her. Little fool, you are so cute. How could anyone not like you? But if you love someone, you will definitely want to have your own baby with him and you will love your baby more. I understand all of this. Tao Xiaojio lowered his head, feeling a little down all of a sudden. No, I love your mommy and I will love you too. We will not have our own children. You are enough. Really? Xiaojio's eyes sparkled, but she shook her head. No, I can't be so selfish. I know you love me very much, Uncle Ouyang, so I hope you and my mommy will have your own baby. I will love my brother and sister very much. I'm very good at taking care of people and I usually take care of mommy. I also like my brother and sister very much. This child was so obedient and sensible that it made people feel sorry for him. Ouyang Shua kissed him on the forehead. I'm back. We will have spaghetti tonight? Happy? Pan Chi walked into the room, panting heavily as she carried large and small bags. Oh, you are here too? Yes. Tao Xiaojio secretly whispered in Ouyang Shua's ear. Uncle, the spaghetti my godmother makes is super disgusting. You should run away quickly. He stuck out his tongue cutely. What are you talking about, little rascal? Are you complaining that my cooking is terrible? How can you not give me face in front of others? Be careful or I will beat you. I will go back to my room to do my homework first. Chapter 643. Tao Yuan didn't go to New York, right? Ouyang Shua asked immediately. Yes, I haven't been able to contact you. I was just about to ask you for help. Something happened to her father, so she returned to China. I don't know if it's because of Lu Li. It must be because of him. Ouyang Shua said disdainfully. He can use all kinds of despicable means. Then isn't Tao Yuan in danger? She's a weak woman and won't be able to fight him. You should go back and help her. Ouyang Shua nodded. I know, then I'll leave Xiaozhou to you. Don't worry, I won't make the same mistake as last time. You don't have to worry about this. Focus on finding a way to deal with Lu Li. Tao Yuan had no choice but to look for Lu Yanting for help. She secretly contacted a servant and went to the Lu family when the rest of the family was not around. The maid, Sasha, brought her in. Tao Yuan was a little puzzled. Why not go to Dad's room? Oh, Master can get up now. He's in the study. Sasha's eyes flickered a little. Tao Yuan didn't think too much about it. The last time they met, Lu Yanting's health was very bad and he couldn't even get out of bed. It was great that he could recover now. Entering the study, there was a strong smell of tobacco and the air was cold. The person in the room was not Lu Yanting but Lu Li. He sat on the sofa with his legs crossed and was smoking. His whole body exuded a cold aura, like a big bad wolf waiting for a rabbit to fall into a trap. She had been tricked. Sasha turned and left, closing the door. Tao Yuan stood there, exasperated and anxious. You tricked me. Lu Li's hair was shaved very thin, making his face look even colder and more angular. The cold light between his brows was like an iceberg that would never melt, making people feel a sense of fear from the bottom of their hearts. Even though he was wearing a white shirt, he gave people the feeling that he was Satan, as if a pair of black wings could grow out of his back at any time. He uncrossed his legs and leaned forward. His slender fingers landed on the ashtray and flicked the ash. I remember you said last time that you wouldn't appear in the Lu family again. I also remember you saying 6 years ago that you wouldn't harass me anymore, but I've never seen you do it. She retorted sarcastically. You know my father's health isn't good, but you still bother him with these things. How selfish of you. What right do you have to let him help you? Do you and her still have any relationship with this family? She sneered. Do I have any other choice? You're driving me crazy. She couldn't even get through to Lu Yanting's phone. It must be him again. This cunning man had blocked all her escape routes. She was like a rabbit in a cage waiting for him to torture her to death. Is it that hard to be my mistress? Will you be willing to be trampled on by others? You can't control your own legs anyway. It's the same whether you're being f***ed by others or me. What's the difference? At least you can keep your crumbling home. A despicable person like you can think of 10,000 ways to threaten me. If I compromise once, who knows what else you'll threaten me with in the future. So, since the final result is the same, you should give up resisting now and surrender. There's no need to tire yourself out. Impossible. She clenched her fists. Even if I have to use my last breath, I won't retreat. Lu Li glanced at his watch. Do you need me to remind you that you only have less than 15 hours left? Tao Yuanxing is still lying in the hospital like a dead dog. It's better to euthanize him, don't you think? He'll be relaxed and you'll be free. That's a human life. Not everyone is qualified to be called a human. Some, the corner of his mouth curled up into a mocking smile. Call them animals. You, Tao Yuan flew into a rage out of humiliation. In her eyes he was the animal. A normal person wouldn't be able to use so many despicable methods. He put out the cigarette butt and stood up. He was so tall that his shadow extended to Tao Yuan's feet in the sunlight, completely wrapping her in his shadow. She shrank slightly. He blocked all the light, which was equivalent to blocking all the hope in her life, leaving only despair. Watching him walk over step by step, she secretly swallowed her saliva. It's said that people change with time, but there are a few things about you that haven't changed. First, you're still so lewd and can't leave men. Second, you're still so stubborn and reckless. You haven't changed either, have you? You're still so headstrong and like to control other people's fate. Heh, he smiled, revealing a mouthful of fang-like teeth. There's another thing, you have a sharp tongue. However, I quite admire this about you. After all, no other woman dares to be so arrogant in front of me. Do you know that when you talk back to me your whole body is full of energy, especially exciting? He gritted his teeth as he spoke. His tone was clearly full of hatred, but his eyes gave birth to a kind of ambiguity, a kind of lust. Tao Yuan felt that something was wrong. He could go into heat anytime, anywhere. He walked towards her and she shrank back. Don't come over. What do you want? What do you think I want? His breath was mixed with a faint tobacco scent, very mesmerizing, making one dizzy. Don't come over. This is my home. She wanted to escape, but he moved faster, grabbing her wrist and pulling her back. She fluttered her wings like a bird. Let go of me, let go of me. Let me go. You come and go as you please. What kind of place do you think the Liu family is? The crueler his expression was, the more breathtakingly handsome it was. Tao Yuan kept twisting her body, but all the resistance was no different from scratching an itch through his boots. It had no effect at all. Instead, he looked at her resistance coldly, admiring her flushed face, which could satisfy his almost perverted pleasure. Let go, He pinched her face and her mouth was out of shape. Her whole body was trembling and her face was red. Luli could see her tongue from where he was standing as well as the sweet honey. She happened to be wearing a V-neck t-shirt that day, and when she struggled, her cleavage was faintly discernible, very sexy. He could only feel a strong heat rushing to the top of his head. His whole body tensed up and his whole body stiffened. Did that damned woman put some kind of drug in his body? She could arouse his lust in 1 second. He was a man, so of course he had needs. This was also one of the reasons why Xiechinga existed, but it was all temporary. He was even unwilling to look at Xiechinga when he was doing it, and after it was done he felt disgusted and immediately pulled away. But Tao Yuan, his feelings for her were so strong that he could not control himself, like a prairie fire. Let go of me. Luli, you're crazy. I'm crazy. He narrowed his eyes. If he wasn't crazy, how could his emotions be affected by her so easily? Let go of me. Let go. He hated to hear this word again and suddenly kissed her, biting her lips without caring about anything else. What? Go. She was about to die from the strong smell of tobacco, and her throat was filled with a disgusting feeling. His eyes instantly turned red from lust, and he suppressed a terrifying impulse in the depths of his eyes. Since you are destined to become my mistress in 15 hours, then I can enjoy my power in advance. I won't even if I die, she struggled desperately. She kept dodging and he kept invading. The two of them fell on the bed together, and his body suddenly pressed down, almost breaking Tao Yuan's chest. Her body was boiling hot. Let go of me, don't ask me to let go of you again. You know that's impossible. He grabbed her hands and pulled them to the sides of her head, pressing them down. She could only twist her body and kick her legs, but it was of no use. Let go of me. Tao Yuan was so anxious that she was about to cry. There was only one strong feeling left in Luli's mind, to have her, she was his. Luli, let go. Let go. Bang, the bag fell on the floor. Xiechinga stood at the door with a pale face, and she couldn't believe what she saw. What are you doing? Her voice was trembling. Luli stopped moving and a cold light flashed in his eyes. He was unhappy that he was disturbed. Let go of me. Tao Yuan escaped from his arms in a panic, and when she saw Xiechinga standing there she opened her mouth, but she didn't know how to explain the situation. She was like a mistress who was caught in the act and she was so ashamed that she wanted to die. Why is it you? Xiechinga suffered an even greater blow. Her vision turned black and she almost fainted. Luli stood up calmly and his shirt was unbuttoned, revealing a slender neck. His eyes were cold. He looked at Tao Yuan, and there was a hint of sarcasm in his eyes. You know this person, Isabella. Her Chinese name is Luli. Tao Yuan wanted to stop him, but his lips curled up, and with a hint of mockery he said 2 words lightly. Tao Yuan. It was like a bomb had exploded. Xiechinga couldn't believe it. She felt that she was a little strange, but she didn't expect that she was Tao Yuan. So, Lu Li's abnormal behavior was because of her? And if he was abnormal, it meant that he still had her in his heart, right? She was clearly his fiancée, but Xiechinga didn't even have the right to question them in anger. I'm sorry. Tao Yuan left this sentence in a hurry and ran away. Xiechinga's eyes were already completely red, and she felt that she was a complete joke. She was also very angry, and because of her anger her body was trembling. She bit her lips so hard that it was almost bleeding. But Lu Li's reaction was very calm. He was so calm and he didn't feel awkward about being caught in the act by his fiancée, nor did he have the intention to explain. He lit a cigarette and continued to puff. Xiechinga's anger kept increasing under his silence and indifference, and she was so angry that she was about to die. "Shouldn't you give me an explanation?" Her voice was very cold. "You've already seen it, what else do you want me to explain?" Was this his attitude? "Why didn't you tell me that she was Tao Yuan from the start? You'll know sooner or later anyway, why are you in such a hurry? Must you treat me with such an attitude? I'm your fiancé," she emphasized loudly. "We're going to get married." "I didn't say that we're going to get married." So, it had always been wishful thinking on her part? She knew that he didn't love her, but when it came to marriage she always had high hopes that they would be together in the end, because she was the woman he needed, and the only woman who was worthy of standing by his side. But in the end he said that he had never given her a promise. She was like a fool. How ironic. Chapter 644. Rekindling Old Feelings? As soon as Lu Li heard this he thought it was quite funny. There was only hatred between them. How could it be called rekindling old feelings? And the hatred for her had always been there. It wasn't just rekindling old feelings. No. No? Then what were you guys doing just now? I saw you pressing her down on the sofa with my own eyes. You guys. She was very jealous. He had never been so wild with her. He hadn't been so eager to have her. So what? What does that mean? His nonchalant expression was cruel. I can do the same thing to any woman. So I'm just one of any woman? Xiechinga burst into tears. She actually knew that, didn't she? How could she be so stupid to think that she was any different? Lu Li was silent. You can do the same thing to any woman, but it can't be Tao Yuan. You guys are divorced. She was jealous of her. She was insanely jealous that she had a place in his heart. Even if she saw Lu Li in bed with 10 women today, she wouldn't be in so much pain, because she knew that those were only physical. But he had feelings for Tao Yuan. She was completely different from those other women. Have you forgotten how much pain you've suffered because of her? You should stay away from her. You shouldn't let yourself fall into the same nightmare. Haven't you been tortured enough by her? I don't need you to teach me what to do. And what makes you think that she's the one who tortured me? Do you think that I'll start over with her and let her be Mrs. Lu? Impossible. She's only fit to be a mistress. Mistress? Xiechinga felt ridiculous and shook her head. This is just an excuse for you to keep her by your side. Do you think that will make you feel better? Do you think that it's an insult to her? You're the one who can't let go of her. If you really don't love her anymore, then you... Enough. Lu Li's expression was already very unhappy. I don't want to hear you say so much. I'm your fiancé. I have the right. Regardless of whether you love me or not, I am your fiancé and your legal wife in the future. You have to be responsible for me. You can't betray me. I've never asked for anything from you. I've always loved you carefully and humbly, so you think I'm the kind of woman you can hurt at will and you can ignore me, right? But I'm a person of flesh and blood. I can feel pain. You can't hurt me just because I love you. I didn't ask you to let me hurt you. I said from the beginning that you can end our relationship at any time. But we've been together for 3 years. Doesn't that mean anything to you? If you need compensation, I don't need compensation. I just want you. She had clearly seen him being intimate with Tao Yuan with her own eyes, but she still said those words without any dignity. It was extremely sad. I can give you the title of Mrs. Lu. I don't want a title. I can't tolerate her becoming your mistress. Any other woman can do it, but not her. But he only wanted her. Other than her, he didn't want any other woman. Ali, can you let her go? Don't torture yourself like this, Ali. He pulled his hand out and stood up. I've already decided. Don't tell Mom about this. After saying that, he strode away. Xiechinga sat paralyzed on the ground and cried bitterly. As Tao Yuan expected, Xiechinga asked her to meet that night. In a coffee shop. Xiechinga's eyes were red and swollen from crying. The makeup on her face had fallen off and even her lips were pale. Tao Yuan felt very uncomfortable when she saw that. No one knew better than her how painful it was to fall in love with a man who didn't love you back. No matter how much trouble you made, he wouldn't even look at you. Even if you tried to become better, he wouldn't care about you. If he didn't love you, he didn't love you. Was that cruel? I'm sorry. It took her a long time to say those words. I lied to you, but at that time I thought, leave him? Xiechinga said those 3 words directly. I also want to, but he threatened me with the evidence of my father. Tao Yuan gave a simple explanation of the matter. He keeps pestering me like this. I'm also very tired. I also hope to get rid of his pestering. Pestering? Get rid of? Was she showing off? She, Xie Qingge, was eager to get rid of the person whom she couldn't get even with all her efforts. She was better than her in everything. She was younger and prettier than her and had a better family background. Why did she lose so badly in this aspect? She was not reconciled. But Xie Qingge was not a stupid woman. She knew that there was no comparison in a relationship. It was just a matter of love or not love. Will you leave him after you get the evidence of your father? I'm not sure. I don't know what other ways he will threaten me, so I can't leave so easily. Did he mean that she would continue to stay here and destroy their relationship? Xie Qingge suppressed her anger. Do you know that your existence threatens our marriage? I know, but in order to save my father, I can only do this. That's so noble. Actually, it's just an excuse. You still can't bear to leave him, right? Tao Yuan frowned. It's not that I can't bear to leave him now, but what? He can't bear to leave you? Xie Qingge put down the coffee cup heavily. The expression on her face was a little fierce. It's not that he can't bear to leave me. Maybe he just wants to take revenge on me for hurting him in the past. Maybe he just hates me. If he hated her, he wouldn't have kissed her. Did she not know, or was she pretending not to know? The acid in her stomach almost drowned Xie Qingge. She wanted to make a scene like a shrew, but that would only make her lose her dignity. She used all her strength to resist the urge to splash acid on Tao Yuan's face. She pinched her fingers so hard that they turned blue. I'm sorry. Don't say sorry to me. It's too hypocritical. I didn't want to destroy your relationship. Really? I also have my difficulties. Don't worry. For me, Luli and I are already over. If I really had any feelings for him, how could I endure for 6 years and not look for him? I don't care what you think. Anyway, he's going to marry me. If you still have some dignity, please move and disappear. When Xie Qingge returned to the Lu family, she had a terrible headache. She kept thinking about Tao Yuan's words in her mind. She didn't know if she was lying. On the table, the laptop was still flashing. She walked over and opened it. There was no password. Did he forget it today? She hurriedly locked the door and found the evidence of Tao Yuanxing's crime in the folder. But the file was locked. She couldn't open it, so she deleted it directly. After confirming that she had deleted it, she gave Tao Yuan a call. Tao Yuan received a call from Xie Qingge saying that the evidence had been deleted, but she still couldn't rest assured. Luli was such a cautious person. How could he let Xie Qingge delete it so easily? Maybe it was fake or there were other backups. But she would not be his mistress no matter what. Tao Yuan wasn't sure what Luli would do, so she went and waited at the hospital. She paid attention to the news all the time, afraid that the evidence would be exposed. Until evening there was no movement. Tao Yuanxing woke up and kept asking her to beg Luli to save him. Tao Yuan said that she didn't want to go. Tao Yuanxing scolded her for being heartless. She could watch her father die and hit her with something. Her eyes were hit and there was a big swelling around it. Shen Xinhui hurriedly pulled her out of the ward and applied medicine for her in the corridor. She frowned with heartache. Does it hurt? Tao Yuan shook her head. The good thing about heartache was that the body would become numb to the pain. She couldn't believe that there would be a father as cruel as Tao Yuanxing in the world. He only used his daughter as a tool. If she could go to jail for him, he would agree without hesitation. She would rather not have such a father. Your father was too emotional just now. He was desperate. Don't take it to heart. Tao Yuan smiled bitterly and said sarcastically, if I took it to heart, I would have cut off my relationship with him a long time ago. Don't say that. There are no parents who don't love their children. That's why he is so weird. To him, I am just a tool that he can beat and scold at will. To be honest, seeing him like this, I don't want to save him even if I have the ability. Shen Xinhui was so scared that her face turned pale. Yuan, you can't say that. He's your father after all. Blood is thicker than water. You can't just watch something happen to him. I can't help much. You are the only one who can help him now. You can't give up on him. If you don't let him go, he will really die. I didn't say that I won't help him. I was just thinking, shouldn't people pay for their own mistakes? That project had such a big loophole, but he was blinded by profit and still signed it. He is inhumane. If I was a bystander, even if he was dragged out and shot to death, I would think that he deserved it. Shen Xinhui began to cry. I know he is wrong. It's all his fault. But he is so old. Can you bear to see him go to jail? As you can see, he's been tortured by his illness to the point that he's no longer human. He won't be able to harm others in the future. Please save him this time, okay? He will change. She laughed coldly. Some people can't change for the rest of their lives. So you don't plan to save him? If you don't save him, just think of it as saving your mother. If something happens to him, I don't want to live anymore. Do you want me to kneel down and beg you? Shen Xinhui was about to kneel down when Tao Yuan hurriedly held her up. What are you doing? Is it worth it for a man like that? She couldn't help but yell at her. Could it be that the failure of a mother-daughter marriage was hereditary? They weren't worse than others, but everything was ruined in the hands of a man? Was it that pitiful to be a woman? Or was it that they were blind to fall in love with a man that they shouldn't love? The evils brought upon themselves were the hardest to bear. No matter how painful it was, they chose this path themselves. Who else could they blame? Her phone vibrated and a message came in. Tao Yuan glanced at it. Lu Li said that he was at the entrance of the hospital and asked her to go down immediately. Chapter 645. Tao Yuan couldn't help but admire his patience. It took at least 4 hours to drive here. Was it worth it to rush here in the middle of the night? Didn't he have anything else to do? She was still very vigilant in her heart, but she pretended to be calm. Anyway, she wouldn't be his mistress. He could do whatever he wanted with her. It's already been more than 24 hours. It seems that you really don't care about Tao Yuanxing's life. The evidence has been deleted. It seems that not only do you have the ability to charm men, but you can also use your rival in love to plot against me. Tao Yuan, you're really amazing. If she doesn't want to do it, no one can force her. Do you think she did it for me? She just wants me to leave you quickly. Xie Qingge is a good woman. Can't you be with her? Who said I can't be with her? She will be my wife in the future. Wife is not just a title. Marriage also means loyalty to each other. You did some shameful things when you were young, but now that you're in your 30s and married for the second time, can't you learn your lesson and respect your marriage? He felt ridiculous for her serious look. Are you teaching me how to be a husband? Then why don't you look at how you are a wife? When you were with me, how many things did you do that broke my heart? Can you count them? If you continue like this, you will ruin your life and mine. I don't want to die with you. Can you please let me go? Do you think that's possible? He raised his eyelids. If he could let her go easily, would he spend so much effort? Would he still be entangled now? He couldn't let her go and he couldn't let himself go. So, let's fall into a deeper abyss together. Anyway, he had long lived in the darkness and was used to it. He didn't want to let her live well. Then why didn't you expose the evidence? Didn't I delete it? Tao Yuan didn't believe his words. Even if Xie Qingge was someone around him, Lu Li was so vigilant. How could he let her delete his things so easily? And didn't he have a backup? Of course, Lu Li deliberately asked Xie Qingge to delete it. In fact, he had never intended to report Tao Yuanxing. It would not do him any good. He had done so many things just to let Tao Yuan have a taste of what it felt like to be at the end of the road, and now he had achieved his goal. What was Tao Yuanxing? He still had 10,000 ways to make her wish she was dead. She stared at him suspiciously. So you won't report my dad? If I do that, he might die in prison soon or even suddenly in court. What's the point of that? Keeping him alive and letting him suffer from the pain of his illness, living a life worse than death, would that not be more satisfying, wouldn't it? He said this to give himself a way out. He had previously threatened to do that, but now he was going back on his words. He should at least give himself an explanation, right? Otherwise, she would think that he still had feelings for her. Tao Yuan still did not dare to trust him easily. He was too fickle and sinister. Who knew if he would suddenly change? Or perhaps, there was a deeper conspiracy behind it? When he said that he would not do that, she felt even more uneasy. You are indeed Tao Yuanxing's daughter. You have inherited his cold-blooded nature. You must be the first daughter in the world who can watch her father being thrown into prison and not do anything about it, right? Is the blood flowing in your bones black? There was no need to ask this question. She could even kill her own child with her own hands. Who could he expect her to cherish? She only had eyes for herself. Even if I become your mistress, it will not change anything. Once I am threatened by you, you will use anyone around me to threaten me, right? The result will be the same. You really know me. Lu Li, if you are a man, then you can come at me. Using my family to threaten me is too despicable. It is not something a man should do. You already said that I am despicable, so do you think I will consider so much? As long as I can achieve my goal, I will do anything. As for whether I am a man or not, aren't you very clear in your heart? She blushed, but it was not because she was shy but because she was angry at him. She had left him with guilt in the past, but his recent actions had completely erased her guilt. They were already in a state of hostility. Don't think of shamelessness as charm, okay? Since you do not intend to report my father, then we have nothing to talk about. She turned to leave, but he grabbed her wrist. She looked at him coldly. Please let go of me. Who said that there is nothing to talk about? I still have a lot to say. But there is nothing I want to say to you. Let go. It is not nice to be entangled in public. You want me to let go just because you say so? Let go of me, let go, she struggled. Her hair was messy, revealing the bruise at the corner of her eye. Luli then realized that her eye was swollen. She had kept her head down so he did not notice it. His heart suddenly tightened. He lifted her chin with one hand. She was forced to look up, and all her embarrassment was exposed to him. Luli's face turned green. Who hit you? It's none of your business. Let go. Tell me who hit you. She gritted her teeth. I fell myself. Tao Yuanxing? He actually hit his own daughter. Is he still a human? He wanted to go back on his word. That scum deserved to go to jail. What right do you have to talk about him? Isn't it because of you that he hit you? I didn't ask him to hit you. Why are you so surprised? It's not like you haven't hit me before. There are many men in the world who hit women. You are one of them. When did he hit her? He did use a little more strength when he pulled her, but he had never thought of hitting her. Even when she killed their child with her own hands, didn't he not hit her? Luli did not want to admit that he was angry when she was hurt, but he refused to admit that the source of his anger was because he felt sorry for her. No wonder you didn't save him. That kind of person's death is the end of everything. Just treat it as getting rid of evil for society. Let go of me. She tried to break his fingers. Her wound made him angry. He didn't know what was going on in his mind, but he kissed her lips without caring about anything else. Tao Yuan's eyes widened in shock. He kissed her forcefully again. He really was a super pervert. Since he hated her, he should hate her more thoroughly. Why did he kiss her forcefully? Wouldn't kissing someone he hated feel disgusting? Anyway, she felt disgusted and tried her best to push him out of her mouth. Ugh, let go of me. She was so angry that she slapped him, but Luli stopped her. Do you think that you can rest easy if I don't kill Tao Yuanxing? Hit me? I advise you to think carefully. You can't afford the consequences of offending me. He was willing to continue wasting time with her. Even if they quarreled, as long as he looked at her, his heart would not feel emptied. When he couldn't see her, he felt like his whole body was about to be torn apart. The two of them were like two angry beasts staring at each other, their chests heaving. The phone rang. Luli looked at the number but didn't pick it up. He shook off her hand. Let me tell you, this is just the beginning. There will never be an end between us. After saying this, he turned around and got into the car. As soon as his car left, a figure came from the opposite side and slapped Tao Yuan's face. Her hair was messed up and the right side of her face was swollen. There was a buzzing sound in her ears. It was Xie Qingge who was angry. She clenched her fists tightly and her whole body was shaking. Tao Yuan, you bitch. She scolded. Tao Yuan could have avoided this slap, but she didn't. It was normal for Xie Qingge to hate her. No matter how she explained her difficulties and explained that she was a victim, she still couldn't avoid playing the role of a mistress. You said that you would leave Ali if I delete the evidence, but you actually, although she was kissed forcefully, jealousy made Xie Qingge lose her mind. She must be the one who seduced Ali and pestered her endlessly. Tao Yuan's eyes didn't even turn red. She looked at her calmly without any emotion in her eyes, just like a dead fire. In Xie Qingge's eyes, this was her shameless performance. Did this woman have no sense of shame? How can you do this to me? She screamed angrily. She was not willing to be used and she was angry that she believed her. I didn't mean to hurt you. Didn't mean to hurt me? Xie Qingge rolled his eyes when he heard that. You despicable, shameless mistress. This is not my choice and I am also very tired. Yes, of course it is tiring to destroy other people's families. You have divorced, do you hear? Don't pester him anymore. I didn't pester him, please control your man. She said coldly. Don't let him pester me again. After saying this, she went into the hospital like a robot. As she walked, her legs suddenly gave way and she sat on the ground. Miss, are you okay? A nurse passing by asked worriedly. She shook her head and wanted to cry but had no tears. A WeChat message popped up on her phone. It was from Tao Xiaojiu. It was an award-winning photo. Tao Xiaojia was holding a trophy and smiling very cutely. Mommy, I won the first prize in the Children's Go competition today. Tao Yuan listened to this voice message over and over again. Her son's voice gradually warmed her heart. Even if the world collapsed, no matter how painful it was, her son could heal her scars. No matter how much she hated Lu Li, at least she had to be grateful to him for giving her such a lovely son. But when would this entanglement end? Would it be forever like he said? Tao Yuan was already a little desperate. How long could she hide Xiaojio's matter? He would know sooner or later, right? Should she take the initiative to tell him? Would he not hate her so much if he knew that she didn't kill their child? Or would he hate her more for so many years of deception? And he already had Xiechinga now. What about Xiaojio? What would little Jiu think of the matter of her father marrying another woman? Would Su Baihe accept Xiaojio? Chapter 646. The call that Lu Li didn't answer was from Tao Yanran. He called her back on his way back. He was still very upset, but he suppressed his unhappiness and softened his tone. What's up? Anyone has a fever. She's in the hospital. Is she okay? 40 degrees. Lu Li was very nervous. A 5-year-old girl's fever was 40 degrees. She could be in danger at any time. But Tao Yanran sounded very calm, as if she was talking about a minor cold. Which hospital are you in? I'll go there now. Lu Li raced to the hospital. Tao Yanran was sitting on the bench in the corridor playing with her phone. He was panting from running. How is she? She's fine. She's on an infusion. Tao Yanran didn't sound like she was talking about her own child. Lu Li frowned and walked into the ward. Lu Anyuan's face was very pale. She was very thin, and her face was so small that it was almost gone. It was heartbreaking. Lu Li didn't know what to do with such a small and fragile life. He was afraid that she would break if he touched her. Are you the child's father? The doctor asked. I'm her uncle. Oh. Then who does she usually live with? Her mother? Yes. We just found a lot of scars on her body. It should be caused by long-term domestic violence. Domestic violence? Lu Li was surprised but not surprised because it was not the first time. There was a time when Tao Yanran liked to drink and would beat Lu Anyuan to vent her anger. When Lu Anyuan was 2 years old, he told her that if she continued to beat her, he would take Anyuan away. She didn't agree and promised that she would not beat her again. No wonder every time she took her out, she made her wear long sleeves. It turned out that it was to cover the scars. Lu Li cursed himself. Lu Anyuan had been weak and malnourished for a long time. He thought it was because Tao Yanran said that she was weak and didn't like to eat, but it turned out that it was because of domestic violence. I've been a doctor for so many years, but I've never seen a mother hit her daughter so hard. If she doesn't change, I'll call the police, or this poor child will die in her hands sooner or later. I know the same thing won't happen again. Lu Li walked out of the ward angrily. Tao Yanran was still playing games on her phone. You hit and won? Say something. She pretended not to hear. Lu Li smashed his phone. Clang, the phone broke into pieces. Tao Yanran raised her head. Her eyes were calm like a robot. Lu Li pointed at the ward. How can there be someone as cruel as you in this world? That's your daughter. I've never treated her like my daughter. Tao Yanran sneered. To me she's just a tumor, a monster that split from my body. Whenever I see her, I think of those disgusting men. I can't help but hit her. I told you not to give birth to her that year. I gave birth to her just to tie you down, to constantly remind you of the pain you brought me. I want you to feel guilty for the rest of your life. As for her, her life has nothing to do with me. How can you be so cold-blooded? What right do you have to criticize me? You only see her once a week. Do you take good care of her? I'm the one taking care of her. She's not my biological daughter, but for me she's a very important family. Don't say such great lies. You're selfish too. Do you know why I hit her? Because of you, because I hate you. You're the one who caused the incident with Tao Yuanxing, aren't you? But he's not in prison yet. What? That little bitch begged you and your heart softened again, right? You can't even do such a small thing. You're so useless. Tao Yanran mocked. I know you're with her, so I hit her. Lu Li frowned. Are you threatening me? Sort of. I just don't want you to be with her. I can accept you and Xiechinga but not Tao Yuan. If you continue to be with her, I don't know what else I'll do to Nguyen. She was so cruel that it made one's hair stand on end. If you insist on doing this, then I'll make Nguyen leave you. I'm her mother. You can't take her away from me. If you use domestic violence on her, the court will give her to me. I can be her guardian. If she's with you, she might die at any time. When she grows up, she'll have a twisted mind. Luli almost said, she'll become a pervert like you. Then ask her who she wants to be with. Lu Anyuan's fever had gone down a little, but she still had to stay in the hospital for treatment. When the doctor helped her apply medicine, she kept gritting her teeth. Even when it was the most painful, she didn't make a sound. Looking at the shocking new and old wounds on her arms and legs, Luli felt very uncomfortable. Scream if it hurts. The doctor couldn't help saying. Lu Anyuan shook her head. Her face was pale. There was no sound at all. The doctor wanted to ask if she was mute. After the wound was bandaged, the doctor and nurse all went out. Lu Anyuan then showed a smile to Luli, "Uncle." That smile was like a pale flower blooming on the edge of a cliff. It made Luli very uncomfortable. Yes. He touched her head. Lu Anyuan had been very quiet since she was a child. She hardly spoke in front of others. Only in front of him would she occasionally show her childish side. Does it still hurt? Lu Anyuan shook her head. She was used to it. For a 5-year-old child, she didn't know much about human psychology. She didn't understand love and hate. She didn't know that her mother was just venting her anger on her. She was just used to pain and being beaten and scolded. It seemed that she didn't feel anything. When you recover, I'll take you to the amusement park. Really? There was a glimmer of light in her gray eyes. I also want to go to the island that Uncle took me to last time. Okay, I'll take you anywhere. Luli blamed himself for caring too little about her. In fact, he subconsciously wanted to escape from the nightmare that Tao Yanran had experienced, so he didn't spend much time with Lu Anyuan. He basically saw her once a week. But what was wrong with the child? She had suffered too much. He couldn't let her be hurt again. Anyuan, do you like to be with Uncle? Yes. She nodded vigorously. He was the person who treated her the best in the world. She didn't have to be afraid of anything when she was with him. Then do you want to live with Uncle? Tao Yanran rolled her eyes and mocked him for overestimating himself. Lu Anyuan glanced at Tao Yanran. What do you mean by living together? Does Mom live with you too? No, just you and me and another aunt. Lu Anyuan shook her head. I want to live with Mom. Luli didn't understand. Why did she still want to live with Tao Yanran after experiencing such terrible domestic violence? Wasn't she afraid? If you live with me, your mom can come and see you often. But I am Mom's daughter. Mom only has me. I want to be with Mom. I love her. Tao Yanran wasn't moved. She still didn't think that she was wrong. She just wanted to vent her anger on her. Luli felt a lump in his throat. Anyuan, thank you, Uncle. But Mom and I are living well. I won't leave her. Luli had nothing to say. After helping Tao Lu Anyuan sleep, he walked out of the ward and smoked in the corridor. Tao Yanran followed him out. I told you that she won't go with you. Anyuan loves you so much. How can you be so cruel? People like me don't deserve to be loved. I don't want to love anyone. I didn't beg her to be with me. This is her own choice. I said that no one can take her away from me. But you will turn her into a monster. She is a monster. She has the blood of those rapists. She will become a monster in the future. I raised her like a monster. What's wrong with that? This is her fate. I really regret making you suffer when you gave birth to her. He thought that blood was thicker than water. Tao Yanran would accept Lu Anyuan sooner or later and love her like a normal mother. In the end, he underestimated how cold-blooded she could be. People are born to suffer. What she is suffering now is not even 1/10,000th of what I am suffering. But, in the future she will slowly experience, slowly despair. I can give Anyuan a happy life. Ridiculous. You are living such a miserable life. What makes you think that you can give her happiness? You say that I am a monster. Are you not one yourself? What you did to Tao Yuan is not perverted. Let me tell you, we are the same. We can't give anyone happiness, but at least I am not as fake as you. I am willing to admit that. I will not give my daughter to Tao Yuan. I also don't think she is willing to be my daughter's stepmother. No matter how bad I treat her, I am the only family she can rely on. I never said that I want to be with her. I think you two will be entangled for the rest of your life. Luli, you are more pitiful than me. He was silent. Ali, Xiechinga walked over and held his arm. She knew that he no longer loved Tao Yanran. But she still hated this ex-girlfriend. Luli had taken care of them for 6 years. He had always been a thorn in her heart. After all, which woman didn't want to monopolize her man's love? But there were too many people in his heart. There were too many responsibilities. It's you again, you are still with him, Tao Yinran looked at her as if she was looking at a pitiful person. What was the difference between the Xie Qingge in front of her and her in the past? Both were equally pitiful and stubborn. In the end they would lose to Tao Yuan, and it would be a crushing defeat. We are engaged and we will get married in the near future. Of course I will be with him. Xie Qingge straightened her back. Don't say it too early. I don't think you can get married. Isn't Tao Yuan back? So what? They are divorced. Are you lying to me or lying to yourself? Do you think they really broke up? Lu Li didn't want to hear Tao Yinran say such things. I am leaving first. I will take Nuan to the amusement park tomorrow. Xie Qingge left with him. She heard Tao Yinran saying behind her. You will come back to me. You will? Chapter 647. It was dead silent in the car. Lu Li's eyes were closed and his face was tense. The darkness kept flashing across his face. He was like a cold and arrogant king which made people shudder. Xie Qingge had been observing his face carefully. She hesitated for a long time before she spoke. I went to see Nuan's doctor just now. She said that Tao Yinran often beat her. She was injured all over her body. She was just a 5-year-old girl. It was so cruel to do this to her. I can't believe that a mother would do this to her child. He was silent. There seemed to be a big black hole in his chest, which was filled with endless pain. It was raging, flooding, and twisting his heart. Tao Yinran looked so scary. Is she insane? Otherwise, why would she beat her so hard? It is too dangerous to keep Nuan with her. Who knows if she will suddenly go crazy and kill her? I know you have always treated Nuan as your daughter. You must be very worried about her, right? If you want, we can adopt her. I am willing to be an adopted daughter or my own daughter. Anyway, I quite like her. Xie Qingge said something against her will. But it was not hard to imagine that no woman would be willing to be a stepmother to a girl who was not related by blood. Not to mention an adopted daughter, let alone the daughter of an ex-girlfriend. The thought of it was a thorn in her heart. She had heard that Tao Yinran was the daughter of a rapist. She was born with the blood of sin. Who knew what she would become in the future? It was quite scary to keep her by his side and people would always criticize her. But she was forced into a corner by Tao Yuan. She said that just to pull Lu Li back and to make him feel touched. No matter how he treated Lu Anwan in the future, at least he would be grateful to her generosity with a child. The two of them would also be connected. And he has always wanted a child. You don't like children. If you adopt Nuan, you can give her an explanation. I don't mind not having a child. She felt bitter when she said that. Even she felt that it was so fake. But who knew if Lu Li had the idea or not? If the result was that he had to adopt Lu Anyuan, she might as well say it herself. At least he would feel indebted to her. Are you telling the truth? Was he mocking her? Xie Qingge was stunned. Did he think she was hypocritical? However, since she had already said it, she could only continue to put on an act. I know you care about Nuan. The person you care about is the person I care about. Although it's a pity that I don't have my own child, you are the most important. Aren't many families adopting children these days? It's okay. Do you think my mother will accept it? I can try my best to convince Auntie. If you can't convince yourself, how can you convince others? If you're not willing, don't force yourself. Xie Qingge felt a lump in her throat. In order to stay by his side, hadn't she suffered enough? He also knew that she was struggling, but he had never been kind to her. Tears welled up in his eyes. I'm just afraid of losing you. I just want to keep you, Ali. She held his hand. I've never walked into your heart. After Tao Yuan appeared, I felt very uneasy. I was afraid that she would take you away. I can't wait to save our relationship. I really have no way. Tell me, what should I do? You don't need to do anything. Lu Li opened his eyes and looked ahead indifferently. Because it's useless no matter how much you do. You can't get anything by compromising. Don't make yourself too tired. I've been by your side for 3 years. Is there no meaning at all? Have you ever felt anything for me? Feelings can change, right? Just like you loved Tao Yinran before, didn't you fall in love with Tao Yuan later? Maybe I'm your true love, or maybe I already have a place in your heart, but you're still obsessed with the past so you can't see your feelings for me. Xie Qingge lied to herself. Let's get married, okay? Then we'll adopt Nuan together. When we have a child, everything will be different. Your feelings for me will also change. Ali, we don't have any expectations for me. You can leave whenever you want. I won't ask you to stay. But if you want to stay with me, don't say that again. I don't want to hear it. Tao Yuan took Tao Yuanxing back. His temper had become more irritable than before. She often heard him smashing glasses downstairs. When she went upstairs, the maid had just come out of his room. Has my father eaten? The maid shook her head. Master hasn't eaten a bite since this morning. Her eyes were full of tears and she was still shivering. Tao Yuan patted her on the shoulder and comforted her softly. She walked into the room. Why don't you eat? Anyway, I might go to jail at any time. Is there any difference if I eat or not? Just let me die. Everything will be over if I die. Living in this world is also painful. Didn't I tell you? I've dealt with it. Who knows if you're lying to me? That day in the hospital, I asked you to find Lu Li, but you refused to go. Didn't you want to see me die? You heartless thing, I really raised you for nothing. Even a dog is better than you. Tao Yuan sneered. A dog is better than me? Then I'll raise it. Let's see if the dog will save me if something happens to me. How did you solve it? Where's the evidence? Where's the evidence? I've deleted it. Don't try to fool me. I won't believe it until I see the evidence. Can't you use your brain to think about it? If there is evidence, the police would have come to arrest you long ago. Why wait until now? Are you still able to throw a tantrum here without any worries? You dare to shout at me? I'm your father. She wanted to say that if she could choose, she would rather not have such a father. Who did you ask for help? Lu Li? Yes. Hearing this, Tao Yuanxing seemed to believe it, and then he shouted even more angrily. I told you to find him a long time ago, but you couldn't bring yourself to do it. You made me suffer for so many days. Such a big thing happened. Who else but him can solve it? In the end, it's all your fault. If you didn't divorce him, would that Qi Xiong dare to threaten me like this? I've suffered so much because of you. You're really a jinx. My fault? You're the one who hurt yourself. Did I force you to sign those projects? You did it for money. Do you know how many people will die if that project goes wrong? If you weren't my father, I would think you deserved it. What are you talking about, you? Cough, cough, cough. Tao Yuanxing clutched his chest and coughed violently. Cough, cough. Yuan, stop. Shen Xinhui hurried to get a glass of water for Tao Yuanxing, but he pushed her away. Get out. Shen Xinhui fell to the ground and the glass broke. It's all because of your good daughter. Look at her. She just wants me to die, Mom. Tao Yuan hurried to help Shen Xinhui up. Why did you hit my mom? You're in this situation because of yourself. You don't deserve any sympathy or help. If I knew this would happen, I would have let you be locked up. You, stop it. Tao Yuan's eyes were red. It's fine that you used me, but why did you hit my mom? Ask yourself, have you done your duty as a father and a husband all these years? You spend all day drinking and drinking, thinking that you're infallible. You'll do anything for money. If my mom didn't beg me, I wouldn't care about you. If you want to be shot to death or jailed, it's your business. I don't care at all. You unfilial daughter. I've raised you for nothing. Tao Yuanxing grabbed a vase and threw it at her. Tao Yuan dodged it. I shouldn't have divorced. Yanran is much better than you. Then why don't you beg her? Do you know what she said when I went to see her? She said that if you go to jail, she would have to thank me. She hates you too. You deserve to be deserted by your friends and family when you're old. Tao Yuanxing was so angry that he almost spat out blood. You're such a selfish person. When I go back to the States, I'll take my mom with me. You can continue to live with your money. Yuan, stop it. Shen Xinhui pushed her out of the room and said a few words. Tao Yuan knew that what she said was too much, but she didn't regret it. She was tired of holding it in. She could tolerate him not caring about her family, but she couldn't let him hurt her mom. Miss, someone is looking for you. The maid came over. Tao Yuan went downstairs and was surprised to see the man in the living room with a smile that was more eye-catching than the stars. Shaw? Why are you back? I'm your guardian angel. I know you need me, so I came back. The light shone on his face. Tao Yuan used to think that he looked gloomy, but now she felt that he exuded the light of justice, like a savior. But her eyes only brightened for a moment and then dimmed. Come to my room. Is there anything private that you want to talk about in the room? Is it big? He joked. How's Xiaojiu? Very good. I just went to see her yesterday. Well, that's good. She was too busy these days and she had to be on guard against Lu Li. She could only call him once a day and she was worried that she might miss something. He still thinks I'm in New York on business, right? Yes. Does he know that you're looking for me? Ouyang Shua shook his head. But I think he really wants me to come to you. He clearly expressed that he likes me and wants me to be his father. I'm thinking about it. He pretended to be hesitant. You must be very tired recently. I see that you look a lot more haggard. She smiled bitterly. Physical fatigue is not the most tiring. Mental fatigue is the most tiring. You're not alone. You still have me. Why don't you come to me? I don't want to bring you trouble. Your business is my business. It's not troublesome at all. I already know about your father. Luli just used the evidence to scare you. From what I know about him, he doesn't intend to expose it at all. He's now a psychopath. Who knows if he'll do that? It doesn't matter. Even if he wants to report it with me here, he won't succeed. You have a way. Since I said it, I definitely have a way. Don't worry. Tao Yuan breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that his abilities were comparable to Lu Li's. But other than your father, he has many ways to threaten you, such as using your mother. You can defend yourself once but not a second time. You have to use a permanent method. What do you mean once and for all? Marry me. Ouyang Shuo replied. She was about to object. Don't get agitated. Let me finish. You've always been clear about my feelings. You've also made it very clear to me that you won't accept me. But now the situation is different. Lu Li is pressing so hard that you can't fight against him alone. Chapter 648. He's a madman. He can do anything. You're no match for him. Tao Yuan said. People like him were the scariest. You have to try everything, don't you? I'm not easy to deal with. You know that. I'm not doing this for myself. I'm doing this for you and Xiaojiu. In the past 6 years, when Lu Li didn't disturb your life, I rarely mentioned my feelings. If you had another man by your side that you could rely on, I would quit and give you my blessings. But there isn't. With Lu Li around, you can forget about being with another man. Even if you don't think for yourself, you have to think for Xiaojiu, don't you? He's the most important person to you. You rejected me because Lu Li and I are brothers and because of Xiaojiu's opinion. But Xiaojiu is more mature than you think. That relationship didn't hurt him as much as growing up in a family without fatherly love. He made it clear that he likes me and wants me to be his father. You know Lu Li. Once he wants to do something, he won't stop until he reaches his goal. He can use your father to threaten you now. It won't be long before he finds out about Xiaojiu. Tao Yuan panicked. It wasn't that she didn't know about it, but because she couldn't change it, she chose to avoid it and not think about it. You changed Xiaojiu's age by 1 year. Then you went to Los Angeles and got together with me and gave birth to Xiaojiu. That makes perfect sense. I'll get all the necessary information. Even if Lu Li investigates, he'll only find out that Xiaojiu is my child. If we get married now and have a child, he won't bother you anymore. Stop. My mind is in a mess. Tao Yuan covered her ears. I can't be so selfish. This concerns a lot of people, including your mother. She came to me alone twice and asked me to leave you. I'm a mother too. I can understand what she's thinking. She won't accept me. You and your mother are so close. I don't want you to fall out with her because of me. You always think about this and that. Have you ever thought about yourself? What's the most important thing to you? It's Xiaojiu. If Lu Li finds out, he'll definitely take Xiaojiu away. Then Xie Qingge will become his stepmother. Do you know what she'll do to Xiaojiu? And you'll probably never see him again. I won't let him steal little Nine. Little Nine is mine. He's my son. I won't let anyone be his stepmother. Just imagining such a scene made her feel like the whole world was about to collapse. It did not matter how much she suffered, but she would not allow little Nine to suffer even the slightest bit of grievance. Xie Qingge hated her so much, it was very likely that he would take revenge on little Jiu and Su Baihe. Perhaps that dark family would torment little Jiu to the point of being mentally twisted. She could not let him come into contact with them. Seeing that she had wavered, Ouyang Shuo held her shoulders. Tao Yuan, look at me. Don't think too much. People are selfish. They put themselves first. Besides, you don't have to feel sorry for me. I'm doing it willingly. I have my own selfish motives. Let me help you this time, okay? Her mind was in a mess. I don't know. I really don't know what to do. She covered her ears. Don't force me. Let me think about it calmly. Ouyang Shuo held her in his arms. I don't want to force you. Reality doesn't give you a choice. Give yourself to me. I'll protect you and Xiaojiu. Trust me. Early morning. Xie Qingge woke up alone on the big bed. Her heart was filled with loneliness. The room was gorgeous, but it reflected her loneliness. She had everything since she was young, but she couldn't get the love that she really wanted. She didn't know when it started. Lu Li didn't sleep with her at night. He always used working overtime as an excuse to spend the night in the study. This situation had been going on for half a month. Actually, she knew that it started when Tao Yuan came back. She just didn't want to admit it. Even if they got married in the future, would their marriage be like this? Husband and wife didn't have feelings for each other. It was scary to think about it. Her phone vibrated. A few WeChat messages came in. The contact was Adler, the private detective she sent to investigate Tao Yuan. Luli never looked at her phone, so she didn't have to hide anything. The content of the pictures made her eyes open wide. The pictures were taken last night. Tao Yuan and a man were hugging at the airport. They were probably going to the airport to pick him up. The two of them hugged tightly. It was not a greeting hug between friends. Adler's words surprised her. That man turned out to be Luli's half-brother. Wasn't it messy for a woman to be with her ex-husband's brother after a divorce? Was this the reason for their divorce? Xiaqinga suddenly felt jealous of Tao Yuan. What charm did she have to play around with the two brothers of the Lu family? She wouldn't allow her to do that. It was another sleepless night. Luli was annoyed. He couldn't tie his tie properly in front of the mirror. Let me do it. Xiaqinga came in with breakfast. She gently helped him fix his tie and shirt. Did you sleep well last night? He kept a straight face and didn't answer. Are you going to the company today? Have breakfast first. No. But I prepared it for you myself. You don't have to prepare it in the future. Ali, are you in a bad mood because of Tao Yuan? She carefully mentioned the name. Instantly, she felt the temperature in the room drop. Luli's footsteps stopped for a few seconds. Then he continued walking. She seems to have a boyfriend. He stopped and looked back. His gloomy eyes stared at her. Last night, I met her at the airport. She was picking up her boyfriend. Xiaqinga showed him the photo. Ouyang Shuo? He was still haunting her. Luli's fingers moved twice. His eyes were frozen. The coldness he exuded made her shudder. This should be her boyfriend in the United States. We are getting married. She has a boyfriend. Don't look for her anymore, okay? Since we are divorced, it's better to break it off completely. Under his cold eyes, she didn't dare to continue. Obviously, this was not a chance encounter between friends. Xiaqinga asked someone to investigate Tao Yuan. But for Luli, this was not the point. The point was that the damn woman was with Ouyang Shuo, and he didn't notice it at all. She hid it really well. Was Ouyang Shuo one of her men? Or was it that Andy baby? Which man was she with? His fingers tightened. His phone was about to be crushed. Ali, Xiaqinga said weakly. Don't do this kind of thing again. I don't like you to play tricks behind my back. With that, he threw the phone on the sofa and strode away. Xiaqinga followed him out of the room. But she didn't dare to follow him. She annoyed him, didn't she? He thought she was one of those sinister, narrow-minded, jealous women, didn't he? But she had no other choice. She just wanted to protect her marriage. At around 9 o'clock in the evening, Tao Yuan returned home. As soon as she walked to the stairs, she heard Tao Yuanxing's laughter. This was not a good sign. She walked into the room. A figure was sitting on the sofa with his back to her. His legs were crossed and he exuded a cold and arrogant aura. Her body trembled and she nervously held the phone. Yuan, you are back. Tao Yuanxing smiled at her kindly. That smile was very strange. Shen Xinhui stood aside awkwardly. She didn't know what to do. Luli was very calm. He was smoking. He looked back at her slowly as if it was a very natural thing for him to appear in this place. What are you doing here? She asked very reluctantly. It was obvious that she wanted him to leave. Ali of course came to find me. He took time out of his busy schedule to tell me that he had settled the matter with Qi Xiong and told me not to worry too much. Although Tao Yuanxing also didn't understand why he came. After all, he didn't give him any face in the past 6 years. But no matter what the reason was, as long as there was profit in front of him, he would strive to win it and please Luli. Tao Yuan rolled her eyes. She thought that he was really a thief crying thief. It was clearly him who caused the trouble, but he still pretended to be a good person here. If you have said what you want to say, can you please leave? You are not welcome here. Who said I am not welcome? When did you have the right to call the shots in this family? Ali is a member of our Tao family. If he wants to come, I will always welcome him. We are divorced. He has nothing to do with our family since 6 years ago. Tao Yuan emphasized. Speaking of this, Tao Yuanxing became angry. Don't think that I don't know that you unilaterally wanted a divorce. You didn't discuss such a big thing with your family. You are too stubborn. What good can you get from being stubborn like this? Didn't you suffer a lot in the past few years abroad? Didn't you dare to go back home? Who said I suffered a lot? I'm living a good life. I am free. She deliberately said this for Lu Li to hear. He thought sarcastically. After getting rid of him, she could entangle with different men, including Ouyang Shura. Of course she was happy and free. If she wanted to leave, she would do it at all costs. No one could stop her. Since I am not welcome, I will leave. He got up. Tao Yuanxing hurriedly asked him to stay. No. You are welcome to come whenever you want. Although you are engaged to Miss Xie, you are not married after all. If you still have feelings for Yuan and want to remarry, you can go now. Dad? Tao Yuan was speechless. You would really do anything for money. Tao Yuanxing gave her a look that said, "Shut up, I'm doing this for you." Then he put on a fawning smile. Will you consider it? Lu Li poked the cigarette butt. His smile was mixed with sarcasm, playfulness, and all kinds of emotions. When put together, it looked particularly evil. Okay, I will think about it seriously. Lu Li was dragged out of the room by Tao Yuan. Why are you dragging me? Your dad still has a lot to say. Who asked you to come to my house? I made it clear before that you are not welcome here. But Tao Yuanxing just made it clear that he welcomes me. Can't you see that he is almost kneeling on the ground to lick me? Your family is really bad. He actually wants me to get back together with you? Don't you think it is ridiculous? What makes him think that I will still want you? Chapter 649. Tao Yuan's eyes widened. Isn't it ridiculous for you to pretend that you'll consider it? I'm just worried that if I reject him immediately, he'll die of anger on the spot. For the sake of benefits, he can do anything, right? He's not feeling well and his mind isn't clear. He doesn't know what he's talking about. Really? I think he's very clear. He's already 1 foot in the coffin, yet he's still thinking about money. To be honest, I kind of admire him. His tone was indescribably sarcastic. Are you done talking? Can you go now? Where did you just come from? He looked her up and down. That kind of gaze seemed very casual, but it was as sharp as an X-ray. It made Tao Yuan feel no sense of security at all. Why do you care where I go? Do I need to report to you where I want to go? Don't forget, a week ago you knelt down and begged me. Now that I don't want his old life, you dare to talk to me so arrogantly. You really forget the pain when the scar is healed. You don't know what's good for you. An inexplicable sourness welled up in his heart. It's different now that you have a backer. I don't know what you're talking about. You don't know? She wanted to get away, but he used both hands to trap her between him and the wall of the corridor. She stuck tightly to the wall and her back tensed. What do you want to do? How long do you want to hide the matter between you and Ouyang Shua from me? A hint of panic flashed across Tao Yuan's face, but she quickly looked away. I don't know what you're talking about. You don't know? Didn't you go to pick him up last night? You're only home now. You've been with him for the past 10 hours? The thought of them spending the night together made an acid corrode his heart like sulfuric acid. That's my business. It's none of your business. She tried to push his arm, but his muscles contained infinite strength. They were as hard as steel and she couldn't push them away at all. Why can't it be my business? After all, you're my ex-wife and a woman who almost became my mistress. The relationship between us is very deep. You said you were my ex-wife and you also said almost. That means I have nothing to do with you now. What's the difference between you stopping me like this and you assaulting a stranger on the street? A strange woman? Tao Yuan was embarrassed. You stay away from me. I've never had such intimate contact with a strange woman. She was almost out of breath. One of her hands was still pressed against his chest, but it was in vain. What kind of ability is it to suppress me in terms of physical strength? If you have the guts, How am I? He blew a breath of hot air into her ear and she shivered all over. But it seemed to him that her reaction was jerky and sensitive. But these words should not be used to describe a fickle woman like her. She had already lost track of how many men she had been defiled by. Stay away from me. She flew into a rage from embarrassment. Don't use shamelessness as something to show off. Lu Li had long discovered that she was the most charming when she was red with anger. She was like a wild cat baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. Unfortunately, she thought she was powerful, but in fact she was completely under his control. Every time she struggled, their bodies would rub against each other. He did not know if she was deliberately teasing him. Her methods were very clever. But he actually fell for it. Every time she struggled, he became even more excited and panted heavily. Lu Li, let go of me. You're shameless. I'm shameless, but you are? If you're shameless, you wouldn't be entangled with so many men. What does that have to do with you? We're divorced. Even if I'm entangled with thousands of men, it's none of your business. You? Luli was about to use his lips to block her annoying mouth. Let go of my fiancé. As soon as Luli heard a voice coming from behind him, he was pulled away. He was caught off guard and was pushed away, staggering a few steps. Tao Yuan was hooked into a chest. There was another pleasant smell that made her feel at ease. Are you all right? She looked at Ouyang Shua in shock. Seeing him hug her as if his most beloved thing had been snatched away and his chest was hollowed out, Luli's eyes were burning. But the angrier he was, the calmer he was. The one who got angry first lost. Your fiancé? Yes, she has already agreed to my proposal. Ouyang Shua's posture as he wrapped his arms around Tao Yuan was full of possessiveness. She was not used to such a confrontation. She had promised Ouyang Shua that she would consider it. The scene at the airport was also a deliberate act. Everything was fake. But if she really married him, no matter what the motive was, it would become a real marriage. Being sandwiched between the two brothers, she also felt very, very frivolous. Do you think I will believe you? Why not? Why can't it be me? Ouyang Shua looked as if he had won and his posture was very calm. You can't be thinking that she has been alone for 6 years abroad, right? She is a little woman and needs a man's care. Tao Yuan trembled. She pursed her lips and did not know what to say. In this situation, whatever she said would be wrong. She needs a man, but do you know how many men she has? Maybe you are just one of her spare tires that she called to save the day. You are really... You come and go at her beck and call. You are no different from a dog that she keeps. His tone was full of sarcasm. Even if I am a spare tire, she has agreed to my proposal. That is considered as a spare tire. If you don't believe me, you can come to our wedding. They were clearly not together before. Luli came without investigating clearly and did not know what was going on. But subconsciously he hoped that it was a lie. Speaking of which, I have to thank you. We were in the ambiguous stage before, but she did not accept me. Now that you are pressuring her, she is more aware of how important I am to her. So, she is just using you as a shield. You know it clearly, but you are still being used by her. How sad. This is the magic of love. I love her, I am willing to do anything for her, and she will love me too. Ouyang Shua looked at Tao Yuan affectionately as if there was no other person in this world but her. In fact, it was true. He lived for revenge before, but now he wanted to live for her and Xiaojiu. He wanted to become a good person and protect them at all costs. Luli also felt the change in Ouyang Shua. Before, he always exuded a kind of yin energy, but now it was completely gone. This woman could actually make him change completely. But it was not only Ouyang Shua who changed. Didn't she turn him into a lunatic? It was like that 6 years ago and now, it was still the same. Could it be like what they said, that he was not torturing her but he was repeating the same mistakes? Scary. But Luli was still not satisfied. Seeing the two of them standing together as if they were one, he had the urge to rush up and tear them apart. But he did not hate Ouyang Shua, he hated Tao Yuan. Aren't you afraid of others saying you are frivolous to deal with two brothers at the same time? Actually, he had more words than frivolous, such as shameless or cheap, but he could not say them out loud. You already have a fiancé, but you are still pestering someone else's fiancé. Frivolous should be used to describe you, right? You are already divorced and I have no intention of being brothers with you. In the future, I will live in America and will not take half a step in. Her life plan is the same as mine, so no one will gossip behind my back. This will not be a problem between us at all. Whether she is frivolous or not, it has nothing to do with you. Do you understand? Ouyang Shua had a faint smile on his face as he enunciated each word clearly. Since your marriage is over, then be a man and let go. People will look down on you if you drag things on. Luli did not care what Ouyang Shua said. He just stared at Tao Yuan, hoping that she would give him an explanation, that she and Ouyang Shua were not together, and that she was just using him as a shield. But she lowered her head as if she did not even want to look at him. She knew that he was waiting for her answer. She was not good at lying, and the marriage with Ouyang Shua had not been decided yet, so she could not be so calm. It took him a long time before he finally spoke. What he said is what I wanted to say. You can leave. She was standing next to his younger brother. She was chasing him away because of him. The anger in Luli's chest boiled even more. If he stayed in this godforsaken place and saw them being intimate again, he did not know what horrible things he would do. This will not end like this. He said this with a straight face, pushed Ouyang Shua away and strode away. The chill was taken away by him. Tao Yuan breathed a heavy sigh of relief. It turned out that she did not dare to breathe just now. As soon as Lu Li walked out of the Tao family's house, his phone rang. President, according to our investigation, Miss Tao was with Ouyang Shua for 3 years before she went to the United States. After that, Ouyang Shua left and came back a few months ago. Now he should be pursuing Miss Tao again because they have a son. Lu Li thought that no matter how ridiculous things were, they could not shock him, but he was still shocked by the sudden appearance of his son. It was like a bolt from the blue. They actually have a son? Lu Li looked back at the Tao family's villa. He had lost his breath, and he could not hear his own heartbeat. He gripped his phone tighter and his face turned blue. Their son is called Tao Junting. He is 4 years old this year and is in kindergarten. The moment he heard the name of their son, a thought flashed through Lu Li's mind. Could that son be their son? Back then she did not abort their child. However, the reality disappointed him. 4 years old. In other words, the child was only conceived a year after she went to the United States. He fell into endless self-mockery. That day, he clearly saw her lying on the operating table covered in blood with his own eyes, and he still had fantasies? Back then, she was so determined to divorce him and did so many things to hurt him. Did he still expect her to have a trace of kindness? He originally still had fantasies that she was only using Ouyang Shua as a shield, and it was impossible for her to marry him. But now that they had a child, there was a bond between them. Would she be together with Ouyang Shua for the sake of the child? Lu Li had never tasted such pain, such a feeling of powerlessness. His entire backbone had been pulled out and his body was on the verge of collapse. It was as if he had been hit by a hammer, and he almost fainted. His phone vibrated and a few photos came in. It was a handsome little boy. It was the boy he had met in the bathroom at the airport that day. When he said his name was Tao Xiaojiu, he had wondered why he had such an annoying surname. Who would have thought that he was Tao Yuan's son? He still remembered how good it would be if he had such a cute son. But in the end, it was her and Ouyang Shua's son, his nephew? Lu Li's whole body was cold. He had started to believe in fate. Chapter 650. Tao Yuan broke free from Ouyang Shua's arms. She didn't know how to face him and felt a little uneasy. He felt a little disappointed when his palm missed her. She was still very resistant to him. Under such circumstances, would she really marry him? He advised her to be selfish because he was selfish too. He said that he would rather be used by her, said that it was for Xiaojiu, but in fact, it was for himself. For him, Lu Li's coercion was a chance for him to get close to her. But he wouldn't change his mind. If a person really wanted something, he would do whatever it took. At least he was like that. In his dictionary, no matter how difficult it was, there was no such thing as giving up. Thank you. Tao Yuan lowered her head, feeling ashamed that she had used him again. Why did she always hurt the people closest to her and the people who treated her the best? She really didn't want to. Protecting herself at the cost of hurting others would make her heart heavy and she would be overwhelmed by guilt. Ouyang Shua wanted to say that wasn't what a fiancé should do. But he didn't have that right now. To avoid giving her pressure, he smiled lightly. I said that I would protect you. Since you're here, why don't you go and see Uncle and Auntie? Don't, next time. My dad is not in good health now and Lu Li just came. It's quite messy. There will be a chance in the future. She was looking for excuses and her words were a little incoherent. In fact, she was the one who was really messy. She hadn't decided whether she wanted to marry him or not, so she didn't want to bring him to see her parents in such a situation, in case they thought too much. She still hoped that Lu Li would know the difficulties and back off. In that case, she would never marry Ouyang Shua. Well, that's good too. I'm not handsome enough today. Ouyang Shua joked. I'll definitely amaze the audience when I show up. Okay. Then I'll leave first. Call me if you need anything. Lu Li should have found out that we have a child by now. He definitely can't accept it and will probably abuse himself for a few days. So you can have some peace. Tao Yuan couldn't bring herself to smile. She felt even more troubled. Asking him to find out who Xiaojiu was tantamount to taking a gamble. Would he really believe that Xiaojiu was the child of her and Ouyang Shua? What if they didn't believe him? What if he continues to investigate? Then the matter of the past would be completely exposed. But if he didn't take this gamble, sooner or later the truth would be found out. Paper can't hide fire. She had to win this round. Otherwise she would even lose her life. Xiaojiu was her life. Just as Ouyang Shua had said, Lu Li didn't bother her for the next 2 days. Tao Yuan was hesitant to return to Los Angeles. She had been back for half a month and every day she had been tormented by the feeling of missing her son. Every day felt like a year. She didn't even dare to video chat with Tao Xiaojiu, because she was afraid that she wouldn't be able to hold back her tears as soon as she saw that cute little face. Every time she hung up the phone she would cry for a long time. She missed her son so much that she couldn't fall asleep at night. Sometimes she would stare at his photo for an entire night. She really wanted to go back. What are you thinking about? You didn't even answer the door. Shen Xinhui walked in with mung bean soup. Tao Yuan quickly put away Xiaojiu's photo. Nothing. The weather has been hot recently, so I made some mung bean soup to cool off the heat. Thank you, Mom. Tao Yuan took a sip. It tasted very sweet. The one who came that day was your boyfriend, right? Shen Xinhui asked hesitantly. She had been holding this question in for a long time. Tao Yuan didn't know how to answer. But in Shen Xinhui's eyes, it was a tacit agreement. You don't have to hide it from me. You've been divorced for 6 years. It's normal for you to find another man. I've always wanted a man to take care of you. I heard from the servants that they had a conflict that day, right? It's okay, don't worry. Shen Xinhui shook her head. I don't understand Lu Li either. He used to be a good boy, but now he's like a psychopath. He keeps pestering you. Tao Yuan smiled. If Lu Li knew that her mother said he was a psychopath, she wondered how angry he would be. But she was right. He was almost like a psychopath, and she, a normal person, was almost tortured into a psychopath by him. What does he want? Does he really want to get married again? You're thinking too much. He's engaged. But they're not married yet, right? They only got engaged after dating for 3 years. I don't think he has much sincerity in marriage. Now that you're back, he keeps pestering you. I don't believe that he doesn't want to get married again. I don't care what he thinks. Anyway, I won't get married again. Well, I think differently from your father. Money is secondary. What's important is that he treats you well and makes you happy. I only took a look at him that day, but he seems nice and decent. He's very nice. I know. You must be interested, but you have a lot of concerns. Sometimes don't think too much. Follow your heart. Your happiness is the most important thing. Tao Yuan nodded. Got it, she said. Your mung bean soup is still so delicious. It'll be a pity if I don't get to drink it in the future. Shen Xinhui revealed a very disappointed expression. You want to go back to Los Angeles? Yes. Since your boyfriend is back, why are you in a hurry to go back? I have a job. If you ask me, anywhere is better than home. You think it's good here? Tao Yuan felt a gust of wind. Mom, I really don't know why you're still with Dad. He only cares about profits and doesn't care about family. He's been torturing you for so many days. I don't know how many times you've secretly cried. Sigh. Aren't all couples like this? I've endured it for so many years. I'm used to it. He's been so short-tempered recently because he's under too much pressure. He wasn't like this before. Don't excuse him. You know very well what kind of person he is. Why don't you go back to Los Angeles with me? I don't want you to suffer here. I'm not going anywhere. I'll stay here. We're husband and wife. I can't leave him. Tao Yuan wanted to say that this was too stupid. Husband and wife should be of one heart, but it also depended on whether the other party was worth it. Why should she exhaust herself in such a marriage? But, don't persuade me. If you want to go back, I won't stop you. As long as you're happy. But I'll never leave your father. Shen Xinhui's tone was always soft, but her attitude was very firm. Don't worry about me. My biggest wish is for you to be happy. Xie Qingge was in a bad mood. After traveling to Bali for a few days, she came back. As soon as she opened the door, she was greeted by a strong smell of alcohol. Lu Li sat on the sofa, smoking fiercely. There were already several empty bottles at his feet. His eye sockets were sunken and his cheeks were stubble. He looked very bad. He probably hadn't slept for a few days. Ali, why do you drink so much? Xie Qingge let out a low cry. Don't smoke. She snatched the cigarette from his hand. What happened? You? What's wrong with you? But she knew it was useless to ask. There was only one person who could make him so miserable and decadent. Tao Yuan. She heard from Su Baihe that in the first year after the divorce, he went to work during the day and drank and smoked until dawn at night. This situation lasted for a month. He was sent to the hospital with gastric bleeding and almost died. The situation at that time should be similar to now, right? Did Tao Yuan hurt him again? She half knelt at his feet. Can you tell me what's bothering you? Don't torture yourself like this. I feel sorry for you. Ali, can you hear me? Ali. Lu Li's eyes were dull and cold. There was no focus in his eyes. She called him many times before he slowly looked at her. She was so worried that her whole face was wrinkled. Another face appeared in front of her. Tao Yuan. His body trembled and he pinched her chin. Ali, however, his vision gradually became clear. It wasn't her. She couldn't wait for him to die. How could she be worried about him? It was the most painful to go from hope to disappointment. Lu Li's heart felt like it was being crushed and he felt a dull pain. Ali, can you not talk? I'm your fiancé. You can tell me if there's anything and let me share your burden? I feel sorry for you like this. You feel sorry for me? He smoked too much and his voice was hoarse. Yes. Xie Qingge nodded her head desperately. I love you, love. Lu Li smiled mockingly and shook his head. Love is bullshit. It's a knife. That person will take the knife and stab it into your heart. Don't fall in love with me. Don't fall in love with anyone, because love will only bring pain. How could Xie Qingge not know that? But if love could be taken back, then there wouldn't be so many infatuated men and women in the world. She grabbed his hand and pressed her face into his palm. His hand was so cold without a trace of warmth. She longed to warm him up. I don't care. I just love you. No matter how you hurt me, I will love you the same. I will never leave you in this life. She didn't want him to be so cold to her. She wanted him to see her existence. She sat on his lap and held his face, kissing him hard. Eager to let Lu Li see her existence, Xie Qingge couldn't wait to sit on his lap. She held his face and kissed him. She tossed and turned fiercely. She pulled open his collar and explored his chest, trying to arouse his desire. He hadn't touched her for a long time. Her body couldn't bear it anymore. Most importantly, she had had enough of being ignored by him. Even if it was just a physical release, he could only do it with her. She was prettier than Tao Yuan, had a better figure and was better at pleasing him in bed. Why should he choose her and not her? She couldn't accept it. With a desperate mood, Lu Li held the back of her head and deepened the kiss. He also wanted to numb his nerves. Since he had fallen, he might as well fall completely. However, the more he kissed, the more irritated he became. His body cooled down and froze. A strong feeling of nausea oozed out from his throat. There was a clear thought in his mind: she was not Tao Yuan. He was so angry that he grabbed her hand and pulled her off his body. I don't want. Ali. Don't push me away. Xie Qingge refused to let go and tightly wrapped around him like an octopus. I love you. Want me, Ali? Want me? But she was still pulled away and thrown to the ground. She was like an abandoned doll, broken into pieces. Her eyes were red. Why are you doing this to me? Why? She began to cry bitterly. Haven't I wronged myself enough? For you, I am willing to do anything. Don't you have a heart? Can't you see how much I love you? Lu Li's ears were ringing, but he couldn't hear her voice. She bitterly smiled. Why does love make people suffer? You were tortured by Tao Yuan and I was tortured by you. Is this retribution? Is it reincarnation? His pain suddenly made her feel happy. If she didn't have a good time, then he wouldn't have a good time either. His temples throbbed and a strong impulse rushed to the top of his head. Lu Li felt that his brain was about to explode. The fire in his chest was also burning fiercely. He was suffocating and his body was about to be torn apart. Chapter 651. Tao Yuan had been waiting for Lu Li to make a move, but after 3 days he did not respond at all. It was very abnormal. It was like the calm before the storm, making her feel uneasy. She went to the supermarket to do some shopping and was crossing the road while talking to Xiaojiu on the phone. A car suddenly rushed in front of her and almost hit her. Before she recovered from the shock, she saw the man's scary face behind the 2 bright lights. After getting into the car, she shouted angrily. You're crazy, you almost killed me just now. So what? It's too easy for me to make you disappear from this world. Tao Yuan could not refute because it was the truth. In this society where power was the most important, he could do whatever he wanted. Not to mention one life, even if it was 10 or 100 lives, he would not even frown. Drive slower, I don't want to die with you. I told you to drive slower. She grabbed the seat belt. This lunatic, even if she did not die in the car accident, she would be scared to death by him. Who were you talking to on the phone just now? That's my business. Your fiancé or your son? Sure enough, this was why he came to find her. Her heart tightened and she deliberately pretended to be surprised and panicked. What son? I don't know what you were talking about. You still want to play dumb? I just didn't investigate before. Do you think you can hide it from me? You have a 4-year-old son. That's not my son, it's Pan Chi's. Then why is he called Tao Junting? Can't Pan Shi's boyfriend have the surname Tao? Lu Li increased the speed of the car and her face became paler and paler. You can't hide anything from me. I'll give you one more chance to tell me the truth. The car had reached its peak and Tao Yuan screamed in fear. Yes, he is my son. The car slowed down but it was still very fast. Who did you have the child with? Ouyang Shua or some other man? Or you can't even tell? It's Ouyang Shua's. She had a resigned look on her face as she gave up struggling. After the divorce he went to Los Angeles with me, so you wanted to get a divorce because of him? That's what she said at the time but he never believed it. He thought she loved him. No, it has nothing to do with him. At that time I only wanted to leave you. I didn't want to be with any man. But he came to Los Angeles and stayed with me for the toughest year in our country. I admit that I was moved by him. His eyes were frozen, but the flames of anger in his body continued to rise. She could be easily moved by a man, but he had treated her so well in the past, so why couldn't he move her? He thought she had no heart. But because of your relationship I couldn't accept him. I rejected him time and time again but he still treated me well. Just like that, a year passed. You know, women are easily touched. That night we got drunk. We slept together. The veins on Lu Li's arms bulged and he almost broke the entire steering wheel. A year after their divorce she slept with another man, and that man was even his nominal brother. Damn woman, how could she be so shameless? Did she know how painful it was for him during the 3 years of divorce, but she could easily accept another man's body? Was it because men were only ruthless with their words, but once they were ruthless, it was often women who were truly ruthless? No matter how many years of feelings they had, no matter how unwilling the other party was, she could still leave without looking back and start her so-called new life, just like a skylark that had escaped from its cage. Wasn't marriage just a cage? Do you think I'm very cheap? She chuckled, and there was a strange sense of beauty in the waning night. She was like a ghost that could float away at any time and no one could catch her. But let me tell you, I don't owe you anything. At that time we had already been divorced for a year. No matter who I was with, there was nothing wrong. I rejected Ouyang Shua because I couldn't get over it, not because of you. But that night was still a mistake, so I didn't get together with him. After I had the child, I was very conflicted. I didn't know if I should give birth to the child, and I didn't dare to tell him. It wasn't until my belly got bigger and I couldn't hide it anymore that he found out about it. But I told him that even if I had his child, it wouldn't change our relationship. I wanted to raise the child myself. He was too disappointed in me, so he left after the child was 1 year old. I didn't expect him to suddenly come back. The more Lu Li listened, the uglier his face became. What? He gritted his teeth. What? The strong hatred in his eyes was enough to burn a person. You can keep his child, why can't you keep ours? Do you hate me that much? I don't hate you, but there are too many conflicts between us. Think about it, Lu Qingwan died and your mother almost went crazy. Those were all indirectly caused by me. Do you think we can be together? If I stayed with the Lu family, your mother would go crazy. I was under a lot of pressure and I really couldn't take it anymore. I didn't want my child to carry that heavy hatred. At that time, I just wanted to be free. I just wanted to leave and start a new life. I really don't hate you. I swear. I apologize to you for the hurt I caused you back then, but isn't the revenge you've given me recently enough? You think that's enough? You killed our child with your own hands. If you want to exchange a life for a life, then kill me. You think I don't dare? I didn't say that. But to be honest, being pestered by you like this is worse than death. The 6 years I left you were the happiest 6 years of my life. I lived very easily. Without you, I was much happier than before. She deliberately said cruel words. But how could a relationship of more than 10 years be as easy as she said? In fact, when she left, she had already fallen in love with him. In those 6 years, she never stopped thinking about him. In the beginning, when she thought of him at night, she would still cry, but those were all in the past and he didn't need to know. So no matter what, I won't return to your side. You must be very tired. I beg you to let me go. If she fought fiercely with him, Lu Li would imprison her even more savagely. But when she used this kind of pleading tone, he felt so helpless and even he felt that he was cheap. There were so many women in the world, why should he pester one who hated him? No matter what he did, she wouldn't love him. The nightmare from 6 years ago came again, and he felt panic, like a drowning man desperately trying to survive. Screech, he slammed on the brakes. As you wish, he said. What? As you wish, I'll let you go. Are you satisfied now? But Tao Yuan didn't feel relaxed at all. He was too fickle. If he said that now, he might change his mind the next day. Have you thought it through? The darkness of the night covered the hurt in his eyes, and the half of his face he left to her was only cruel, cold, and mocking. Don't think too highly of yourself. I just wanted to play with you and let you taste the torture. Now I think this game is boring, you can get lost. If that's the case, I have to thank you. A mouthful of blood rushed to his heart. Was she saying this to deliberately anger him to death? Don't thank me, you should thank yourself for making me so boring. What makes you think that I will want a woman who has already given birth to a child? That's true, you have too many choices, there's no need to be so stubborn. Tao Yuan opened the car door, paused, and turned back to him. I don't know what you are thinking, and I'm not sure if you will let me go, but if you want to take revenge on me, come at me. Don't hurt my family, they are innocent and they have nothing to do with this. With that, she got out of the car. She did not see that in the darkness, his eyes were red, and his fingers were almost breaking the steering wheel. It turned out that the extreme point of anger was not inexhaustible, but a kind of cold feeling from head to toe, as if someone had poured a basin of ice water on her head, and it was so cold that it reached the bones. But she did not care. To her, he was just a devil who pestered her. Whether or not Luli would stop pestering her, Tao Yuan could not wait to return to Los Angeles the next day because of her crazy yearning for her son. In this city she could finally breathe freely. After returning home, Tao Xiaojio was overjoyed and followed her around the whole night like a little tail. At night, Xiaojio slept in her room, pillowed in her arms, like a little sheep, very obedient. She had a unique milky smell of children which was very pleasant. Tao Yuan finished reading and lowered her head. The little guy was still staring at her with his big black eyes. Why aren't you sleeping? She spoke to her son in a very soft voice. Mommy, you are so beautiful. She smiled. It's true, you are the most beautiful mommy in the world. Thank you, you are the most obedient son in the world. At the thought that her little baby would have a girlfriend in the future, get married, and slowly leave her, Tao Yuan was a little jealous of her future daughter-in-law. She used to think that the relationship between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law was usually caused by the stinginess of mother-in-law, but as a mother, she knew that stinginess was natural. She had worked so hard to bring up her son, but now that another woman had taken advantage of him, she would definitely be jealous. She was amused by her own thoughts. Mommy, I love you. I love you too. Tao Yuan hesitated for a moment and asked. Do you really like Uncle Ouyang? Yes. Do you want him to be your daddy? If mommy wants, I want. If mommy doesn't want, I don't want. Her son was so obedient that it made her heart ache. Mommy, should I not have said those things to Uncle Ouyang? Did it make you feel pressured? I'm sorry. In fact, it doesn't matter if I don't have a daddy because I have the best mommy. Tao Yuan felt a lump in her throat. She felt very guilty about this son. He said it didn't matter because he considered her feelings, but how could it really not matter? When he was 3 years old, there was a period of time when he was very noisy. He kept asking her why other people had a daddy, but he didn't have one and he also wanted one. Later, when he grew up a little and became sensible, he stopped asking. She often blamed herself for being too selfish and thinking that she was doing it for his own good, but she dared not tell him the truth and let him choose for himself. Maybe when he grew up, when he had the judgment, she would tell him. Chapter 652. Mommy, what are you thinking about? Did I make you unhappy? Of course not. Mommy is so happy. I have the whole world when I am with you. She kissed him on the forehead. Me too. Mommy, can you promise me that you won't go on business trips for so long in the future? I miss you very much. But I know I'm a little man and I shouldn't say these things. Tao Xiaojio blushed. Mommy, I love you so much. Okay, I promise you. Go to bed early. Good night. Good night, Mommy. Tao Xiaojio closed her eyes. Her long eyelashes fell on her pink cheeks. She looked handsome and gentle. Tao Yuan thought that if there were really angels in this world, they should look like this. Her heart was about to melt. Good night, my favorite baby. Tao Yuan overslept this time. When she woke up, Tao Xiaojio was no longer by the bed. She looked at the time and found that it was 9 o'clock. She walked out of the room. Breakfast was ready. Mommy, good morning. Did you prepare it for breakfast? Didn't I tell you not to move stools to open the fridge? Is it very dangerous? It's not him. It's me. Ouyang Shua came out of the kitchen with 2 sandwiches. Tao Yuan felt a little strange. He was so calm and natural as if he was the man of the house. He was Xiaojio's father. Why are you here? I just got off the plane and came to have a look. A night's flight did not make Ouyang Shua tired. Instead, he was in high spirits. He was as handsome as a god in a white shirt. His facial features were as delicate as if they were drawn with a brush. A man who could topple a city with a smile. It's so lonely to fly alone for more than 10 hours. He was implying something. Tao Yuan felt a little guilty. She didn't inform him when she came back. Sit down and have breakfast. I'm going to brush my teeth. When she came back after washing up, Ouyang Shua was feeding Xiaojiu sandwiches. The two of them were chatting happily. In addition, their facial features were somewhat similar. They really looked like father and son, and their relationship was as good as that of a real father and son. Such a harmonious scene made Tao Yuan ponder. A father's love could never be replaced by a mother's love. If he could make Xiaojiu so happy, then accepting Ouyang Shua might not be a bad choice. Of course, this thought only lasted for a short second before she returned to reality. It's said that women are two different things when they're at home and when they're out. Looks like it's true. He teased. What do you mean? Do you think I'm ugly without makeup? Tao Yuan facepalmed. She knew that he was deliberately joking with her, but women were very sensitive, okay? Once you're over 30, you start to worry about aging. To be honest, sometimes I don't have the confidence to go out bare-faced. No, I'm talking about beauty without makeup. They're both beautiful. Tao Yuan rebuked. Don't lead my son astray. How is this leading him astray? I don't want him to be glib-tongued to please girls at such a young age. Mommy, Uncle Ouyang's way of picking up girls has long been outdated. Xiaojiu said in a serious tone. Where did you learn the word, picking up girls? Xiaojiu stuck out her tongue. Mommy, drink milk. I know it must be Pan Chi. When she comes back from her business trip, I'll get even with her. Mommy, don't be angry. If you're angry, you won't be beautiful. What are your plans after breakfast? Going to the amusement park? We're going to see a house today. Oh, we're finally going to change places? Ouyang Shua was even more excited than them. What do you mean? Do you dislike this place? The three of you are squeezed into a small house of 70 square meters. I'm distressed. So what if it's a little small? As long as it's clean and comfortable, the most important feeling of a home is warmth. How can it be comfortable in such a small place? If you feel comfortable, you won't change houses. Xiaojiu is growing up day by day and his room is too small. Soon it won't be enough. I know. She wanted to change to a bigger apartment for her son, wasn't it? He's going to primary school soon. It's best to find a house in the school district. No problem, I'll arrange it right now. Thank you. Tao Yuan didn't stand on ceremony with him. With a phone call from Ouyang Shua, someone would collect the most complete information and find the best houses, so that she wouldn't have to take her son to one real estate company after another. It was too tiring. In this regard, it was good to have a man at home, especially a capable man. It saved her time and effort. Just after breakfast, the assistant sent the house information to Ouyang Shua's mobile phone. There were 5 best houses in the school district, including villas and apartments and all kinds of resources. He drove them there himself. Tao Yuan was lazy. Sometimes she felt that it was good not to do everything by herself. The first was a mid-level apartment. The sales manager received them. Mr. Ouyang, Mrs. Ouyang, hello, I'm Tom. Is this your son? He's so handsome. He looks exactly like Mr. Ouyang. The manager praised them wildly. Tao Yuan couldn't get a word in to explain their relationship at all, but there was nothing to explain to a stranger. The main point was the house. If she insisted on distancing herself from him, the other party would feel strange. After the manager showed them around, Ouyang Shua said that he needed to think about it, and the manager took Xiaojiu elsewhere to play. The balcony had a good view and the landscape was unobstructed. The wind blew and it was very comfortable. Do you like it here? There are other places to choose. If you think it's small, buy a small villa with a yard and Xiaojiu can play football there. Will the rent here be too expensive? I'm here and you're still worried about the rent? Oh, I'm just kidding. I know you're strong and like to rely on yourself. Don't worry, the rent of the house I chose is within the range of your salary. That's good, thank you. Do you feel that life is much easier with a man? Tell me the truth. She teased. Yes. Then should we put the marriage on the agenda? Can we talk about it later? That day, Luli came to me and said that he would let me go if he doesn't harass me again. Actually, Ouyang Shua's eyes darkened. You believe what he said? I don't know. He's a madman. Whatever he says now, he might go back on it in the next second. I believe that he said the same thing 6 years ago when you guys divorced, but what about now? Isn't he still pestering you? You can't just take one step at a time like this. Let's talk about it when it really gets to that point. Ouyang Shua shook his head dejectedly. Apart from being a shield, is there nothing about me that moves you? I've never thought about that. You've set up a line of defense in your heart to keep me out, right? But I really want to enter that place, and I also want to tell you that I will definitely go there. I don't want to force you. One day I'll move you with my sincerity. The atmosphere became heavy again. Tao Yuan changed the topic. Let's go and look at the other houses. In the conference room, the manager was making a quarterly report. After a while, he subconsciously pulled his tie. He always felt that the conference room was shrouded by a dark cloud, making him feel depressed. And the source of the pressure came from the man in the middle, their CEO, Lu Li, the famous iron-blooded emperor. His eyes were unfocused. He wasn't listening to the report, but everyone in the room was trembling with fear and secretly observing his reaction. Their lives were in his hands. They would breathe if he asked them to. Otherwise they wouldn't dare to. Lu Li's chest was also filled with a suffocating feeling. He was very irritated. Some voices kept buzzing in his ears, like needles stabbing into his temples and tearing at his nerves. Irritated. He couldn't bear it anymore. That's all for today's meeting. The manager hurriedly shut up. Everyone stood up and bowed their heads respectfully as they saw the indifferent figure leave. Walking out of the conference room, Lu Li's depressed mood didn't improve. Looking at everything made him irritated. He was anxious like an ant on a hot pan. Lu Li lit a cigarette and looked at the city outside the window. The feeling of looking down at the whole city didn't make him feel better. Instead, he felt that the light was too bright and dazzling, making his eyes hurt. Why did he hate this familiar city so much? Was it because she wasn't here? Did she have such a strong influence on his emotions? He clearly wanted to focus on his work and not think about her anymore. He didn't want to be disturbed by her anymore. But some facts. The more he tried not to think about her, the more he would think about her like crazy. That feeling was too uncomfortable. Tao Yuan. This name was like a cancer growing in his brain, growing crazily every moment. If he wanted to dig it out, he would have to commit suicide. Zhou Xingyang, the assistant, walked to the door and looked at the cold back view. He felt a little heartache. Everyone thought he was cold and heartless, but in fact he was more affectionate than anyone else in the world. Once he fell in love, it would be a lifelong thing. He loved a woman like suicide. Unfortunately, that woman was destined to hurt him. Those who had loved would know the pain of being hurt. He knocked on the door and walked in. Before he could speak, Lu Li said, "I don't want to hear about work." Did he mean that he only wanted to hear about Tao Yuan? But the more he knew, the more irritated he felt, right? He hesitated before saying, "Miss Tao has taken the 8 o'clock flight back to Los Angeles this morning." Haha, he had just said that he would let her go last night, but she couldn't wait to go back today. She was really avoiding him like a scourge or the plague. Lu Li's heart seemed to be corroded by strong sulfuric acid. He was in so much pain that his face was livid and his eyes were frozen. "Don't be smart. I don't want to hear anything about her." "Yes, CEO. In the restaurant. I like Italy. The buildings there are so beautiful. I feel good when I go there." "Yeah, I like Italy too." Su Baiha and Xie Qingge were chatting happily. Xie Qingge actually didn't have a special love for Italy, but no matter which city Su Baiha mentioned, she would go along. Su Baiha was the only trump card in her hand, so she had to try her best to please her. "Ali, have you finished your work? We will be away for a week this time." "Ali?" Su Baiha called a few times and Lu Li came back to himself looking a little tired. "What are you thinking about?" "Nothing." He took a sip of coffee. His head hurt a little. This pain had lasted for a few days and even painkillers were useless. "What did you say just now?" "We were talking about going to Italy." "Oh, you guys have a good time." "What do you mean we have a good time? You promised to go with us. Have you forgotten?" Lu Li really forgot. Only then did he remember that Su Baiha invited him to go to Italy with her 2 nights ago. Maybe he was too annoyed by the questions, or maybe he wanted to find something to divert his attention, so he casually agreed, but he didn't take it seriously at all. "Have you finished your work?" "You guys go, I won't go." "What?" Xie Qingge was very disappointed. She wanted to take this opportunity to ease the relationship with him. "You have promised Mom. She will be very disappointed if you don't go." "Yes, you haven't traveled with me for many years. You finally agreed." "I won't agree if you don't go. I have a lot of things to do recently. I can't leave. I don't believe the company will go bankrupt without you for a week. Dad needs someone to take care of him." He has a caregiver. Besides, we will only be away for a week. What can happen? You guys go. I really don't want to go. Luli didn't want to dwell on this issue anymore. You guys eat slowly. I'm leaving. What's going on? He said he won't go. How can he not explain it? It's so unreasonable. Subaiha was very angry. Annie, don't be angry. I will persuade him again. As soon as Luli unlocked his phone, he couldn't help but look at Tao Xiaojio's photo. At first sight he felt that they looked very similar. He even thought that he was his son. But now the more he looked like Ouyang Shua. But no matter how much he hated Ouyang Shua, he couldn't transfer that hatred to Tao Xiaojio. After all, the child was cute and innocent. It was all the adult's fault. It was fine that she was with Ouyang Shua, but now she had a child. Luli had a strong feeling of betrayal. Even if they were divorced, she couldn't have someone else's son so soon. Thinking of this, the bitterness was like hot oil, making the anger in his heart burn even more. He couldn't just watch as she built her happiness on his pain. He wanted to see what kind of free life she exchanged for him so cruelly. When Xie Qingge returned home, Luli had already packed his luggage. Her eyes lit up. Have you changed your mind? Are you going to Italy with us? No, on a business trip. Where are you going on a business trip? As soon as she opened her mouth, she realized that she had asked a very stupid question. Are you going to Los Angeles? Luli didn't answer. He dragged his suitcase and left, treating her as an unimportant person. I won't let you go. Xie Qingge pressed his hand. I won't let you go to her. It has nothing to do with you. Let go. I am your fiancé, so it has something to do with me. She went back to Los Angeles to avoid you, but you still rushed to chase after her. Don't you have any self-esteem? How much do you want to be humiliated by her before you are satisfied? Xie Qingge had enough and asked fiercely. Luli felt a sharp pain in his heart. Yes, from the moment he fell in love with that damned woman, Tao Yuan, his pride and self-esteem were all destroyed by her and stepped on by her. He couldn't tell whether it was hatred or other emotions that were controlling him. In short, he was not willing to let her go like this. He missed her like crazy and wanted to be by her side immediately. With a tight face, he pushed her away forcefully. If you dare to walk out of this door, I will tell Mom about you and her. He stopped in his tracks and his eyes became fierce. Are you threatening me? You hurt me first. She accused. I am your fiancé, but you have never considered my feelings. You have been hurting me and I have had enough. Do you know how much Mom hates you? If she knows that you are back together, she might die of anger. Can you bear the consequences? You can't use my love to hurt me. If you push me too far, I can do anything. Although she was gentle, her face was fierce and terrifying when she was angry. Luli did have to consider Subaiha's feelings, but he would never be threatened by Xie Qingge. If you tell her, it means that our relationship is completely over. After saying this, he strode away. What was left for Xie Qingge was endless pain. Because she knew that he was going to find Tao Yuan. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.